and back out now.
As
but
well.
he's back in again, in fact.
So power steering issue for both the works Porsches.
So the 91 car in for attention to power steering. Out, back in again. That's Trevor Foster, who manages the LMP2 program, managing the efforts in the rear of the car. The gentleman with the visible white lanyard. 98 car in the garage, 91 car in the garage. It's Le Mans bingo all of a sudden again.
Amazing race of attrition, as we've been saying before.
Well, yes, and all of a sudden.
So what are they looking at on the Aston Martin? We've got a camera inside the garage here. We've got having a brake, disc and caliper change. Look at how they are prepared to change the whole unit. It's incredible to see.
The point here, though, is that the issue, or are they just doing it because they know they've got to do something else? We saw that, if you remember, with, was it on the Ferraris earlier in the evening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think it's a job that they were going to do, and they're just getting it done now.
But they're looking at the rear end of.
It's not brakes, is it? It's under the rear of the end of the car.
So they've got concern over what's that gearbox around there? Yeah,
that's the kind of area.
And that will take, for the moment, that 98 car out of contention for race victory in GT Am, and really hand the advantage for the moment to Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport Aston Martin, who has a 4.5 minute advantage to Matt Campbell in the Dempsey Proton Porsche. That's the 77 car.
So it's now from being, well, convincingly dominant for the Aston Martins.
Max Martin, driver of car number 97 for Aston Martin Racing. So Max, there's a real battle going on up top there with you and the AF Corsa car number 51. Let's tell us from your perspective what it's like.
Yeah, it's good fight. The night is quite long, so it's a big push in the night with the traffic. It's not always easy, but at the moment everything is going well. Car is very good in the night. We are running with the soft tires, and car is running really good. So at the moment, no issues.
Yeah, it seems to really be working for you. I saw you talking to Ludovic from Michelin. What were you saying?
Yeah, because strangely we tried a lot of times the soft tires, and it never really worked for us. And it switched on for the race here this night. So at the moment it's really working well. So really happy with the soft tires actually.
So with a few hours left of the race to go, what's your strategy? Push, push, push?
Yeah, I mean, when you see the gaps, I don't think we have a lot of things we can do except pushing. So we push quite hard. Of course, is pushing hard also. We are a bit offset in strategy with the tire changes. So sometimes they pass us, sometimes we pass them. So it's good. It's a great battle. It's still long. It's still long. So we keep pushing.
Good to head down to the pits there with Hayley, if a little bit surprising. She managed to turn herself on there. Not quite sure what happened. But just to reiterate his points, Daniel Serra still owes us a pit stop in the AF Course 51 that now effectively leads. Once that pit stop is done, Harry Tincknell will go back into the lead of the race. He's now aboard the 97 Aston Martin.
It's marginal. It's marginal. If there's a full service stop required, it's going to be very close.
There isn't. It's only a short stop.
Ah, right. Okay. So it's going to be fairly close. We're talking, you know, handfuls of seconds. GT Pro has been close through the night. Well, frankly, through the race.
Yeah, the gap, I think when I came back on air, the gap was about 14, 15 seconds. But there is this offset. Interestingly, though, there is an offset in terms of when they're pitting, but they seem to be going now onto the same strategy in that we are the last. Well, no, actually, I lie. The last stop from the Aston Martin was a full service. The next stop from the Ferrari is not a full service, we expect.
Okay.
So,
also watching what's going on in this LMP2 battle on board at the moment. the number 90 TF Sports Aston Martin, and Anthony Davidson is on a charge. He is taking time out of Phil Hansen. That gap is going to be under a minute.
In the pits, James Allen for So24 by Graf.
He's had one heck of a race, hasn't he, that young man?
Yeah, but we did see him have a loop at the second chicane about an hour and a half ago. We were talking him up as he had a little spin.
Is it because you were talking him up?
Probably.
Yeah.
In fact, Antoine Borger in the Cool Racing in 7th position, also in the pit. So 5th, 6th and 7th in LMP2, all in the pit lane. We've got 2 cars now on the lead lap, with Phil Hansen leading Anthony Davidson by 1 minute. And then a lap down is Panis Racing's Max Vauxvillier, and being chased down by Roman Rusinov, the G-Drive car recovering after a throttle sensor issue.
Yeah, that was catastrophic couple of laps, wasn't it, for the 26 car?
And it could have just been 1 lap.
The team not ready is what we're told. My guess, it may be not ready to diagnose what the issue was. They were maybe trying to work it out, but it turned out...
Still trying to turn the computer on.
It was a mistake to leave that car out for another lap, because he had to stop and restart the car 3 times on that lap. And dangerous, quite aside from anything else. But so that car that was in contention for the lead, dropping back, but now recovering courtesy of this ongoing problem. Still in the pits, Job van Uitert. The G-Drive car now back up to 4th. Nearly, what is that, a minute and 20 seconds, minute and 17 seconds back from the Panis Racing car.
Philip Hansen in pits as well, so these are all... Is it early still, Peter? Or are we at the full 10 laps
22.
now?
Phil Hansen?
Yeah.
That can't be 10 laps.
It is 10 laps for Phil Hansen.
Let's go to the team radio, Marco Sorensen. Ooh. Very good information for the Aston Martin Pro car, and information for us. Suspension failure for the 98 machine. Haley had more information on the 95. Was that what you were going to tell us, Haley?
No, that's correct. My information was on the 98 car. It was, in fact, they suspect a rear cross member problem. They're actually taking out the suspension to fully analyse the problem. They're currently unsure, but as I say, they're currently working on it.
Thank you very much. Just to give us a little bit more specifics on that suspension failure. The curbs have become less and less aggressive over the years at Le Mans.
They have, yeah.
So that's a surprise to have a rear suspension. Usually it would be front if there was anything, right?
There's not been contact. There's not been really many dramas for the 98 car. That's a real surprise.
So the curbs that you hit in Ford chicane, and they're nothing like they used to be.
Yeah.
I remember they were very aggressive, and well, the last time I raced here in an Aston Martin was 2013, and we were going right over the top of them. And since then, they put in the sort of baguettes to stop you doing that, and you actually have to go around the chicanes now, and there's minimal sort of damage to the car.
I suppose if you hit the baguette, then you're going to potentially cause damage, but you'd usually hit that with the front first.
Yeah, but if you're going to hit the baguette, you completely avoid it and run straight across the chicane instead of even attempt to. So you're either going to round it or you're going straight across.
So that is concerning, and the message being spread to all of the Aston Martin crews then.
Of course, we haven't actually seen every lap from that car,
no,
so we don't know what they've got up to. And you know, when it's dark like this, a lot of things happen, and obviously vision isn't quite as good as it is in the daylight. So yeah, they might have been that little bit harder with the curbs.
Coming in towards the morning, fatigue is certainly an issue.
Going into the garage there, United Autosports, so here we're back in there. There's obviously a lot of stuff to mop up, isn't there?
Yes, there is. There's a clean-up as well as finding and solving the problem. but this is tumbling down the order now. So from being in, we're talking what it seems to me, and it's always a slightly disconcerting time of the morning. 5 minutes could be half an hour. Well, 5 minutes you think in your head is half an hour. At 6:30 in the morning, come on, there was 3 seconds in closing on Phil Hansen. Is now, where are we? Is now 10th in class and 3 laps down.
And imagine for the other 2 drivers that are tucked up in their beds right now, getting a bit of rest, and you wake up to the news or wake up to the view of your car
on the jacks,
in the garage with the engine cover and rear end removed. At the moment, it's still inside the car, so that's one good news. They haven't fully pulled it yet.
It's a repair, not a disaster at the moment. It's disastrous in terms of their prospects of winning this race.
Absolutely.
But the other point I was going to make about LMP2 is beginning to see now 1 or 2 cars that had early race problems back into places where if there's further issues for a couple of cars ahead, there's a result. Potentially in prospect. So the Signature Alpine is the car I'm looking at in particular.
I'm looking at Cool Racing.
And Cool Racing as well. Yeah. And Nico Lapierre, Mr. 100%, let's not forget.
Yeah, he's back up to 6th place from the back.
And, you know, the end of the day here, it is still laps down. But then again, the 32 car wasn't laps down about 15 minutes ago.
And if that's happened in one of the United cars, who's to say it's not going to happen in the other?
There you go. So there's lots still to play for with, what now, 7 hours and 56 minutes to go. There's just under a Bahrain left.
Now you've woken up, Graham, I've got an interesting little one for you.
I'll be the judge of that.
Well, I'd say I have. Actually, one of our followers on Twitter asked, when was the last time a team was disqualified from the Le Mans 24 Hours for outside assistance, alluding to the 37 car?
Yes, I've asked the question of the oracle of these things, that is Dr. Janis Wimpfen across the United States, who helped us out, by the way, with the names of the Greek drivers earlier. Now, not seen any response from Janis. It's just possibly he may be asleep somewhere.
Well, Michael Z, Floodman 11,
who should be actually doing better things like writing this report for Daily Sports Car at the moment.
Okay. He's gagging to know.
I know he is. So we're working on that. I'm trying to recall an answer on that one, and I am struggling.
But, you know, as a team, they had one option, which was retire the car out on circuit, or try something cheeky, try something sneaky, and perhaps get away with it. So you can't really...
The kind of mischievous part of me wants to know what it was he was handed. Was it a battery?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it was, because that car didn't have electrical failure because there were lights on that car. So whether or not it's some kind of electronic control, I don't know, but I'd love to know.
Whatever it was, it wasn't in the car for him to be able to change, but that was the outside assistance that really did confuse us a couple of hours ago. The 37 car disqualified from the race.
It was Hod Stevens, wasn't it, at the wheel? Yeah.
They had fixed... Well, they had fixed the car and spent a good 2 hours fixing the car, got it back out to circuit, and then race control 2 or 3 hours later managed to make the decision to disqualify.
Which indicates that there was a marshal's report, which is exactly right, by the way. You know, they are there to assist the race director with any questions he's got. They are marshals and observers, remember. And no question of telling tales out of school here. That's the job. The job is make sure everybody's safe, make sure the rules are obeyed.
Yeah, but I think I would have done the same, you know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a long 24 hours. I mean, get it home, get it home, get it home. If it's hopeless, anything you can possibly do. I think everybody with memories of this race, the modern era, will remember those extraordinary scenes, not very far from where we're sitting now, to our left, with the Delta Wing, with Muddy Armasan trying desperately to get that car fixed, with verbal encouragement from the RML crew that were helping Darren Cox through the fence. No parts being hunted there. That was simply, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do. The emotion involved.
And a friend of mine who was filming out on circuit at the start of the race witnessed the same thing going on with the 88 car. That spent a good
verbal
2 hours.
Encouragement and advice.
Parked up. Actually, Eric Maris was also parked up not far away from him.
There you go with your international car. It's, you know, it is this thing. I think it was Jonathan Hershey some years ago. I don't think it was Jonathan, now I think about it. Down at the Dunlop S's. in the Greaves car. And from my memory, we had a drone up above that watching him with heroics trying to shift. I think it was the gear shift at that point. This is tough stuff. These cars are not cold. You know, there's hot stuff out there, and in extremis with cars lapping loudly, not so very far away, the raw emotion of actually being tumbling, the knowledge you're tumbling down the order, extraordinary stuff for anybody to fix at the roadside. So sad that 37 is out. The rules are the rules.
And Peter, would you get tuition from a works team about mechanicals out on circuit that you can do?
Yeah, they'll give you a rundown of the car. All the drivers will gather around the car and be told certain things that could go wrong, what they should do in certain circumstances. As you said before, normally you're carrying a phone in the car, so you're able to contact the pits. But I mean, in the modern era of good radios, that's the thing. Back in bygone eras, the radios weren't very good, and if you're away down in Mulsanne Corner, you wouldn't be able to speak to the team. You needed a phone. So yeah, modern day stuff. You kind of, that's the thing. Nowadays, you don't expect the cars to go wrong.
Yeah.
You know, back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, cars went wrong all the time, and it was a race of attrition. Now it's a sprint race.
I can remember, it must have been in the reasonably early 2000s, a Japanese driver getting trouble down at Mulsanne Corner at the time, pulling a, well, I'm sure it was a little Nokia at the time, out from someone on the dashboard, no doubt gaffer tape to the dash, was worthy of massive comment. Now it's just, that's what you do.
No 4G back in those days.
Absolutely not. You know, you're there with it, you know, with the phone in your hand, pointing it to the sky, trying to find a signal somewhere.
We're watching the battle for third position, by the way. Panis Racing, Max Vauxhall just coming out the pits and into the clutches of Roman Rusinov, the recovering G-Drive car. Can you believe that if this pass happens, Rusinov is back onto a podium position at this moment?
That's a mighty, mighty effort, isn't it?
Great recovery driver. Difficult to see if he's managed to make the pass stick. Vauxhall was compromised going through Tete Rouge and certainly gave the run to the G-Drive car, but no, for the moment it is still Panis Racing ahead of G-Drive Racing, but let's see what Rusinov can do. He's been out on the track for a couple of laps. Outlap,
isn't it, for Panis Racing?
Yeah.
And the other point here is let's have a quick look. It's the second and third place cars, both shot with Goodyears. And we're not a whole long time away from daylight. It is still pitch black here, but beginning to see something other than pure black out there in the sky.
Some of our fans out there are enjoying the extra night hours. Certainly drivers will not be, but lots of people commenting online how much they're enjoying to seeing the darkness, which would usually be buried in the very depths of the night, that perhaps some people might not have the opportunity or the stamina to stay up and see. But you can wake up at nearly, well, if you woke up at 6 in the morning local time, you're still going to experience what we're watching right now. Still a couple of hours pitch darkness. And has that position changed now? No.
Now we're looking at the 51 and 97, the lead battle
in
GT Pro.
Yes, back down to 0.2 of a second. Ticknell versus Daniel Serra. This time they're now on the same amount of stops, different tyre strategies.
This is going to be the lead.
Serra has got a new set of tyres, but down the inside in traffic, Serra just about holding on from Tinknell.
It's a better line through Mulsanne Corner from Harry Tinknell. Is he going to manage to get the drag here?
And that's the 62 Red River Sport, also in the way, very heavily damaged on the left-hand side of that car.
Is there a way through there, or is he boxed himself in?
Daniel Serra, I think, was being very clever there not to give Harry Tinknell the space on the inside so that he could get through.
Bonamy Grimes in the 62, so he'll be trying to stay out as far away from this very intense battle as possible. 3 headlights flash into view.
Yeah, Serra got the better of that, didn't he? That was Peter's absolutely spot on. Placed the car where he knew it would leave him.
Ross had to back out of it, didn't he?
Oh, was that a little lock-up from one of the cars ahead? Because we've now got the Toyota to join that battle. So
Briefly.
the LMP2 battle has headed off into the distance, and actually Sivier has got a 3.5 second advantage now through that traffic, but it is super tight between, well, that massive lump of light, which is an Aston Martin and a Ferrari heading into the Porsche curves. This is where the Aston has been really good throughout the race. The Ferrari's had the legs on a straight, but the Aston certainly in the wiggly bits, stronger car. Tincknell on his second stint on these tyres. The Ferrari with new tyres.
He's definitely closing there.
Yeah.
You're spot on as to where the strength of the Aston Martin is at the moment. Another prototype comes through and manages not to interfere with the Aston Martin.
Whistles past.
Though it does now interfere with the Aston Martin. Splits the two. Can't make the move before the Ford chicane as they come in front of our booth. Down the start-finish straight. Are we going to get another GT Pro battle that goes right to the end here? I hope we do, because they're always awesome. Crossing the line, and that gap at the line is just under a second.
We roll on to another lap then, and the advantage swings to Ferrari as we head on to the faster parts of the circuit. It's the second half of the lap with all the corners and the twiddly bits where the Aston has that strength. A couple of S's to contend with, which will give Tincknell the opportunity to draw a little bit closer to that Ferrari. But when it comes to just simply sitting in the slipstream, doesn't seem to be able to get any closer. Blue flags showing for those two cars, but they don't see anyone behind them. It's not blue flags for them because they are racing each other for position.
Cracking stuff being doled out by the GT Pro guys. And
I think the fact that the marshals can't see either, they're just seeing the same light as we're seeing. Yeah. So they think a car, you know, it's not a battle. They think there's a car being overtaken, lapped. A
little bit of defensive work going into first chicane for Sarah that time, and a little bit wiggly and squirrely on the exit. This could be Tincknell's opportunity. For the moment, he's still in the slipstream, but does he pull out to the left-hand side? The next chicane goes left, so he wants the inside line. He wants that side of the road, but Sarah is defending right now with 6.5, well, sorry, it's 6:45 in the morning, with 7.5 hours still going. He's found some space. Can he get it under brakes?
Which is which, though? Yes,
it's almost the identical move we saw Maxime Martin make at the same place. Excellent stuff from Harry Tincknell, and I can come out with one of those lines I love to come out with: HT leads.
Wait, though, because the Ferrari is faster on a straight line and has a slipstream towards Indianapolis.
He's fallen back a little. I think Harry's made that stick.
Well, he was catching him by over a second a lap leading up to that move, so you would expect him to just get his head down now and try and pull away.
Slightly better run through Mulsanne corner from the Ferrari. No traffic around to interfere or help. It's something closing, prototype closing, but not with them quite yet.
Amazing how this battle has ebbed and flowed over hours and hours. Just 2 hours ago, 14 seconds separated these two cars, and now as the strategy plays into the favour of the Aston Martin, it puts Harry Tincknell into the lead. Maxime Martin tends to be in the lead when he's in the Aston, but when we have the third driver in that car, it does seem to go the way of the Ferrari at that moment within the strategy. So it all still to unravel, and we get more of a clue as to who actually has the advantage as we get closer to the end of the race.
One thing that is for sure, I think Harry will have been briefed about the suspension problem with the Paul Dalla car.
Yeah.
Therefore, he's going to have to be a little bit careful with those curbs at the chicane.
Absolutely stick away from those curbs. Now that prototype is with them. It's the Citytech Alpine by the look of things. I was just about to talk about this car. Andre Negrão, fastest lap of that car's race as he works on catching three-time winner, in fact, for Citytech Alpine. It's the next car up the road is Nico Lapierre in the Cool Racing car. That gap under 40 seconds now, and slicing seconds per lap out of that advantage. back to the GTE Pro battle though as they come back through past the pits, and Harry Tinknell turns a 0.9 second deficit into a 1.2 second advantage, so 2 seconds taken out of the Ferrari on a single lap.
Impressive running from the third driver in the car, just in for Le Mans.
What's that? You've done that exactly that program, Peter, with the car back earlier part of this same decade. What's that like? You're coming into a well-formed team. I can remember talking to you at an Aston Martin showroom on Park Lane, at the beginning of that program.
It's difficult because you're coming in with two very established drivers who know the car like the back of their hand, and depending on the lead up to the race, you might get. So for me, I got the Spa race leading up to the Le Mans 24-hour. I've heard that they've done some 24-hour testing with this car, and I think they cycled through all the drivers there. So Richard Westbrook being the other third driver. So perhaps these guys got a little bit more time than I did, but regardless, they're doing a fantastic job. And you know, when it comes down to, you can't really expect Harry Tinknell to be quite as quick as Maxime Martin.
Because he's simply not got the time in the car.
Yeah, it's down to that. And if he is as quick, then, you know, fair play to him.
Yeah, not doing so bad for a part-timer though at the moment. So Harry Tinknell leading the race. Remember, full season Mazda DPI factory driver in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Has, of course, been a key part of the Multimatic Run Chip Ganassi Ford program for all 4 years of that effort, with paired with Andy Brio, and now here he is with another factory drive. We're going to go on board with the leading number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing TSO 50.
And for Rebellion 1 is 7 minutes 20. 7 minutes 20. Good job.
Is that the gap?
7 minutes 20, yeah.
I think that's the gap, because it's 2 laps ahead, so that would be about right. So 7 minutes 20 of a gap he has now on Norman Nato.
What I didn't hear is the second part of that message. A little bit muddled.
Squeaky.
Yeah.
But don't look at me, because I didn't really understand either. That's the thing, we're kind of getting this second hand. It is a lot clearer when you're in the car and on the wall.
I'm glad to hear that. It's a little tricky. I don't know why. It's not that bad usually. In we have a pretty good system in WEC to get the radio transmissions from the teams. Very, very clear usually, but maybe it's just in our heads that it's not quite as clear as usual. Still, the United Autosports 32 car in pit lane, still working on that machine. And the Iron Link 75 car of Rino Mastronardi still in pit lane as well. Other than that, the rest of the field out on circuit. And we have had 10 confirmed retirements. And question marks over the Iron Link 75. And of course, the United Autosports 32 is exactly what's going on.
Well, I'll run through those for anybody joining us in the morning hours. Good morning, anybody is joining us after a little bit of sleep. Eric Maurice, first retirement, the number 11 Euro International car lost drive at just before the Dunlop Bridge. The 55 Spirit of Race car, after contact, we believe, with the 22, deemed to be a racing incident, but that led Duncan Cameron to have a wild spin. Had to drive that back from about the same place where Maurice went off, and big damage to the number 55. Matt Griffin took the car back out after a fine effort by the Spirit of Race crew to repair the car that came in and retired the car on the spot. The 52 AF Corsa car in the hands of Alexander West. Accident in the Porsche curves. Front end damage to that car. And that car retired on the circuit. The 23 car eventually retired wee small hours after the team having run right at the sharp end of LMP2 with the car in the hands of Toyota test driver Kenta Yamashita. That car, gearbox woes, which plagued the car for hours and hours and hours overnight, and eventually the team called a halt to it. The Bicolis, the number 5 car, lost the rear wing with Bruno Spengler at the wheel in the Forest S's. Front end damage as well caused when Bruno put the car into the barrier, trying to get the car back. The team gave best. Tristan Gomondy, delighted to hear that Tristan's okay after cars went 3 wide of the braking zone to the first chicane. Perhaps contact, but again deemed a racing incident, spun backwards, and a heavy contact with the barrier. The 30 car out on the spot. The number 16 car, another car that's had problems through the weekend really. It was a late addition to the grid, but the car retired in the garage after fuel pickup problems. I think was the final thing, was electronics in that car. The 16G Drive Racing by Algarve car. The 37 car, Jackie Chan DC Racing, Hope in Tongue at the wheel at the point at which the car exited the race. Will Stevens at the wheel though when the car stopped on the circuit, came back to the garage. Electronics, it's an alternator issue, wasn't it, for that car, but then was excluded after an investigation for receiving outside assistance. The MR Racing car, and that happened while I was in my pit. It was suspension problem for that car, but that car had problems before then as well. So that's right front left damper problem, and eventually that car was pulled after a recurrence of the issue. WeatherTech Racing, the 63 car, that was a car up the inside at Tete Rouge. And Tony Verlander believed, thinking it was one LMP2 car, it was 2, and that was a hit with and by the 29 car, the Racing Team Netherlands car, which eliminated the WeatherTech Racing car after a fine run. And Dragon Speed USA, that's the only one I don't have a lot of information on, but I think that car stopped out on circuit with Juan Pablo Montoya on board.
It was a misfire that they've been trying to solve for hours, and eventually kind of gave up trying to fix it.
Other cars in trouble. Well, at the moment, looking up and down what's happening there. Well, Rino Mastronardi, the 75 car, that sounded pretty terminal to me. Talking about a lot of heat in the cockpit. Sounds to me like, if it wasn't an engine bay fire, it was certainly overheating, smoking in the garage when it came off, and lots of glum-looking Italian mechanics. That's the 75 Iron Lynx GTM car. I would not be surprised to hear that that car will go no further, but at the moment, no announcement on that front. And the other car that is in trouble now is the 32 car, Jan Panutet, bringing the second United Autosport car into the pits at a point where challenging for the lead, and the car is in for remedy for an oil leak, unable to do something more than about 6 laps on a stint. And hearing from Felipe Albuquerque in the 22 car when he was following the 32, absolutely caking his windscreen in oil. So very clearly that's a significant problem for the 32 car. That car has now dropped 10 laps off the lead, so it's lost over half an hour.
Shout out to Phil Hansen though.
He's responded, hasn't he?
At the start of this stint, the gap was about 55 seconds to Anthony Davidson, ex-Formula 1 driver. It's out to 1 minute and 4.4 right this second.
Well, not only an ex-Formula 1 driver, but let's not forget either multiple factory driver here at Le Mans, and an ex-FIA WEC Drivers' World Champion from 2014 for Toyota. And Davidson is still a very rapid individual indeed, and pretty driven. So he's not hanging around. But Phil Hansen, after, we maybe pulled his chain a little bit, a little rattled by the pace of Jan Panutet just before the car came into the garage. But he has responded, and that's what he needs to do at this point in his career. He needs to dig deep and just punch out the lap times and show the guy behind that he's not going to be nibbled away at for that gap. Because at Davidson, you're right. I mean, Phil Hansen held the gap, extended the gap. Davidson attacked again, and Hansen has responded.
On average, during the stint, they've both done 7 laps. He's a second faster
Wow.
than Ant Davidson.
There is a tyre difference, of course. Goodyear's on the Jota and United with the Michelin. They were effectively changed at the same time. That looks a little bit more promising from United. Whatever they've done, it looks like bodywork going back on.
It's always
again.
a good thing when you see things being screwed back on rather than taken off. The other battle, by the way, that is fully lit at the moment is actually behind the Hansen-Davidson battle. Roman Rusinov, 1.5 seconds now behind Mathieu Vazevière for 3rd position.
Well, remember, we saw them when they came out of the pits, when Palace Racing came out of the pits, they were locked together. But Sivier across the stint managed to stretch an advantage of up to about 4.5 seconds at one point, but it has now dropped to 1.8 seconds.
And remember, that's another car on the Goodyears. Is this a phase of the race where that tyre difference is just beginning to tell again? We've seen this throughout this year with the Goodyears and the Michelins. There's times when those Goodyear tyres, when they're in that performance window, are untouchable, and then there's times when you'll see that pendulum swing in the opposite direction.
Not much change in track or air temperature since the night, really. We haven't yet got any sun on the track, and it's pretty much as it was since 9 o'clock last night, really. For those that are watching the weather, looks to me as though the small shower that was going to develop over the circuit has now blown to the east of us, so that was expected around 7:30. We're going to miss that one as well somehow.
Yet again, by the way, via Twitter, hearing yet more people joining this race and having seen some of the bulletins, and I know some of the things that we've said on air, that Discord is being talked about. And I know you were one of the lead comms guys for Virtual Le Mans, and that did have a lasting impact on the FIWC and on the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Race director Eduardo Freitas impressed by the Discord platform to communicate with all the people he needs to, including, of course, the teams on the pit walls and in the garages, and the Discord system has replaced the previous communications medium, RCNS, that was used for that purpose. So yes, Discord is now standard equipment here at the Le Mans 24 Hours for race control to communicate with the teams. So the virtual world informing the real world.
Yeah, all you gamers, give yourselves a pat on the back.
It's all down to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly made me smile when I saw that come up and that information.
Leader in the pits, and Kaz Nakajima, it was bringing the car in.
Now, fastest lap of the race so far for the 38 Jota Sport car. So Davidson has some pace in that car. It's just that Phil Hansen has better pace.
Yep. On average across the stints, as we heard from Peter. But that's going to be a pretty fascinating game of automotive chess, isn't it? All the way to the end, we hope. That's Nico Lapierre.
I wonder if we're going to get another golden hour here.
Well, it looks
starting to get a bit blue on our timing screens. Nico Lapierre's dropped into the 29s, to 29.8 his last lap through.
Well, he'll have been, I'm sure, hearing that he was being closed in on by the Signatech Alpine Elf. He doesn't want that car by. I can tell you that for nothing. Cool Racing running in 6th position, 34 seconds behind James Allen. And last time through, just looking at the lap times here, that was 7 seconds taken out, 6.5 seconds taken out of James Allen last time around. That will have been a traffic-related lap, of no doubt whatsoever. But Nico Lapierre, wily fox that he is, will know at this point, putting a younger driver under pressure, blue flashes of exhaust from the side of the Oreca. This is a good time to take advantage of pace he's got in the car. So he's pushing on and looking for an opportunity to grab 5th position before we get into full daylight. It looks to me like the 32 is not a million miles away from coming. Oh no, it was going to be coming out and back in the garage. Something else Trevor Foster's not happy about. Now, I suspect that's something that he's been told from inside the car. The lights were on, dollies were underneath the car was about to come on the apron, has been pulled back in. Desperate moments for Jan van Uter to have seen that Alex Brundle is clearly up and about, and that's Peter, would you rather be in the car or outside the car during those moments?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, if he's been sat in that car for a long time, so what does he do? Maybe had a wee sleep. Yeah, I'd rather not be in the car, because you don't know how long it's going to be sat there, and you've got to be ready to go at a moment's notice to drive flat out into the night.
And the 88 car off track. Who's aboard that car? This was it's Adrian Delena. This is the car running last in the order after that 3-hour heroic recovery.
And that's on the entry to the fast part of the Ford chicane, just outside our window.
I can see the car to our left, the rear lights.
Let's see what happened. Saw quite a few accidents around here.
Oh, just lost the rear under braking.
Yeah, we saw that a few times, didn't we in free practice?
Held it better than some there, but he's now struggling to restart the car by the look of it. Lights off.
And with the illumination of those lights, you can see how much gravel's all over that car, all over the track there.
32 car.
I haven't looked inside a Porsche GTE car. Of course, I know the inside of a GT3 car, but the GT3 car doesn't have a clutch pedal. It's automatic clutch. And do these not have the same? You do have to get it down to first gear to pull away again.
It's a great quote. Well, I think he's turned off everything. The car is now completely black in front of... I can't see it unless there's a car going by it. So full lights were on. That
looked like more of a car issue to me than an actual
I think you're right.
spin.
So all lights off. Now I'm seeing lights on the side of the car. I'm doing this by looking out the window. Now lights are back on. He's recycled power in that car, hasn't he? But we've not got full lights on yet. He's trying to Control-Alt-Delete this car, and it's not working. So how much longer is it going to be before we see there have to be a further intervention here?
And sat in that position, yeah.
Someone else has. Here we go. This is the 32 car going into the pit garage, I think, earlier.
Yeah, this is
now regional on the race.
Little history of the maladies that it has. Back out onto circuit, having spent 46 minutes having some kind of oil leak fixed and changed. Now that they've done that,
that's
perhaps,
an oil pipe.
Yeah, perhaps it was simply an oil pipe and an oil leak. Either way, car back fixed, put back together and back on track.
That car was in the garage for
46 minutes.
46 minutes. For pit lane, rather, 46 minutes.
Yeah.
So, long time.
I think you can say that has knocked them out of the chance of safety. It's just you're early before Ben about Nicolas Lapierre, and he's back up to 6th place. You're pretty adamant early on that there's no chance of him winning.
Now the 88 car has managed to restart and is continuing
slowly.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. At least means we don't have to go into a slow zone or anything to get that car recovered. Yellow flag's now removed, so the track is now full green.
So well done, Adrian Delena, to get that car back moving.
And we watch.
Phil Hansen also leaving the pits from the lead of the P2 class.
Yeah, he stays aboard that car, and they didn't do tyres either.
Yeah, and Ant Davidson is on pit lane as well. So the lead 2 cars, here comes Ant as he leaves. So it's effectively a pit stop apart now. Here comes Ant Davidson in the 38 Jota car.
No tyres even sitting on the apron for him, so they're pretty confident in the Goodyears. As 57 is Felipe Fraga crawling down towards Mulsanne with an issue.
That's that car down in 16th in the GTM order. That's the Wins car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's had a few issues. We saw that in the garage with the front end removed at one point in the night.
We did.
That is a simple service for Jota. And stays aboard, no tyres, just a tank of fuel and back on his way, much like Philip Hansen. So does that mean we've got those two lead cars on the same strategy as well, because they came in basically a lap apart. Or not even a lap apart.
We're on the same lap, wasn't it? It's just a minute apart. It's the length of a pit stop.
Well, that makes life easy for us, doesn't it?
I like that. It's considerate of the LMP2 lead runners. If we can carry that one on, no further problems, just pace, that'd be lovely.
Impressive to see Daniel Serra hanging on to the back of Harry
Yes.
Tincknell caught him very rapidly, passed him, and yeah, I kind of thought he'd pull away, but as usual, this battle's staying tight. This has been going on for hours between these two cars, the 51 and the 97 Aston Martin.
Yeah. Another quick move, by the way. It's one for overall position as we see the number 1 Rebellion on pit lane. Number 7 Toto is also there. It's a driver change there to put Bruno Senna in the number 1 car. 57, by the way, has reached Indianapolis, or is on approach to Indianapolis now, still slow on track. The change of position is the number 82 Risi Competizione car. Olivier Plat moved up a position, courtesy of a pass on the GTE AM leader. So Olivier Plat has passed Charlie Eastwood, and we've now got a train on timing and scoring of 5 of the original 8 GTE Pro cars again. And Plat is 81 seconds back from Sam Bird and lapping it around the same pace. It's going to be a 1 minute stop and go penalty, by the way, to the number 98 Aston Martin, which has rejoined the race, hasn't it?
It did, yes. Suspension failure in that car.
It's a slow zone infringement for the 98 car, so further woes for that car. And once again, Paul Dallalana's luck at the Le Mans 24 Hours is just awful. For a man that has done so much in this class, the catalogue of issues that have befallen the efforts for Paul, it's astounding. Best news of the morning so far is that Ben Constanduras has been on the most important machine we've got in the commentary booth, not the timing screens, not the laptops, not the strategy computer, but the kettle. Peter's absolutely right. I have to say I expected Harry Tincknell to just edge away, and he's not, has he? It's a tiny error away from a positional change again. So keeping the pressure on the 51 Ferrari. Job Verute, by the way, is fired up here. He's just put in the first 2 sectors of this lap, the fastest of the 32 cars raced so far. I have zero doubt there will be a conversation with you either in the immediate aftermath of this race or in the days to follow, and I have zero doubt that the frustration will be very palpable indeed.
Let's go down to Haley in the pits, who has finally got a chance to speak to United Autosports. Now they've serviced that car. Any clue as to exactly the issue with the fuel leak, Haley?
Right, so I had a chat with Max Gregory, who's a United team manager, and he confirmed that it was indeed a problem. The problem was a fractured solid engine oil pipe that was causing the leaks.
That is amazingly specific. Thank you very much, Haley.
You're welcome.
And you know what? Absolutely right to fix it, because that was not going to improve, was it? That was only going to get worse, and that would have eventually had that gone any. You'd have been left with a car stuck on the circuit and no way back, or a fire, one or the two. So completely correct that they made the repair. Tragic for their race prospects.
We might see some rain coming in the next hour, just a little shower. Let's go into the TF Sport Aston Martin. Charlie Eastwood still aboard that car. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so we're getting some light in the sky. Sally Yoluk is clearly not very far away. There you go. There's Dawn arriving.
Make sure you pump the pedal if you go over any rumble strips.
Yes.
With the message.
So pad knockoff, yeah. So he's a bit concerned about. Obviously Aston Martin are concerned about the curbs in general, because we've had the 98 car have a problem. It might not necessarily happen to the other cars, but certainly the pedal's getting a bit long after hitting the curb or going over the rumble strip. So he's just notifying Sally, as you say, he will get in very soon, because he's got quite a few hours to do. He's pretty much missed the whole of the nighttime running. He's the only one of the front running cars to not have run the AM driver in that number 90 car.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where the pendulum will slightly swing at the moment in favour of Matt Campbell, who's aboard the Dempsey Proton 77, and there is a gap of around a minute between those two cars. So TF Sport have got a good advantage in their hands before they hand over to their gentleman driver, but that gap will start to decrease. AF Corsa with Nicholas Nilsson, third position right now in the 83 car. That is in pit lane right now. And that obviously has inherited a position thanks to the demise of the Aston Martin that was leading.
I'm just thinking the other gamble that they are playing, the 90 car, is that they are gambling against rain, because for sure if Sally was going to be slow in the night, he's going to be a lot slower in the rain.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're gambling against this being a dry race.
Stop-go penalty being given to Alex Kapadia for a slow zone infringement in the Nilsson Racing 24 car.
Yep.
More news of LMP2 though. That's an amazing lap from Job van Uitert, 3:28.274. Have you got fastest lap in class on your screen?
We can
Peter?
find it. Can have a bit of a dig about in that strategy laptop.
That's got it pretty close.
This is race control catching up with a little bit of overnight. Much more light in the sky coming quickly now. So pretty pitch black for the drivers out there, but with the wider view we can certainly see flecks of light just appearing on the horizon.
Right, once again, it's Panis Racing versus G-Drive Racing with Dragon Speed mixed in, although a lap down. We've seen this group of 3 LMP2 cars for the last couple of hours. Lovely sunrise coming for us at the back of circuit.
Right. Mikkel Jensen is this time.
Yeah, and Jensen's definitely got better pace here. This could be a move for third position into the Ford chicane. Can he get close enough to get the overlap? They are very, very close, but you do have to be brave to jam it down the inside there. It would not necessarily be a clean and safe move, and Jensen decides against doing it here. Now, we saw this ebb and flow when it was Roman Rusinov. At this point in the stint, Rusinov was nice and close. Then he lost ground during the middle of the stint and gained it back again by the end of the stint.
We talked earlier about this crop of young drivers operating at the moment as silver rank drivers, as that sunrise is going to be amazing this morning. Mikkel Jensen firmly one of them. Super quick. Has won in the LMP3 Championship in the LMS. Now in the G-Drive car, one of the plum silver ranked drives in the European Le Mans Series. Has been right in the mix, has made a mistake. We've seen him crash out at Spa, but the raw pace is just a joy to behold. Similar kind of vein to Phil Hansen and Job van Uitert, amongst others.
Issues for that car early on, and that's it was in contention for the lead of the race a few hours ago before that sensor issue put it a lap down. But now has the opportunity for at least a podium, although they are a whole lap back from our leading 2 competitors. GT car class car in the way of those 2, but easily cleared down the Mulsanne straight. And that will be a little bit distracting for Max to have those bright lights shining in the mirror. There is an overlap coming into the second chicane. It was more of a distracting movement than anything else from the 26 car, moving around in the mirrors of the Panis racing machine, just slightly kind of distracting and putting him off. Down now towards Mulsanne corner. Now this is a good opportunity to overtake, being just a braking zone and right-hander, rather than many of the corners here that double back on themselves as chicanes. Again, looks to the inside, but not quite close enough.
As we're watching this, that was a quick download, by the way, from one of our good friends, Toby Moody, just bringing off pit lane duty for Eurosport, pointing out very high cloud, no prospect of immediate rain at all.
No.
And just telling us as well, a couple of the drivers, Johnny Adam in amongst them, saying there is huge amounts of grip out there at the moment, so the potential for really fast laps coming into daylight. That sunrise, by the way, I've just had a quick look out the back of the booth, looks like it's going to be absolutely amazing this morning.
Yeah, as you say, look at the high cloud.
There are no rain clouds out there.
No. The rain cloud is supposed to form rather than sweep in.
We'll see.
I can't believe we're going to go the whole race without rain when it was supposed to be thunderstorms for most of the night.
Well, if Jamie's correct, we have, what, 3 hours until it's going to rain.
Okay.
And I've answered to your question about fastest P2 drivers. So it's two Dutchies. They're the two fastest drivers.
Nick de Vries?
Yeah,
Well,
Nick de Vries and...
Jan van Nietzsche.
That's right.
Yeah.
And very similar pace, both in the 328s.
And that's an important thing for both of those gentlemen, without a shadow of a doubt. Look, from Jan van Nietzsche's point of view, he's coming in with limited budget to play with and without big title wins to actually bring to the table, and is having to do this on a raw pace. Nick de Vries comes with a calling card that says FIF2 champion.
Yeah, Mercedes Works driver.
So Jan van Nietzsche has to measure himself against the other silver teammate, which is why that dynamic Phil Hansen is so interesting, the other pro drivers in his own team, and the other best guys out there that come with those big championship calling cards.
Let's not forget, Nick de Vries was a Works McLaren driver for years as a junior driver, picked up out of karting and tutored all the way through his early career. It was only been 2 or 3 years that he was dropped by McLaren, and the last couple of years really of his F2 career before he took the championship, and then got picked up by Mercedes for his Formula E drive that he has now. And
also test driver for the Toyota hypercar program now. Hearing from Meteo France, with thanks again to Fee Miller, current air temperature 17 degrees Celsius in the air, track temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. The latest Meteo France forecast is no rain expected.
Wow,
that's good news. Good news if you're a fan of race cars going as quickly as is humanly possible.
Yeah, now I wonder, that then turns our attention back to the ultimate race distance that we were...
I think we're off that because
we were well ahead of it before the safety cars.
I think the safety cars have actually taken that away. We've had very long periods of green flag running a number of times in recent years. I think we're off that pace at the moment. I much prefer... I adore Paul Tresswell more than I can possibly imagine, but I'm not wanting to play that game until we get into the last 2 or 3 hours.
Somebody wanted to play the game after 3 hours.
Yeah.
We were 11 laps ahead.
Good luck with that.
It was a bit early to predict, though. Let's go into the 26 car, which is Michael Jensen chasing down the Panis Racing Max Vauxhall. Getting frustrated by being stuck there, he says.
Well,
finding it hard to pass that Panis car, as we saw from Roman Rusinov.
Have a look in your CV, pal, and you've got to get past the car ahead, and you've got to do it as quickly as you possibly can and as safely as you possibly can. No frustration should be involved here.
No, but he did sound frustrated on the radio, didn't he? He's got GT cars ahead, though. He could use those to his advantage. We've seen that done before in the LMP2 class. just got to be really clever, really think about how you get past and how you use the traffic and the circuit layout to your advantage as they approach the Porsche curves. They're going to catch those GT cars in the wrong place here. Oh, and Vaxivière thought about going down the inside in that part of the Porsche curves. That was not a good idea. Maybe he'll sweep around the outside here. Yes, he does. That was one car cleared for both of those two. And now they're going to get to the other GT cars as they get the forward chicane.
Good stuff. Mathieu Vaxivière, another feisty driver. He's quite capable of getting fighty if needs be.
And being fighty with the traffic is just as important as being fighty with your fellow competitors, isn't it?
Raw pace, but also a bit of smarts here. Where are the risks that are worth taking at this point? What do you give away? What do you defend? At the moment, Mathieu Vaxivière is the skies on.
Time on the same track.
Is that the Richard Mille car, I think, ahead of this pair? There's another LMP2 car there that they're about to drag by. That car still pounding around, and impressively so. This debut for all three racers in the number 50 car.
Hope that the LMP2 on the outside has seen both of them. In fact, Jensen decides to get behind them.
He did. I think it was more the point he couldn't make the pass,
yeah.
But the other point about that radio message from Mikkel, I'm sure that is just a release of a bit of frustration verbally, and it always helps to get those things off the chest. The thought occurs, though, is what's he expect them to do about it?
No, exactly.
Thing is, though, from the driver's point of view, he's showing that, look, I am quicker than this. Don't have me down as a slow coach here. I am quicker, but I'm stuck, and I don't have the straight line speed to get by.
But in fairness, Peter, he's not going to get replaced at
for a podium. Let's not forget that. This is battle for a podium position in LMP2, right? Solid run from that car and the girls in that car with very limited experience. They've kept it out of trouble. As you can see, it still looks very much like an LMP2 car. It's still got all of its little winglets. And so far, touch wood, they are doing well and inside the top 10.
They are indeed, and have been all night and into the night.
Oh, it's so nice to be able to see the colour of the cars again, isn't it?
All of a sudden, it's not just a ball of light approaching you at 200 miles an hour. There you go. There's a car. There's two. Here comes a third.
Oh, it's so close between the two of them. There is nothing between the Panis Racing and G Drive as they head up towards Porsche curves, and there are three GT cars ahead of them this time. They'll catch those in the Porsche curves again. We've got a yellow flag flying at Marshall Point 20. That is the Mulsanne corner. And again, they catched it right at the wrong moment. Have they managed to clear? Yeah, they've cleared one of the GT cars, but there's still more to clear. And again, they're going to have to do that trick of going around the outside here. And they're going to throw it down the inside at karting. No, that's held up Jensen just a little bit. They had to slot into line. The rub of the green, where you catch those slower cars, really makes such a difference. And now, you see, Jensen's a little bit further back. The gap is stretched out to 0.7 of a second. It's not a lot.
Jensen's in his first stint.
Yeah.
And Vaxivière is in his, what, third stint. I wonder whether the tyre difference is quite a bit as well. Maybe Jensen's got new tyres and Vaxivière.
No, they've both got new tyres.
Right.
Into the pits, by the way, we've got the GT Pro leader. That would be Daniel Serrat. That's the pit stop he owed us, which should give that lead back to Harry Tincknell. Drive-through penalty dealt, by the way, for the number 75 car. speeding in the pit lane. I think that's the least their worries. That's the Iron Lynx car that came in with what we think was an engine bay fire.
If they're able to serve that, they'll be quite happy.
I think they'll be delighted to actually come back and do a drive-through.
Yeah.
Drive would be good at the moment, but
it's like our stop-go penalties that we had in free practice, and one of the teams hadn't actually gone out for an hour and had to go out, serve the stop-go penalty. They had to go out before they could serve the stop-go penalty, but they actually hadn't gone out and done any running in the night session. Little bit of a gap now. At the head of the field, Phil Hansen in the LMP2 category leads Anthony Davidson now by 50 seconds. So Davidson's found a bit more pace on this particular stint.
I think that yellow flag, by the way, down at Mulsanne Corner was for Sally Yolok. I think he's had a spin down there.
Ooh.
A 4 minutes 2 last time around, so he's lost something around the kind of 8 or 9 seconds, which would be commensurate with a little bit of a rotation or running wide, but he's got back underway, up to speed. Let's keep it calm, Sally. Peter was saying earlier in the race that when Sally first came to GT racing, it was a bit dire, to be honest with you, and he came to the Michelin Le Mans Cup with something of a reputation, it's fair to say, he and Ewan Hankey, and I was massively impressed with the progression. I recall after a dominant run from them at Imola, sitting with Sally, and we had a pretty honest exchange about that journey, and they were pretty faultless on the way to the title there. On a good day, Sally Yolok is a very, very capable driver, but needs to keep his race head on.
Fast but fragile initially.
Fast, yeah, potentially fragile, I think is the answer. And I think that's not unusual with the developing non-professional drivers. Rhythm is everything, consistency is everything, and I guess one of the things about being a professional in any regard is that ability to refocus on the task. It's very easy, isn't it, to be knocked off your rhythm and to let the mistake govern what happens next.
Yeah, you have to give yourself a good talking to in the car. I frequently do. A good swear at myself usually helps.
Don't do it here. If you make a mistake on that strategy lap, don't swear on air. There's words we don't say. But we hear a lot, an awful lot, and particularly in the modern era, about the mental preparation for the challenges of doing what these guys are doing out there. And that, to me, is one of the biggest differences between what we see from the pros and from the AMs, is that ability to just switch away from something that's gone wrong. Be interested to see just how Mikkel Jensen deals with the challenge here. We heard his frustration. Well, if his outlet is having a bit of a go on the radio to the race engineer, that's fine, as long as he can switch away from that, as he seems to be able to do.
Yeah, but he's still in the same position, isn't he?
He is, but he's not falling back, and he's not making rash moves either. He's looking for the opportunities. He's exercising pressure where he can. That, to me, that's the right sign. The sign here is, it is frustrating, but keep the pressure up.
He's got to be a little bit concerned with what's happening behind him as well. Nico Lapierre has just taken 5 seconds out of James Allen for P5 in the LMP2 category, and therefore Graft potentially could be losing that 5th spot. That is only, well, it is a decent deficit, about a lap, in fact, to this battle. But we know what Nico Lapierre can do in an LMP2 car, and we've still got 7 hours to go.
I'm tipping Nico Lapierre to be on the podium. I don't think he's going to retain his 100%, but I'm tipping him to be on the podium.
Well, in which case, there's something got to give here between these two. Now that's as close as ever. Surely there's an opportunity to at least jink out alongside. Oh,
but he anticipated it.
That was late.
He anticipated the move, took his own line. I think he knew somebody was coming. He's entitled to do that. It wasn't a block, he made his move.
But he's compromised his speed out of the second chicane, and now there's a real opportunity for Mikkel Jensen to get down the inside into the Mulsanne corner.
On the outside. He's got the outside.
Yeah, sweep around the outside, but he just doesn't have the straight line speed, I don't think.
Even by pushing Vaxivière off the racing line, side by
misses.
side. You can't do that, surely.
No, that was fair racing.
That was great
absolutely
stuff.
fair.
No, but he's never going to go around the outside there.
No.
No.
No, as I said, he's just lacking, you know, a mile an hour, a kilometre an hour, just to make that.
The key
He needs the toe. That's the thing. When he pulls out, he just doesn't have the speed to go by.
But the key here is it frustration and rashness, or is he just exerting pressure? Is he trying to force the error? If he's doing the smart thing, which it sort of looked a little rash, but if he's doing the smart thing, it's exactly what he knows he has to do and he can do. That's the smart move. Force the error from the other guy. He's quick. He's very quick and he's consistent and he's an experienced driver. But if you can show that you're prepared to make those moves, then maybe, as we saw coming into the second chicane, you can force him to anticipate a move that you might make and give you that opportunity. I'm hoping that's what's going on here from Mikkel Jensen.
And we saw Vaxivière having to go defensive or choosing to go defensive. Yes. So that means he's very aware of the potential for a passing move and also, if that G-Jive car gets past, has it got extra speed to just start driving away?
Well, he's one lap away from a pit stop.
Oh, yeah.
So if he doesn't get by in the next lap, they might well meet again.
Yeah.
After stops.
But then again, it depends. He will then have fresh air, free air, because it's another 4 laps until Vaxivière will pit. So he might use that time to actually jump him through the pits.
Vaxivière slightly compromised through the final element of Ford chicane. Is that going to give another opportunity here? But the other thing, remember, Mikkel Jensen is going to be looking for is where are those defensive moves coming? Are they consistent? Is there a pattern? Does that present an opportunity either into, through, or out of a corner? He's looking to see what the rhythm of this defence is. And this is all building experience. These are the guys, remember, he's going to have to deal with for the next phase of his career. Mathieu Vaxivière is a few years down the line of the career path that Mikkel Jensen is embarking upon now. And he's going to have to get to grips with guys of this quality. He's doing that right now.
You know, the other thing that's going to change, I just watched the cars coming through Tête Rouge there, is that we've got daylight.
Yep.
We've had no warnings for a long time, all the way through the darkness. And then all of a sudden,
there, haven't you?
There's a racing driver for you.
All of a sudden, they can see again.
The race that it's almost comedic when it happens is the Spa 24 hours. There's no warnings at all, absolutely nothing overnight. Get to 7 in the morning, and it's like a teleprinter.
Yeah, the commissaire has woken up and
absolutely
is observing once again. Good morning also to our helicopter who's back up in the sky and giving us these amazing shots early morning.
Is it the chopper or is it the
it is. I just saw it come past our window.
Stuff.
I was waiting to see it come past the window before saying that. Is the blimp flying at this time of the morning as well?
I see no reason why it shouldn't.
No.
I mean, yeah, don't get me on the blimp. Oh, wow. wow. Or do get me on the blimp again, because it's fantastic.
Just as long as Mr. Jean-Todt doesn't delay your exit. So
yes. Thanks, Sean.
So not close enough this time anyway. I think he's resigned himself to...
But this time, I think he got a better run through there. Now, has he got the better exit speed here? He's still not close enough, though, is he? Aston Martin further down the road.
Could come into play an Arnage, that Aston Martin.
It could.
But not a difficult braking zone to make a pass through into Indianapolis, such as that kink in the braking zone.
The old concertina effect played out at Mulsanne. It always looks like the car's super close, and then as soon as the car in front goes on the power, it just pulls a bit of a gap, and then that gap stays.
Not quite an Arnage. It was a good call, though, Ben. But the drag now down to the Porsche curbs. He's close again. Will it be the pick here? Just goes to show, doesn't it, how quick those GTE cars are, in a straight line particularly.
And they'll both get him pretty clean, I would have thought.
Now this...
I do expect...
Jensen in this time?
Jensen in this time, that's right.
Does the 26 peel off? It does.
That's what he doesn't want, though. Slightly slower GT car. Mind you, I think he was pretty much out of the way.
He was, yeah, that's with number 60 Iron Lynx car in as well.
So how's Lapierre getting on? How close is he now? 5 seconds away from the back of James Allen. On average, the last 2 stints he's taken 3 seconds per lap, and that's for pretty much 20 laps.
Allen's able to put in a good lap time, but he's not got the consistency in doing that Nico Lapierre has shown through this stint.
So Jensen staying aboard. That was his first stint, so he's going on to his second. Those tyres, in theory, will be staying on as well, so it's simply a fuel up for the car. And he'll be able to rejoin. As you say, we've got a couple more laps before we expect Vauxivière to come into pit lane, keep those tyres on, and potentially also keep the driver in.
Hearing from Porsche, by the way, the 92 car has had continuing problems with rear lights, and that's led to another out-of-sequence stop for the already troubled 92. It's not been the Le Mans 24 hours that Porsche would have wanted.
Oh, miserable.
And that started early.
Yeah.
No pace, no pace, that's completely ridiculous thing to say. No pace compared to the pace able to be put in by Ferrari and Aston Martin. They were not going to win this race on pace. That was clear very early on. But in addition to that, power steering problems, I think, for both cars, from memory. So Porsche not in the fight right now. 5 cars in the train in GTE Pro.
Pit stops owed to us by Graf and by Cool Racing. Cool Racing with a short pit stop next time through. They may well do a triple on those tyres, whereas you'd expect Graf to need to change the tyres. We see our leader in pits.
Yep, number 8 car is in the pits. So Buemi stays aboard. Could have sat in the chair there, mate. Some of the heroes of this race. Look at some of the incidents we've seen, some of the work that's been done to turn things around. And much as we like to see these shots, supreme engineering efforts in the lead up to and the execution of this week and this race.
Let's have a listen in to the 42 car with Nico Lapierre aboard right now. So coming in this lap for fuel. Translation from my limited French.
Yep. So again, as predicted by both of you.
And he's still pumping in the fast laps. Look, 3:29.5 the last time through for Nico Lapierre.
Great lap time, and 2.5 seconds. He can obviously see the So 24 Haas by Graf. Great run from them as well at this stage. James Allen has taken race wins with the Graf Racing team.
Have they been doing
Le Mans Series?
Have they been doing 4 stints on these tyres?
I'd have to look at the computer that's at the other end of the box here, but the answer is...
Because if they haven't, James Allen is going to have a full service here. Nico's not, and that will definitely put Cool Racing up a position. Into the pits then.
They're both in,
yeah.
And the gap across the line here is going to be, I think, about a second as they come in. And
oh gosh, look how much time Nico takes out just by attacking
that's the experience,
the pits,
isn't it? And it's not a second, is it?
So let's keep an eye then on So 24. We know the strategy for Nico Lapierre is fuel only, but what is it for the Graf team? They put in first.
4/10 was the gap across the line.
I see tyres down at Graf. Usually we see tyres anyway on the apron, but same thing.
There, yeah, but you did. I didn't hear tyres, did you?
Nope. No, Michelin man is there to check pressures and to check wear rate. Something going on inside the cockpit for both of the cars, actually.
Yeah.
What is going on there? Is that just a lap belt?
Yeah, tuning to the breakfast show.
Right, so no tyres by the looks of things from the body language and the mechanics over at Cool Racing. Body language here at Graf. I'd suggest they are doing tyres. They are doing tyres at Graf. So this is going to put Nico Lapierre up into 5th position. James Allen will lose that spot.
And he's away.
The answer to Razeday, he is on his 3rd stint, and if I'm looking back through their rotation, those drivers are only doing 3 stints. So unless he change it,
yeah. So triple on the tyres as well.
Yeah.
So this is Cool Racing's bid to put clear air between them and the Graf Racing car, and the gap there you can see coming down now, coming out of the pits as Nicolas Lapierre is heading down towards Tête Rouge. So it's a substantial gap they've got as a result of that change, and it'll be a little bit tippy-toe on the outlap at least for James Allen, who stays aboard the car. Apologies, no, Vincent Capillaire is aboard the car. So one of our 3 Le Mans-born drivers in the car that is backed by businesses from this region.
Interesting to see the different strategies. So yeah, the 39 car, as you say, James Allen, 4 stints. So everyone's just doing it a little bit different. Some cars are doing triple stints, some are doing quad stints, and they're playing out in different ways. So yeah, Lapierre in his 3rd stint now.
Top 2 in LMP2 in together. Now remember, last time it was 1 minute and 4 seconds, wasn't it, that came in?
Yeah.
42 seconds is the gap now.
Yeah, Davidson found some pace at the end of that stint to be able to bring down the gap. And how intense to have those 2 garages side by side as well.
Bit of theatre. So remember, it was a full pit stop apart last time. It isn't this time.
To be fair, looking at their stints, their average lap time, very little in it. Anthony Davidson only 2/10 quicker than Phil Hansen.
We do have a new driver in the 22. Paul de Resta takes over from Phil Hansen. And Anthony Davidson leaving pit lane and handing over to Roberto Gonzalez. So the pendulum you would expect to swing back towards United Autosports. The gap 32 seconds though.
The question I was going to ask Peter, can you easily see from what you've got in front of you how much time Roberto Gonzalez needs to put in this car? He's got to do that 6 hours, Peter. That might be one to just examine some stints as to what he's done in terms of time. I know there's a readout somewhere there, but maybe come and have a look, because that is going to be one of the critical determinants now. Because remember, the 2 drivers we're measuring in terms of the lower ranked driver that have got to do that 6 hours, Phil Hansen won't be a problem. He's perfectly happy where he is right now. Roberto Gonzalez will not be able to deliver the lap times that Phil Hansen will.
No?
No.
You are only as strong as your weakest link.
There you go. Quick, don't get me wrong, a darn sight quicker than I am. But then again, I suspect my husky is probably quicker than I am. But in some circumstances, palpably so. Dinner time, for instance. But the gentleman driver, Roberto Gonzalez, is a gentleman driver. Phil Hansen is an aspirant full pro driver. Looking forward to gold status next season, and looking forward to what opportunities and challenges that produces.
Phil Hansen is 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster.
There you go.
On average. In the night anyway.
Yeah.
So but obviously might be a little bit less in the daytime.
Yeah, we're going to start to see a number of the gentleman drivers start to get into these cars now as we're getting back to, well, if not full light, they're going to be driving into that full light. Now, well, we're going to get another bit of difference here. And you know what, Ben? Looking at, above us across the aerodrome, clouds are gathering.
Yeah, and that would make sense on the radar that I saw, that there was going to be a little rain shower that would gather to the north-ish of the track and skim us. So That would make sense, but ultimately the sun is rising down at Mulsanne, and it seems to be pretty high cloud and pretty beautiful.
Yep.
I'm
going to say thank you right now, and thank you to the oracle of sports car racing, Dr. Janus Wimpfen, who's with us across in the United States at the moment. And that burning question, when was the last time a car was excluded for outside assistance here at the Le Mans 24 Hours?
He has been digging in the history books.
He's been digging in these elderly laptop, and it's 1994.
Wow.
It was the number 51 Callaway Corvette. That was the last time. The 51. Be interested to find out what outside assistance they got. Probably a full kind of garage lift. Rear axle taken out or something like that. But thank you very much, Janos. That's much appreciated. I know there's been a number of people around the world on social media racking their brains. You've beaten them to it. Again. The Forest S's.
Throw those challenging questions at us on Twitter, and somehow we will find an answer for you.
By the way, I always love to see that site first thing in the morning for a very personal reason. And the reason I like to see that is because it's that site that inspired the Daily Sports Car logo. That is the S in DSC.
A very different site, though, for 2020. The functioning city of Le Mans, without the 250,000 fans that flock as pilgrimage each year to the event. And plus, actually, not probably plus 250,000.
Well, by the look of things on social media, a fair number of them with us in spirit and from distance, and you are very welcome. Good morning if you're just joining us after getting some sleep, sensible people. Huge traffic on social media, lots of cracking questions coming our way. Alan McNish has just joined us in the booth.
Let's wake him up with some difficult ones, shall we?
I think we should, shortly.
As we did to you.
Absolutely. But just joining us for a bit of a download as to what's been going on while you guys have been crunching through the nighttime hours, and I've been coming into dawn here. Some engaging battles developing. LMP2 looks great. GTE Pro between Harry Tincknell and James Collado now the Chasing 51 car. That gap under 10 seconds, that's been a cracker through the night and into the morning, with Harry Tincknell finally making that move to get by the Ferrari. Then unable to pull away from Daniel Serra, but now that gap is beginning to open up a little. GT Am, dramas for the number 98 car. Suspension problems, and Paul Dell'Anna, it looks like, yet again, this race has dealt him cards he wasn't hoping to get.
That battle in GTE Pro is now slight advantage James Collado in that he has new tyres to Harry Tincknell's slightly older tyres, as Toyota gets slightly bulked through the Ford chicane. We've got a yellow flag at the first chicane where the Toyota is coming in now. Oh no, and it's Fritz van Aert who has got himself beached in the gravel. We've seen plenty of cars go off at funny angles at that first chicane, and Fritz has just added himself to the list. Nick de Vries, one of the fastest men in the LMP2 category here at Le Mans this year, and handing over the car to the gentleman owner, and unfortunately he has beached it. It's not been a very good 24 hours for Fritz, for Jumbo, both in the 24 hours of Le Mans and also in the Tour de France. It looks like he's going to lose too. Kit break! Oh.
It's the second time we've seen that over the weekend, isn't it?
Oh.
There's another car that did exactly the same thing.
When you spin, put your foot on the brake. They say it in indoor karting when you go for a stag do. When you spin, put your foot on the brake, don't roll back into the traffic.
It's a GT car, wasn't it, the other one, Peter?
Yeah,
I'm trying to think which one it was.
It's a Porsche. Was it Dempsey Porsche?
We also saw the car guy Ferrari off at a very weird angle there.
You're absolutely right. It was the car guy car, the one I was thinking of. That was the one. Another one, the car, sadly, we've lost overnight. And once we get a bit of a moment, we'll run through for anybody joining us over a croissant.
So the P2 26 car 31, they have rotated now. Mikkel Jensen has now got by. They've changed driver from Vasevier to Julien Canal in the 31 car, so Mikkel Jensen up to third place.
Nico Lapierre well, comprehensively ahead now of Vincent Capillaire. So Lapierre between two of our Le Mans citizens.
Yeah, Nico Lapierre now has a bit of a no man's land to deal with, hasn't he? Because he's quite a way back, about a lap back from Julien Canel in the Panis Racing number 4. And about half a minute ahead of the Graf car.
But remember that pendulum can swing the other way. There is still 6 hours and 38 minutes. This race has seemed to pass by incredibly quickly.
Yes.
You've been working overnight. It probably doesn't feel quite that way.
No, it doesn't. No, actually, I feel very refreshed considering the time in the morning.
There's been a lot to think about, and it's not just been attrition. The great thing about this race in the classes certainly is there's been battles and battles for very significant positions for hour after hour after hour. And yes, bad luck for some of those cars. The 32 car dropping back with that fractured oar line.
Another thing that you would expect to happen around about now is that that fastest lap from Bruno Senna on lap 4 is still standing, surprisingly. And I would expect, that to... Where are they now? What are they doing? 3:22 for the leading car, 3:26 for the Rebellion.
There is an element, though, they don't have to right now. They don't have to. There is a pretty big gap.
Sometimes it just naturally happens.
Yes, yeah, I agree.
Because the track's quick. We didn't see the rain we thought we were going to see. In fact, we talked a lot about the rain leading up to this race, and it didn't happen.
No.
Can we start talking now about next weekend, Nürburgring 24 hours, and talk about all the rain we're going to have, so that we don't get any?
This is the world's smallest violin. It's like you're. It's that weather has not been a factor at all in this race so far.
Still 6.5 hours to
Slow
go.
zone.
Yellow zone, yeah.
Oh, that's of course for the 29 car.
Yeah, that should be a pretty easy recovery. So
Yeah, I thought so.
Toyota leads Rebellion and Rebellion with a double podium on the course at the moment. The 7 car losing half an hour after a turbo issue. United Autosports and Jota, the only 2 cars on the lead lap in LMP2 at the moment, separated by 1 minute and 14 seconds. That does slightly ebb and flow depending on which stint of the tyres those guys are on. We've got plenty of good battles going on. G-Drive versus Panis Racing, Cool Racing, Nico Lapierre coming up through the field, and some great stories all the way through the LMP2 category. It is 9.8 seconds between Harry Tincknell in the Aston Martin Racing 97 and James Collado in the AF Corsa 51 right at this second. You see the graphic says 10.4, so it's constantly fluctuating, but again, different tyre sequences for those two. TF Sport lead in GTE Pro right now. They have their, AM, and they have their AM driver in the car. It's Sally Yolok being chased down by Christian Reed in the Dempsey Proton Porsche 77. And then it's Manu Collard, the most experienced man in the field, in 3rd positions right now for AF Corsa. So that's Aston, Porsche and Ferrari at the head of our GT AM field, and then some of those that have had maladies. And we have, at the moment, I think confirmed 10 retirements, but a few other question marks, like the 75 Rino Mastronardi Ferrari that was steaming heavily, and we haven't seen it out on track since. There's another question mark over the Inter-Europol LMP2.
I was literally typing a note to Cara de Vlaming into Europol to find the answer to that question. So
yeah, Daniel Summergill has tweeted us to ask.
Not the only one, so I'm just checking that one now.
Another one perhaps for Haley or Alex. I don't know who we've got down in the pits.
It's Haley, I think, at the moment, who tells us that the number 82 Risi Competizione car has had short, brief sojourn in the garage after a wheel nut decided it wasn't going to play. It's got one, it's got 2 reasons for being there: to tighten the wheel up and to allow you to take the wheel off, and it didn't do one of those things. I'd take that one back.
Here is that battle for GT Pro honours right now. It's ebbed and flowed in that slow zone. Definitely advantage Harry Tincknell. Somehow he managed to find a couple of seconds. It was 9.9 3 laps ago, down to 6.5, and then back up to 9.2 in 1 lap. So just perhaps way the traffic has fallen for him. And Collado on the first stint of his tyres, Harry Tinknell on his third stint. We go into the garage of AF Corsa.
I've just been looking through the data of Sally Yulik in car 90 TS Sport, leader of GTM, and we were a little bit concerned that he didn't drive the whole of the night. But the thing is, he did quite a lot early in the race, so he's done probably about 5 hours of driving. So after this stint, if he did one more, he would probably qualify for his 6 hours, and if that car was challenged up front, they could stick the pro drivers in and repeat that challenge.
For those of you who are excited about records, get less excited. And we're about, on average, if everything goes to plan, 16 laps behind the lap record distance set a few years ago. And we are also 2 laps behind last year's lap distance. So those big safety car periods in the middle of the night have slightly scuppered your desire for a record. We thought it would be rain. It wasn't rain. It was safety cars.
There you go.
So back to green flag racing. We've recovered Fritz van Aert from the gravel. That was an easy enough grab and drag.
As we were saying, as we went into nightfall yesterday, the opportunity for a historic double for Fritz van Aert went early doors yesterday.
Yeah.
With the cooling issues for the number 29 car.
It wasn't far off from his Tour de France issues.
That's the point I was about to make. And the Team Jumbo in Tour de France with dramas on the final competitive stage, putting their man out of a winning position. So I hope he's enjoying his 24 hours of Le Mans. He wouldn't have done for the last 20 minutes or so. But again, this is the kind of backer we need. This is the kind of effort we need. And because of Fritz van Aert, we get to enjoy both his talents, the immaculately prepared 29 car, but more particularly the talents of Guido van der Garde and Nick de Vries, and for that matter, personal backer of Joop van Uitert as well. And Max Verstappen.
And
others.
Plenty of others. He's raced in the Dakar in trucks for 5 years. The Dutch are mad about Dakar trucks.
The Dutch are just mad, in fairness.
He owns a couple of Formula 1 cars. I don't know.
A couple?
I don't know which ones he owns.
More or less all of them. I don't know the full scale of this.
It used to be a Benetton. 1994 was the last time I saw him.
Think triple figures.
Really?
Formula 1. Oh, 100%.
Wow. Wow. All from a supermarket. Absolutely fantastic. Okay. Absolutely fanatical.
The answer to Daniel Summerskill, serial question answer on my podcast amongst hundreds of others, but Daniel's the worst of the lot. Morning, Daniel. Car de Vlaming reports they first changed the alternator and the fuel filter in the 34. They're now in to change the starter motor, so it's not been an easy early morning for the 34 into Europol team. That had been the least delayed of our Ligiers for much of the race. That now falls to the Eurasia car in the pits at the moment with Roberto Merri. That car down in 15th position in P2.
Yeah, I think that's also got an issue. It's been in the pits for a while. Yeah. Just going back to the Tour de France, as we mentioned it, it's actually one of the reasons why we started the race at 2:30 rather than 3 o'clock local time. And apparently, somebody told me that we're going to be a 4 o'clock start next year. But the traditional time was moved to allow us to finish the Le Mans 24 hours and then go over to Paris for the end of the Tour de France, which happens.
It's a hell of a day of sport here in France, isn't it?
Yeah. And allows all the TV channels as well to be able to cover both of them. That's really the most important thing. It's not about people enjoying it here and then running over to Paris. It's
I have to say, I've thoroughly enjoyed the 2:30 start here. I would have no objections to a 2:30 start in the future.
And as I said when I came into the commentary box, I've really enjoyed the September race.
Yeah.
The different climate has been very, very interesting.
And I'd imagine that the drivers have enjoyed the earlier start as well, because once you're here and you're committed, and it's like, let's just get going, let's just get started.
Especially with warm-up early in the morning.
Another question on exactly that front, but an earlier part of the week. One of my abiding frustrations about the Le Mans 24 hours, as it sort of comes here to work, is that when we get to track time late in the week, but more particularly late in the day on Wednesday. What's that like from a driver's point of view?
Well, if you know you're getting into it like that, it's not such an issue. But yeah, in normal years, you'll have done 2 weeks before, of course, you'll have done the test day. So you're sort of semi up to speed already.
Yeah.
But it's a long week normally.
Oh, it is.
You know, it can be eight days that you're here. And of course, the teams are here even longer. But as a driver, you're here a long time. And by the time you finally get driving, you're really, okay, come on, please.
Yep.
So, you know, we've talked about how sad it is there's no fans here and they're missing out. And, you know, there's a lot of, there's also, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I'm getting
pointed out by.
But, you know, from the driver's point of view, it is sad, but there are silver linings.
Yeah.
The whole weekend's been compressed.
Yeah.
And you're getting on with the job. There's no stress. You get in and out of the circuit easily. Anyone who's not staying on site can get in and out. And then when it's all over, we all go home and quite quickly and easily.
Yeah. You know, it is a very, very. There were some really familiar parts of it. Popping away for the couple of hours sleep I managed to get last night. I always like to go trackside for 5 minutes, and that was still there, and that still felt the same. And there were a few people, a couple of off-duty marshals, a couple of the catering staff standing there, and that was a nice moment. But there are sad aspects of it, and there's a lot of sad aspects of life at the moment. We're celebrating racing right now. This feels very familiar right now. This feels very familiar. We're coming into the morning. Everybody's waking up. People are clearly waking up at home as well, or rousing themselves with another pot of coffee. Right now, the world seems a bit more normal for the next few minutes and hours. But it's been pretty intense this week, this compressed schedule. It's enough about the drivers. What about us commentators? It's hell, isn't it, Ben? Our life. No one cares.
Awful. Awful.
Well, I've seen both sides of it, remember, guys. Seen both sides.
See, you've always got an answer. I hope very much that we're going to be back to absolute normality in 2021. Hope and expect we'll be back to normality in 2021, because there's going to be real excitement coming. There's a lot of new again coming for 2021, and we'll run through some of those storylines as you get your breakfast on around the world.
Oh, I just saw the car guys Ferrari parked up at that first chicane, so they never actually got it back. Which is a shame. So that is that a confirmed retirement on our?
That is a confirmed retirement.
It is anyway. Okay.
It is one of, is it 9, 10, 11? My apologies.
Talking of breakfast.
Bye, Peter.
See you later.
Okay, absolutely. And we get very shortly, and we'll save that in just a few moments, to say something that more often than not only Kelly McNish gets to say, and that will be good morning, Ellen McNish.
We're watching a little battle on track here between Tatiana Calderon, who's aboard the 50 Richard Mille all-women racing team, and Matthew McMurray, who's been putting her under a bit of pressure over the last couple of laps. It's the battle for 10th position. And that's one way to wake up.
That's Alexandra Coigny.
That's what I should have done when I arrived.
You should have done. Thank you very much indeed to Peter de Brek. Iron Man stint through the dawn
of night. I tell you what, though, everybody, considering it is the day after the night before, everyone's sounding very fresh. Everyone's steaming very fresh. When I came in here, I expected Martin to be on the floor. Yeah, he sounded very, very.
Didn't smell like a farm either in here.
It didn't smell like a farm.
No, it
apparently
didn't.
Manish comes in and it does. Yeah, we've just been in here far too long.
Absolutely. The straw's down though, so we're okay. But
somebody tweeted me earlier saying, I'm really finding it amusing and enjoyable to hear people coming in and out of your box, which I found quite interesting. Enjoying the tea making in the background.
It's an essential part of Le Mans.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I think it's an audio cue. Get the kettle on, get yourself settled in, and, you know, we'll run through both. Well, the two things I think we've got to do a little bit of housekeeping on here, quite aside from the running order, are, I know people like to hear who's been in trouble, who's still in trouble. And the other thing is, some of the storylines of the week and still the storylines to come, Ben. We've not talked about that for a little wee while. And there's a lot that's been clarified this week here at Le Mans that's going to be extremely important moving forward for, well, the next decade. The rule sets that are coming are going to be long-lasting. We're in car now. That was Tatiana Calderon taking a look and could see Matt McMurray closing.
Yeah, he locked up both into Indianapolis and into the Arnage. Just a tiny lock-up, but enough to give a puff of smoke. And they've been locked together for quite a while. And Calderon holding steady.
Two good-looking cars, this, by the way. This kind of cherry red, kind of pearlescent red Richard Mille Oreca, the 50 car, and an excellent livery on the...
Oh, she's been very compromised there, and McMurray will take that. Yeah, yes. Look at that, bullied into...
That was experience telling.
Yeah,
that was all it was. Absolutely experience telling. Remember, okay, Tatiana Calderon, more experience of... And John Falb enjoyed that. More experience.
She's still behind him.
She is still behind him. That's just knocked her off the rhythm, hasn't it? She's just going to gather herself. That's the right thing to do. No panic. It's happened. Get on with it. Tatiana with more experience in endurance racing, mixed class endurance racing than her co-drivers. But up until this year, mainly in GT cars. The traffic is therefore still something that's going to take some getting used to. But look at the gap there.
Here we go.
This again.
Should have, well, there wasn't really space, was there? But should have gone a bit further aggressive and left. And by the time she did so, Matt McMurray was able to squeeze through the both of them. And then through the forward chicane, she stayed there.
She did.
Yeah, there was the ability to carry on and get to the left-hand side straight away there, wasn't there?
So Giulio Perfetti, by the way, who is in 4th position in that hotly contested GTM class, a minute behind Christian Reed. John Falb there. Another man that, by the way, has made his way up this ladder. LMP3 champion in the European Le Mans Series some years ago, now LMP2, and one of the quicker of the bronze drivers.
Every position counts to each one of these teams out there. They are fighting for all that they can. As we take a look into the Aston Martin garage, Harry Tincknell leads James Collado now by 1.6 seconds at the head of the GTE Pro category, with Richard Westbrook in 3rd. Morning, Alan.
Good morning. Quick question. We are at 6 in the morning. This isn't 10 o'clock at night or anything else, because that particular comment that you've just made, I think, has been a constant theme through the night between the Aston Martin and the Ferrari. Depending on the tyre stops where they are, one's ahead of the other. Crikey me.
It's Formula Deja Vu. We've said it before about GTE Pro, and it is that. It just carries on, and it's been head-to-head, wheel-to-wheel, absolutely fantastic entertainment.
There can only be one winner, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And both of them, I think, actually deserve something out of this race.
Absolutely.
There's no question.
And, you know, we had two, well, carbon copy moves, really, didn't we, for the number 97 car on the Ferrari. First of them came from Maxime Martin into the second chicane. The next one, almost exactly the same move, Harry Tincknell and Daniel Serra. Great stuff from every driver in both cars.
And that's how the Aston got ahead of the Ferrari. Okay.
Yes.
I missed that. Yep.
But we also have a slight split in strategy with...
Yes, one tyre step.
Yeah. So ebbs and flows. United Autosports have now got a 1 minute and 5 second advantage again. So it dropped down to 44 seconds before the pit stops, but it's now back out to 1:05 with Roberto Gonzalez unable to keep the pace of Paul di Resta. Here comes Harry Tincknell into the pit lane. He's going to hand the car over to Alex Lynn. And presumably also get a new set of boots on that car, because they're limited to 2 stints in the GT category.
Really?
I think that's what you said yesterday.
I didn't say that.
No? Okay.
No, I recall someone else said it, and I thought I'd go and check that because it didn't sound right, and I didn't, so I apologise.
Having a quick look at the brake discs, checking wear rates, checking the ducts, making sure that the car hasn't picked up too much in terms of debris. There are tyres on the apron, but are they going to be fitted to the car? They will only be allowed to be fitted to the car once refueling is over. Lynn is now inside the car. We haven't seen too much of Alex in this car. I have a feeling that he is the least run of our drivers so far, but the car goes onto the jacks. A full service then for the Aston Martin after just 2 stints on those tyres. It gets a new set. Plenty of brake dust coming out of the Aston and back underway again. So the next stop for the Ferrari will be a fuel-only stop, and then it'll be slight advantage to James Collado.
So back out into the fray, Alex Lynn aboard the number 97 car. Yeah, hard work brakes there, weren't they, in what was a excellent stint from Harry Tincknell. Hearing just a little while ago from Peter Dumbreck what it's like to just slot yourself into a well-established GT team here. Season-long effort for the other 2 drivers, and of course Harry, the additional driver here.
Get the feeling that the 71 Ferrari, having had its maladies, has never really been able to pick the pace back up and get back on terms with our leading fight. So there is a 1 lap gap between the 2 Aston Martins right now, second and third, and then another lap gap between Aston 95 and Ferrari 71.
Sunshine now playing over the Ford chicane, and as Ellie Edmonds popped in for a refreshing brew this morning, as she opened the door behind us, the booth absolutely flooded with sunlight. It's going to be a glorious morning here, and that gathering cloud is still way too high to be of any concern.
Yeah.
Just when I came in, I actually had a look at that, and it is a very high, very thin, wispy cloud. I don't think that's going to be building to very much. If anything, it's building to a more sunny day than a more sort of wet day that we were expecting more of yesterday.
Yeah, Météo France very much in the positive vein at the moment.
More entertainment for our Twitter crew that enjoy background sounds.
Absolutely.
I wonder if the 61's going to let the 51 pass 61 as GT Am, and the 51 is in the leader in GTE Pro. And these are the sort of situations that you really don't want to be in if you're in that 51 Collado car, because you just can't really do much about it. The 61's quick enough to be ahead of you, but he's not actually quick enough to be sort of pulling you along. And so this is time that's dribbling you away that you will see when you come to the pit stop, because I would expect James Collado to pit at the end of this lap, and he's got 2 more before he dives in. Now the 61 pulls to the side and lets the sister Ferrari go.
Of course, for the most part, they're on the same piece of track, so they're hitting the same traffic at the same time.
Absolutely.
But when we have this split, we have potential, the advantage of one, to take the pace out of the other if, in that situation, you get held up by a slower car. And
the 97's coming down into Indianapolis, and it's got a real gaggle of GT Ams up ahead of it as we see the G drive with Mikael Jensen. Bit of a start of, I would say, the 24 hours so far for his speed and performance into the pits, fuel only, on his way.
Yeah, we heard him a little bit earlier getting frustrated because he was stuck behind the Panis Racing machine for 2-3 stints, and
driver getting frustrated on the radio?
Outrageous. I'm sure that never happened to your Dale.
No, because he used to unplug the radio.
We didn't actually check. Interesting to see what kind of pace he was able to do in clear air, because he was doing 32s when he was stuck behind the Panis car with who was aboard that car at that point?
Sally Yolok, by the way, in the pits from the lead of GTE Am. It's Mathieu Vazevière in the car ahead of him in the Panis car at that stage.
Yes, that's right.
And
but he kind of alluded to the fact that he could go faster if he could just clear that car.
Sally Yolok, he's got to do 6 hours in this 24.
Yeah, we're talking about, has he got, how much more has he got to do?
I think he's got one more stint to do in a quick summary that we see here. Be about 1 stint, and I think he'll be clear.
Yep, the TF Sports, the number 90 car in contention for the championship in the WEC, as well as, of course, in contention for this win. What a big result that would be for Tom Ferrier. Another big result for Tom Ferrier.
And really, at the moment, he has a decent advantage. Getting through these stints with Sally Yolok was the danger point, and they still hold on to at least a lap over Christian Reed and the Dempsey Proton 77 car.
Just a little bit of a big up for this effort. The Jetalar Motorsport Delara effort, they've just plugged away at it. Not any major problems. They've not been setting the world on fire in terms of pace, but they've not been making mistakes either. A not dissimilar run, actually, to the Richard Mille team. They've known from the start of this week, they've not got the quickest driver lineup. They've certainly not got the quickest car. They're going for the finish. Running 12th at the moment in this topsy-turvy LMP2 class. And they'll be delighted if they can just haul this back up with a bit of consistency. You know, keep the thing on the island. On board with the number 8 car coming down pit lane, Ben.
Yeah, and Sebastian Buemi decided to do his fastest first sector of that car's race so far on this in-lap. So we were talking about whether they would challenge the fastest lap of the race from Bruno Senna on lap 4 of this race. And obviously Buemi having a little push there before coming into pit lane. Lead by 2 laps. We heard on the radio 7.5 minutes is the gap between him, the number 8, and the number 1 Rebellion. Yeah,
hearing Porsche confirming yesterday they're not limited to 2 stints per tyre. So I think that's possibly a misreading somewhere, but it is the most efficient way to get through the race, is the answer. That might be the misinterpretation from someone, somewhere, somehow this week. But we push on.
I think that that discussion came about because of their press release, didn't it not?
I wonder if it's a lost in translation moment. It happens. It happens. Fastest lap of their race for the number 50 car. 10th position as the number 8 car gets back underway. Tatiana Calderon with a 3:32.231. Still pretty trouble-free effort from the Richard Mille Racing team.
It's going to be a battle, actually, coming back to the stint lengths and the actual driver stints in the of basically when the drivers go in, especially when they put their silver ranked drivers in. I've got to say that generally when you talk about a silver ranked driver, you think of an amateur and you think of a decent bit off the pace, but the reality is at the moment in this category, and it's the same in LMP2, the silvers at the front are very, very quick. But it looks a little bit like Sally Yollop we were speaking about before. He's got one more stint to do, as we said. But as I understand, the second place car, the Dempsey Proton, their silver's got 2 to do. So there could be a little bit of a separation in there. It's something I'm going to have a little look at the numbers.
But really, in the early days, the challenge was only between the 2 Aston Martins, and then we lost the 98 car with suspension issues. It is now running, by the way, 12th in class with Ross Gunn aboard that car. And there was never really anybody on terms with TF Sport other than that other Aston Martin, if my memory serves.
Yeah, Ben, you just showed me the source of that confusion with GTA Pro. It is a direct quote from Pascal Zelinden at Porsche in a Porsche press release. And I'm guessing, again, it may be something that was marginally lost in translation, but I've certainly not seen that is a rule. My guess is that something that is their selected optimum strategy.
Yeah, alternatively, the other thing that does happen is that the tyre manufacturers puts a limitation on. You've got a thing called a camber pressure matrix, which is the maximum amount of camber and the minimum amount of pressure you can have to do X number of stints. If you reduce camber or increase pressure, you can maybe go a little bit longer, one more stint. And if you do it again, you go a little bit longer. Basically, more grip, more wear equals less stints. Less grip, less wear equals more stints. And he could be suggesting along the lines of that Michelin, their tyre supplier, has said, right, for this camber, this pressure, the maximum camber, the minimum pressure, then that is what your stint limitation is at the moment.
Yeah.
We've had that many times. In fact, I've had that all through my career.
So you see, it's not just Mikkel Jensen that's expressing, frustration with. Even now, in the depths of retirement from driving, even now he's frustrated by it.
Well, it's one of those factors. You came here to the test day and you would do say, 5 stints on a tyre.
Yeah.
And then you'd come back 2 weeks later and it rained and different other things had happened, and then you had to redo that whole test again, and it was very frustrating because it wasn't what you wanted to do, especially with red flags, yellows, full course yellows, everything else. But the reality is that was the information the tyre manufacturer needed to be able to give you the performance and also the security and the safety of that tyre. And it comes back to the old adage, you've got to first finish before you finish first. And if you've got a puncture, you've got a suspension failure due to a tyre flapping around or whatever it is, then you're not going to win the race.
And ultimately, the bad press falls on the shoulders of the tyre manufacturers rather than anybody else.
Well,
despite it not necessarily being there.
You don't get the driver saying, well, to be honest with you, ran a lot too much camber and far too low in pressure, and that's why I was very fast. But it actually damaged the tyre. You never hear that. Someone that's actually very good on tyres is this man actually leading the race, Paul di Resta. I think with his Formula 1 experience, and especially with the Pirelli tyres they were using at the time, where he had to be so sensitive on the right foot, I think it's actually one of the advantages that he has had when he's jumped into this LMP2 car, and especially with the restrictions on tyres they've got 14 sets all the way through this race, is being able to delicately balance on heavy fuel loads when you go out the pits, just how much you push them, and that sensitive feedback. Some people have got it, some people don't, and I think Paul definitely has got it there. The other thing is coming to this car, this is the Jota Sport car, which is a Goodyear shod car in comparison to the Michelin of the United that we saw before, first and second, and that's going to require a different, maybe a slightly different style of driving, slightly different setup. We saw the tyre pressures were a little bit different earlier on, Ben, where they were a little bit higher on this Goodyear tyre in comparison to the Michelins, and so in that respect there is a lot of sensitivities, and that's the thing that the driver, the team, the engineer and the tyre company all have to work to get together.
Yep, the lead battle, Paul di Resta pulling away now, as you'd expect from Roberto Gonzalez. Behind, though, we're back to that battle again. Panis Racing swap places in the pits again. Julien Canal is here, powering down the Mulsanne in the number 31 car.
And the last stop for them was very short, 42 seconds.
That was obviously just fuel only, and not a full tank of fuel.
Not full tank of fuel only. So
what was his last stint, Alan? Have you got a moment to have a look at the 31?
31 was 8 laps.
There you go.
So he's done. There've been 10 laps all the way through, apart from a short fill.
Have they short fueled that car for track position? That's an odd thing to do.
It's 2 laps. 2 laps. You get a reduced refueling time of 2 laps, which is probably 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And you also get a lighter car for. Well, actually, you don't. That part's not true because they've filled it full now.
Yeah.
If you were to split the race equally to the end and you didn't have to incur an extra stop, you wouldn't put a full tank in, full tank, short fill. You would actually fill it to, say, 9 laps worth every single time, because that is actually the most performing way to do the rest of the race.
There's too much time for them to be back counting to the finish at this point, so quite why there must have been another issue for the Panis Racing car. But either way, Julien Canal is now ahead of the G-Drive car.
Yeah, if it was a complete stop at a normal time, you would expect the Panis Racing car to be behind the G-Drive, but because of that shortened stop, it now is 3.8 seconds to the good, and Mikkel Jensen once again will be staring at the back end of the Panis Racing car, as he did for so long as we came through from night into day, and the catalyst for his frustrations early on.
Yeah, and I will respond positively to a tweet from Emma Paulet, who says, now's the time to shout out to the translators. After the chat we just had about the Porsche press release, you do a job I can't, Emma, and for those kind of things I'm always grateful. The fact that we actually get information that we do in multiple languages consecutively is a thing of wonder.
Well, which car
51,
is
51,
this?
that was the car. AF Corsa James Collado into the pits, and that's front brakes.
Yeah, so the pit stop was 1 minute and 53 seconds long, so it only added about 30 seconds to their stop.
Can I ask a question? Has the Aston changed discs?
Not that we've seen, no.
The only Aston we know that did was the 98 car, because when they had the rear suspension failure, they did a full brake change at the same time.
And can you please remind me why they had a rear suspension failure? Do we know that?
It was broken.
It was curb strike?
We don't know, but it was the rear cross member.
Okay. suggesting maybe a Ford chicane.
It was proper
assault
broken
or something.
Yes.
So the rest of the Aston Martin drivers were reminded
They were.
not to hit the curbs.
Well, if that's the case, then it was a curb strike.
Yes.
Quick look at Patrick Pilet waiting to get aboard his IDEX Sport machine. He is a last-minute addition to the 17 squad that Carl Tilley has at the moment, and what a job he has done on Thursday afternoon. He was not racing at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and by 10 o'clock at night he was getting a seat fitting for an LMP2 car that he'd never sat in. He'd never sat in the class before, and by the middle of the race was up to speed totally.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, Patrick Pilet would have spent most of his career complaining about LMP2 cars. But I think he probably quite likes it now. But Mikkel Jensen now with Julien Canal.
Here we go again, sitting on the tail of the 31 Panis Racing LMP2 car. He's been doing that for hour after hour. Feels like he's reeled him in really quickly.
He did. He closed that 3-second gap quickly. Can he get by him as quickly? Julien Canal, massively experienced driver, holds an extraordinary record that he won in class the first 3 participations here in 2 different classes. One of the last GT1 winners here in the Saleen with Labra competition, and then for 2 further years in the GTM class of the Corvettes. Has been on the podium since then. Competed in multiple classes in his career.
An all-French lineup in that Panis Racing car. Olivier Panis was, or is still here. We haven't seen any shots of him, but he was filmed on Thursday night. Used to be Panis Barthez, didn't it?
It did, but Fabien Barthez has decided he's no longer going to be involved with motorsports. So Olivier Panis with the Abadi family. Tech One, the company behind it. That was neatly done, actually. And if anything,
thought he might have got held up a little bit initially.
Held up it, not there. But it's certainly Jensen's got the better run through here, hasn't he?
Not quite close enough, though. And as you said a little bit earlier, one thing you learn with experience is traffic. Into the pits comes the Panis Racing car. Now, is that a full stint? The last stop was short, so let's see exactly what they do to the car this time through. It puts G-Drive back into 3rd position. And
yes, it is. It's a full stint.
Full stint. One speculation that Julien Canal perhaps is trying to just get to his required driver time.
Maybe so.
Into the pits then. Staying aboard the car.
So that must mean, that certainly must mean, if that's the case, he's got another full stint at least to do.
Fuel going in. The fact that the guys are checking the tyres. Are they checking the tyres? No, Michelin Man not checking the tyres. So does that mean that we'll change them on this particular?
Well, they didn't change them last time on a 42-second stop. So
I don't really see that there's mechanics ready to do that.
No, there's not.
No.
I'm ready to go again.
So yeah,
onto a triple then.
Here we go then. Toyota lead Rebellion a 2-3 for the Swiss squad after issues for the 7 car had them stationary for half an hour in the pits. The leader LMP2, United Autosports, ahead of Jota, who have their silver driver in the car right now and losing time to Paul de Resta, with the 3rd place car of Mikkel Jensen right now, but being chased down by Cool Racing and by Panis Racing as well. Still very, very open, the LMP2 class, for that perhaps that final podium spot. In GTE Pro at the moment, Alexander Lin leads James Collado by 30 seconds after a front brake caliper and disc change on the Ferrari, with Richard Westbrook for the 95 Aston Martin in 3rd position. And then down at GTM, it's TF Sport ahead of Dempsey Proton and AF Corsa in 3rd position. Big gaps between those 3 at the moment. We have officially 10 retirements, but I think more likely we have 11 retirements with Iron Lynx. Not official yet, but haven't come out the pits since smoking a few hours ago. Nice long shadows across the Circuit de la Sarre this morning. A beautiful orange sunrise from the direction of Mulsanne. Everyone's back in place in race control.
Apart from Eduardo.
Oh, it wasn't Eduardo.
No, it wasn't Eduardo.
And the sun is
beautiful. It's just a few minutes ago, the sunrise. And that was the other question I was going to ask, which was that blinding sunrise, another feature here at Le Mans.
Pit stop car 95 under investigation.
Ooh.
That's the third place Aston Martin.
Troubles, by the way, for some of the LMP2 runners. They're not the leading cars, but just to run through. Nielsen Racing, damaged suspension on the curb.
They've also had a plethora of penalties.
Yeah, but this is their first mechanical issue of the race. Dragon Speed engine worries, and not for the first time. What was they were saying just a few minutes ago.
Well, remember that Juan Pablo Montoya's car, the 21 machine, retired with engine issues.
This is the 27 car, changing coils, lambda sensors, airbox. So that car, the 27 car, now back out of the pits. Got the number 1 Rebellion on pit road at the moment. So that's 2 already delayed LMP2 efforts, further delays.
That was a replay of Graf Racing, Vincent Capillier going ahead of Alexandre Coigny in the Cool Racing car. That's a 5th position right now in LMP2 as we ride on board with our race leader. Sebastian Buemi in the 8 machine. Early doors with a puncture and a brake caliper issue, a brake ducting issue as well on the right front. But that was nothing in comparison to the maladies of the 7 car, which stayed stationary for half an hour with a turbo issue, a turbo change. And that is why that 7 car is now in 4th position. And I was wondering when I sat down 4 hours ago whether they would still have a chance of getting on the podium, but the gap, I think, is just too large.
It's too large. It's they're still 2 laps back from the 3rd place car. I will admit to a little bit of being a little perplexed as to why you're not allowed to change an engine, but you are allowed to change a turbo.
Because the turbo is not the central housing of the engine, it's an appendage.
Yeah, but it provides the performance.
Yeah, so does a fuel pump.
No.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they define the hard structural casings as your thing that you can't change. The chassis, the engine, the gearbox. It's a historic thing. Yeah, turbos were added to those parts. I think it's related to that. Now, the chances are as well, you'd see a lot more cars out due to, if that was the case.
I'm not asking for it.
I mean, you would have a lot of retirements, because then you could go, right, well, you can't change anything at all, apart from, you know, because there'd be no consumable items in a way. Or you had to have a list of consumable items. I think it's actually not a bad thing, because it creates the potential to develop something that is a little bit of genius, like the variable turbine geometry technology turbos that we had, which were far more efficient, better response, everything else. But you obviously have got the problem that if you introduce performance in a way, you've got a potential of reliability, and this race is won by performance and reliability. And if it doesn't work, then clearly you don't. If you had it fixed, then you would go very much on the safe side and you wouldn't get the development of technology.
But we hope, don't we don't ever lose that from endurance racing, that it's here as a kind of testing ground. I mean, the number of times, well, I remember every year almost in the Audi days, Alan, there would be some innovation or other, whether or not it was mechanical, electrical, lighting systems, and that was part of the joy of it. That was part of what made this special into the modern era. I mean, yeah, we could go back and talk about, you know, disc brakes. We could go back and talk about windscreen wipers and all that kind of stuff. We're way beyond that point, but in an era where a lot is spec, I hope we don't lose that.
Well, you do get a balance here at the moment, because we've got LMP2 seeing Paul di Resta, United Autosports. It's a spec car, effectively, and it's the team and the drivers that can make the subtle differences that can win or lose. Then you look at LMP1, which is the top category, faster car, but the rules are wider and more open. It's not completely open, but a bit of discussion there.
Is that a nose ready?
It's a nose definitely ready, and there's the discussion that was Justin Taylor who had pulled his headset to the side to listen. He is their chief engineer, was actually race engineer with us. He was my date engineer for a long, long time in America. And JT obviously will make a call on which way they go with that nose change for that particular car. But coming back to it, then I think there is that balance where you're allowed to develop technology. GTE Pro, again, you can go even further. And with that respect, I think it does allow a lot of things that are road relevant as well as actually development relevant.
Francesco Castellacci, it is there, and that is Thomas Fleur, gentleman driver of the 54 car. There'll be all sorts of mini dramas emerging in garages now.
Yeah, so many of those stories never reach us in the commentary booth or in any of the media, really, because they're just constantly managing things.
Well, there you go. I mean, we're now in that phase of the race where what do we still need to do? What do we have to do? What can we achieve with pace? What can we achieve with strategy? Ross gone there, and is that Paul Dell'Anna?
Well,
is Augusta in the car?
Yes, who's in the car?
Sorry, in which case that was Paul.
Yeah, the question mark for us is, do Aston Martin need to do a caliper and disc change on that car? We've seen the Ferrari doing it, so is it now time for the Aston to do it? Because at the moment they have a gap of 30 seconds. We've had those guys locked together, and it was 30 seconds that it took to do that extra part of the stop for the Ferrari, so it would very much put them back on the same bit of racetrack. But maybe having that separation will help one or the other. Well, it certainly will help one or the other, because they won't be coming up on traffic at the same time. This is the 60Q car of Johnny Molam now aboard the Red River Sport. That's looking rather tired. Bruno Senna's on the radio. Is it the nose that he needs?
There was a small gap between the nose and monocoque, but it's attached perfectly. Everything seems right. Well, everything seems correct. Let us know if you feel anything.
A gap between the door and the monocoque. I think on the left-hand side, by the looks of things. And that's part of the discussion. So the nose actually is insignificant, I think.
Maybe they're just looking at...
They're just posing on it.
Yeah.
It depends. If you've got the car in the garage and you've got a loss of downforce, you would stick on a nose as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the nose does get worn and the downforce drops off from it.
We talked a lot about the number 50 car, the all-female crewed LMP2 car, the 85 car it is here, the Allen Links car, running 9th, just coming down pit road in the hands of Manuel Agosta. This is the second year at Le Mans for that Allen Links crew, albeit this year supported by AF Corsa, last year by Kessel Racing. Some strong performances in the LMS. Looked to me to be on for a race win at Paul Ricard last time out. Safety car took that away from them, unfortunately. But from the lower end of the top 10, and hard fought that is, to the lead car, Sally Yolek, into his second stint, I think, this morning now. And still ahead, by the way, at the moment, of the 5th place GTE Pro car, which is the car, I think, just behind him, isn't it? Is this the... this is a... Yes, it's a class... It's not a class battle. It's a positional battle for 26th place overall. So the car behind him on the road is the 82 car in the hands of Jules Gounon at the moment.
Presume he won't be too concerned by losing a spot to a different classed car.
He should be rather more concerned about his overall pace, his consistency. The 54 car, that will be Thomas Fleur aboard the rubber spattered 54 car.
Yeah, Fisichella got out of that car from 11th position in GTM, but it's taking a while to get everything ready inside the cockpit of that car. Perhaps an issue?
Yeah. 88 car.
Last of our runners, Dominic Bastien, just bringing that car into the pits.
This is the grand old man of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Hasn't yet overtaken and may not overtake Rino Mastronardi in the stationary Iron Lynx Ferrari that we saw smoking a few hours ago. There's still, what is that, 50 laps.
He won't.
Can't do 50 laps in 5 hours?
It's not 50, is it? It's 8. Oh, hang on.
No, 51.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at 50. You're right, it's 51. I thought it was 81. So 50 laps,
Yeah,
it's
just
about 4 minutes a lap.
I wrote with my maths, it's just about will get ahead. Out onto track, Thomas Fleur then. After a slight stuttery pit stop.
So just coming back to one thing I've just looked at in the penalty notices from earlier on, that it was actually Tony Verlander in the WeatherTech car that got the penalty for the collision with Nick de Vries.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Okay.
He was deemed to be at fault. 30-second stop and go and a withdrawal of 2 penalty points. So they've put 2 penalty points onto his license as well.
So to remind anybody that I didn't see it, but it's been described to me, that was 2 LMP2 cars going up the inside Tete Rouge?
It was coming through the S's and into Tete Rouge. So if we follow the Porsche at the moment, came through here, down the hill, and then one LMP2 went through and Nick tried to follow and Vilander had to turn in at one point. The two collided. The vision I saw was one view of it, and it was a frontal view, so you didn't really see the sort of depth side of things, but it was difficult to call. You could argue on both ways, but I'm a little bit surprised that Tony was delivered the complete blame for it.
A more racing incident, you feel, maybe?
Yeah, but again, we only had a frontal view, which doesn't really show you how far alongside and when Nick was when the collision actually happened.
Some years ago, had the opportunity to pop into not just race control, but also the stewards' room to look at the kit they use to determine these matters, and I will admit to being massively surprised and impressed at the GPS-based kit they've got.
Yeah.
And how precise they can be about just exactly where every car was in those incidents and what they did.
Yeah, it's very frustrating if you have to go there.
Paul Chatin's got good pace in the IDEX Sport car right now. That is not a pass for position, but it is him unlapping himself from the Cool Racing machine. Last time through, we did a 3:29. It's the car's fastest lap of the race. And great to see him up in 8th position now. Some slow-mo of the number 3 with Nat Bertrand aboard that car.
Been a quiet race for them, hasn't it?
Here is the number 1. Let's see if that slow-mo has that door
on the left
open. No, you can't see it on that.
No.
These slow-mos can be taken at any point. So
there's been a few issues with doors this year, more than expected, actually. You can see the tyre oscillating side to side there coming over the curb. Those curbs you feel is just a rip. It's like a small rumble in the car. You don't feel it kicking you out or bouncing at anything, but you can just see how much the tyre is part of the suspension of the car, as well as actually putting the grip through and allowing you to turn.
Yes, it looks so much worse, doesn't it, when you slow it down and put it into super slow-mo. It looks so much more vicious than actually the feeling you get at the speed in which you are doing.
We'll come back at some point about the stewards' room. We get a moment to talk about that. And stocking up some bits and pieces. There's a tired-looking Giancarlo Fisichella. I can put in the run into daylight. They're tired eyes, aren't they?
Yep, it's been a long day so far. 18 hours and 15 minutes have passed. This 24-hour race. So there's still nigh on near a WEC race still to go. 6 hours to run. A lot to play for. A lot of problems can happen in that time. But the teams will be thinking they've got broken the back of it. There's no question they have. However, they'll be running on I would have said they're at quarter energy and some running on reserves.
Yep. Let's run through again for anybody joining us this morning. The cars that are no longer taking a part in proceedings. Euro International out early on with drive problems at the Dunlop Bridge. Spirit of Race, Matt Griffin coming in to retire the car after the team had worked to repair the damage from a spin and subsequent puncture and second delamination on that car after a clash deemed a racing incident with the 22 United Autosports car while Duncan Cameron was in the car. 55 out. 52 AF Corsa Alexander West having a nasty whipping spin into the barriers at the Porsche curves. Car out in the spot there. High Class Racing giving up the fight after multiple efforts to solve their gearbox woes. Black and white flag meanwhile for Andreas Lascaratas in the that's the car 89, abusing track limits. High Class Racing, multiple attempts to fix the gearbox after a fine early race run by Collis. Lost the rear wing down the Forest S's, and then subsequent further body damage when Bruno Spengler on his way back to the pits also brushed the barrier. Duquesne, Chris Trongomondy, hard impact into the barriers at the first chicane after a three-wide battle went wrong. We've got the number 1 car in. Do you see that gap? It's not terribly flush, but I wouldn't have thought that was a major problem. Is that the gap we're talking about, the door line?
I thought it was, but looking at it, it doesn't look too bad. It is going to go into the garage, though, for second position.
No, I think it's not that. I think it's ahead of the door, and I think it may be that nose section.
Bruno getting out the car. The car is going up on its big jacks.
It's not going to be too long just because the other drivers got straight back in again.
Right, so they've got 4 minutes ahead of Nat Berton at the moment.
I think the question for them a little bit is obviously their sister car, but also where the next Toyota is after that.
Yeah, next Toyota is 3 laps.
Because you don't want to be getting into the point where you're having more and more problems because you're eroding into that. So clearly at this stop, if they can, they should try to do as much as they can so that they secure a little bit more comfort for the rest of the race, that they're not going to have any additional potential stops.
So the meeting the Brains Trust was certainly looking at what the workshopping the problem before they had to come and deal with it hands-on.
And as you say, it does look like it is
it's bodywork fit, isn't it?
The fitting between the nose and the monocoque, which we talked about a lot in practice, why they kept swapping the nose, and they do it to make sure it fits properly, and this one doesn't seem to.
Yeah.
Well, there's fitting, there's also performance, there's performance of the lights at different times. But clearly it's not correct, and the issue is that if it's actually...
I don't think they can get it off.
Well, there's the 60 that stopped at Dunlop chicane, and that looks like a spin, and trying to refire again. Schiavone came in a little bit hot, wide, looked it round. Nicely done. Select first, go.
Parked it neatly.
And he's stuck there. Oh, why is he not moving?
That's what happens when you get offline. Suddenly, you could see how there was suddenly no grip, and the rear swapped around.
You can see some trudge marks from an earlier incident in the other gravel trap in front of us. So someone trudged away from the scene of the crime.
Runner-up position at the Le Mans 24 Hours, slipping away for the number 1 Rebellion. Oh, and a very
89.
That's the 80. Yes, big issue with the front right.
Absolutely ripped the front end of the car off, and I'm sure there's going to be debris around the circuit from that.
This is Andreas Lascaratas. We mentioned he had an incident. That's what the incident is. Oh dear. Now that is, well, modular bodywork, remember, on these things. So it might not be quite as bad as it looks, but there's a lot flailing. Here we go.
Right.
Now they've got the bodywork. I think they couldn't get it off, could they?
Yeah, but then it worries me that actually it's a fixation in the monocoque that they've got the problem with, not in the nose. And if it's a monocoque issue, then that's going to be a little bit harder to solve.
And now they're attacking that particular problem. Debris at Marshall point 3, so that's suggesting that happened at the start of the lap.
Well, there's a 54.
No,
that's where it went in the Porsche curves. Oh,
right
dear
front
me.
tyre failure. How many stints did that have?
Oosh. Luckily, most of the initial degradation happened off track, so all the bits of bodywork and stuff, for the most part, off racing line and off racing circuit.
Double stint, so normally it's failing at the highest point, like highest speed. You would expect it's failing at the highest point, highest speed, and it's been a lock-up and the treads came off.
Yeah, it's more of a delamination, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not, it's the bonding. And that's normally done because if there's been a big lock-up and then it actually detaches that part of the tread and then it comes off itself.
We'd seen a message he'd been off the circuit somewhere, so... And it's going to be a slow zone, I think, for clear-up, both for that site and for debris at Dunlop as well, where Schiavone's had his moment.
Yeah, so slow zone in the Porsche curves. And now the new nose going on. Is it fitting correctly? This is the acid test. That bolt seemed to work pretty well. That was the one they were concerned about.
Matt Berton, by the way, is in the pit, so it's now it's a lap now. It is exactly a lap.
It's not big. It's
plus or minus what happens here.
But whilst it's fitted on, there doesn't seem to be a rush to get him out. There's something. Oh, it has got tyres on.
The tyres. The tyres you want to bring from the oven and do it inside the garage, then you'll come out. I think they refueled before they went in.
There are the shards that need to be tidied up, as you say.
A nasty moment.
It'd been a much nastier moment 3 years ago when the wall was there.
Yes, wouldn't it just? That's weird. It goes quieter here with the slow zone. I'll finish off that run through, by the way, the retirements and major incidents. Next up was G-drivers. We're talking about Tristan Gomondy, backwards into the wall, big impact. Tristan fine after cars went 3 wide into the first chicane. Another incident deemed a racing incident there. 30 out on the spot. 16 G-drive racing by Algarve car.
Now, what's going on there? The Rebellion came out the pits and overtook 3 or 4 cars.
The slow zone's gone at turn 1. It's only at the Porsche.
Ah, right, okay.
Just straight back into it.
Because everyone was going very slowly, having not quite got up to speed yet. Now he's being a bit more patient with the Project One Win Porsche.
Yep.
And the gap 42 seconds between our 2 Rebellion cars, with 3 now ahead of 1.
And Gus Menezes at the wheel of the number 1 car. Keep an eye on this, and I'll finish that run through. So the G-Drive by Algarve 16 car. Fuel pickup problems they had, fuel collector we thought early on, and electronic problems. I think finally finished it for them, Alan. The 16 car, the Ryan Cullen car.
Yes, it was electronic issues that stopped them in the middle of the night.
MR Racing, the 70 car. Kay Cozzolino suffering suspension, front left suspension issues, and that's finally ending their day. And we saw that car, I think, in a place of safety down near Dunlop.
Oh, and then somebody's running wide there at Arnage. Apologies.
It's Panis Racing. That is Julian Canal still aboard that car.
Yeah, and that's handed Mikkel Jensen the advantage and put him ahead, as you can see, on track. So into P3 for G-Drive.
We talked a little earlier this morning about Tony Verlander's exit for the race with that clash with Nick de Vries, Tête Rouge.
And then into the slow zone. This is how the pass happened. And it was just a lock-up, run a little bit deep into Arnage, just about kept it out the gravel, but handed the position easily to Mikkel Jensen and G-Drive Racing.
I think it was actually Jensen just moving around, distracted him. There's a small bump there, and if you don't get off the brake pedal at that point, just coming off, it's just tiny little release of the brake pressure, then you can easily lock up. It's a horrible corner, Arnage, for that, actually.
Yeah. And last 2, in terms of the definite retirements, are the number 21 Dragon Speed USA car, when Pablo Montoya stopping out on track after electrical and engine problems with that car. And then the 37 Jackie Chan DC racing car, Hope In Tung at the wheel when that car was retired, but it was Will Stevens that stopped at the side of the road. And that car disqualified after receiving external assistance, a component handed to the driver, we are told. We're not sure what that component was.
It's not official that the Iron Lynx 75 is retired.
No, but that did come in with what we think was a fire in the engine bay. And that car has been stationary for a significant period of time. That completes the cars that we think either definitely are or may be in terminal trouble. Leads on to another discussion point, which we'll come to in a moment or two, which I'm going to give him pre-warning for, which is, Alan was mentioned, we're talking about the kit and caboodle as the 8 car comes in from the lead in the steward's office. Alan, as a man who's had extensive experience of appearing before the stewards, what's it like in those meetings? Genuinely, what is it like? We have this kind of flippant line that I use quite often, which is it's a meeting without coffee and biscuits. Just exactly what is it like when you're called before the stewards or the race director?
Well, it depends what it's for.
Yeah.
For one thing, and it very much depends on how you approach it as a competitor, whether that's a driver or a team principal, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they are effectively handing down the rules and regulations that are written by the FIA.
Yep.
They're not making them up. They're not flexing them left or right or up or down. They're just handing them down. And they're trying to make a judgment. Now, I think like referees and everything else, they're doing their level best, and they're there because they're passionate fans of the sport as much as anything else. It's not because they're paid to be there. So I think if you go in with that in mind, then it's a little bit easier than if you go in slamming doors, hitting tables and telling them that they're idiots, which I must be honest that I have done once in my career.
You've tried both.
And that one didn't work. That one was not the cleverest thing that I ever did, and it was one thing I learned very, very quickly. Yeah, what you do is you go down and you sit. They explain as the 35 stopped at Dunlop again. It's another spinner, looks like, on the way into Dunlop. Yamanaka. He's going to have to get a bit of throttle on there to turn it around. And you, as you see, just comes in, just runs a little bit wide, gets onto, well, it runs very, very wide. There he tried to turn. Again, in these situations, just go straight, even if you have to cross the edge of the gravel trap, just go straight, straight, straight. And that doesn't happen. And you survive a little bit better than you did doing that. So you go in, they tell you what you did wrong, or what they think you did wrong. You explain your case, if you have a case. And if you don't, the best thing is you just accept it, put it to bed, forget about it, and move on. Because you've still got 6 hours to go. And ultimately, if it's a technical case, then it usually gets resolved after the event. If it's a sporting case, then it can be resolved during the event itself.
There you go. So when we, as we often do, talk about team managers being called to race control or to see the stewards, that's what it's like. And can I confirm there is neither coffee nor biscuits in the room? In one of my other roles as team principals, we did go to the stewards quite often in one season, and I brought my own coffee capsules for the coffee machine and gave it to them at the beginning of each race just in case I had to come and visit.
Brilliant.
But you know, this is a very important factor actually.
Yeah.
The stewards, and in this championship, they are a consistent group of stewards that follow the championship. So they understand, like Eduardo Freitas, they understand the nature of the racing, they understand the characters of it, they understand the sort of positions that you get into, and they also try within the rules that are set that they have to put through, they try to look at it as most objectively as possible. I know it's very easy sitting at home, especially and also in a garage, if you've got a lot of passion about it, that you've got a clear view. Was it my fault? Was the other person's fault? Was this? Was that? No questions. I didn't gain anything out of it. But ultimately, my sort of overall view is that they're actually pretty level, fair, objective, and they're not biased.
And consistent. I think
consistency is a big thing. You can always argue about that. We always want more consistency, but this is one very important point. What you said there was, with the technology they have, allows them to be more consistent.
Yes.
And that's something that I think we all will agree, that they have introduced technology for the benefit of consistency and also of clarity.
Yeah.
You notice it's very clear when a penalty is handed down why the penalty is handed down. It's not just penalty, car number duh. It is actually with the reasoning behind it, which I think is a lot better. If you know why you're getting penalised for something, you can accept it.
Priceless experience from Alan McNish, Graham Goodwin.
Sorry, it wasn't priceless. I had to pay for that experience. It certainly wasn't priceless.
And he's charging for it as well, so you get your card out. Let's hear from the Alpine of Pierre Rag. This car currently 6th in LMP2.
Devant toi, c'est Capillaire qui sort des stands à 6 secondes.
That's
Don't worry about
Capillaire, 6 seconds
He's
ahead.
coming into the pits, he says.
Yep, he's 6 seconds ahead of you.
We were just watching a battle shaping up in the AM class between JMW, Jan Magnussen in the yellow Ferrari, chasing down Com Ledigar in the Lusic Racing 61 car that started from pole position. That's a battle for 7th in the AM class. And that battle 3.7 seconds apart.
And that's a position that's way further up than those two cars have been for a little wee while. So they're benefiting from the errors and lack of consistency and problems for others. Good morning, Jim at Werther at JMW. I know watching from home with the family, and wish you were here, Jim. That's the 88 car, our final runner at the moment on
and our
track.
First retirement, not retirement, retirement, not retirement.
Absolutely, Don Bastian back at the wheel of that car. But excellent stuff there, by the way, from Alan Manish. I can't ever remember ever having had a conversation in a booth about that, and thank you for it.
I can't remember him having told so many barefaced lies without even a slight smirk either. That's quite remarkable.
Go to the stewards room, he'll ask them.
Touche.
I've been in there. He's got his own chair and everything.
I can't tell you on air. There's a few very, very good stories in the stewards room, but they're certainly not for broadcast. But at the end of it, you know, it's part of the makeup of the whole event. Without it, can you imagine if we didn't have them?
No, absolutely. And you know, at the end of the day, it's
be the Wild West.
Anything behind a closed door is open to being misconstrued and misunderstood, isn't it? And
I see what you did there.
The reality is that why would it be anything other than fair and consistent?
Well, you need it to be, don't you? And the stewards do as much as anything else, although the Formula One stewards now are really completely hamstrung by teams insisting that it is the letter of the law at all times and there should be no interpretation, and then they complain that the letter of the law is imposed and it ruins a good race. Well, you know, don't wish too devoutly for what you want.
24,
Going out,
24 was coming
24
out.
coming out of the garage. Yeah, what's that been in for? Let's update the viewers. Me. Why was the 24 Nielsen car in the garage?
It's the first time they've had a mechanical issue. It seems to be a suspension problem from curb strike, and that's they've had all sorts of other penalties. This is their first time here, their first time in LMP2, so they've had all sorts of other stumbles, and they're finally looking to find pace, but that's their first mechanical issue, and it was rear suspension after a curb strike for the Nielsen Racing team. So they'll be, at this point, as debutantes in this hotly contested LMP2 class, they'll be eyeing 5 hours, 25 minutes and change to the end of this race, and they'll celebrate that if they can make it.
3/4 of the race done then, heading into the final car crippling 5.5 hours. Graf Racing being caught hard and fast by the Signitech car, and aboard that dark blue 36 Signitech car, Pierre Rag chasing down Vincent Capillière. This is for 5th place in LMP2, and that is for 9th place overall, with just 4 remaining. Toyota's number 8 car leading the field. Rebellion 1 and 3 in reverse order now, 3 ahead of 1, so I'll catch up with that in a minute. And in 4th place, the number 7 Toyota that led for the first 12 hours of the race, all but before a turbo change. And Alan chasing down through into the beginning of the Porsche curves around the outside of the Mentos AM class Porsche. Lost a little bit of ground.
Yeah, a little bit of ground, but he lost the minimum of ground because he was able to let it flow around the outside there. Thing is, if you sort of get blocked and you have to accelerate, then you lose that momentum. So it's not ideal, but he's sort of still fighting in there as they come past the karting circuit on the right-hand side and then down into the heavy braking of the Ford chicane. And in front of us, the little boxes on the right, as they say, if they wave, but unfortunately they didn't. They're a bit busy looking left and right, coming across the start and finish line and accelerating up towards Dunlop. Black and white flag for driver Johnny Mollum in the Red River Sport 62 for abusing track limits. So that's the first track limits warning I've seen for a little while.
Well, actually,
it's got light.
It's a crazy jogging one because it's abusing no G track limits.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He's abusing, sorry?
Abusing no G track limits.
An emerging story maybe. 95 Aston Martin did a brake change at that last stop. Now, just asked the question and waiting for the answer, but I know we've not had a brake change and confirmed now by Salmon Strang at AMR for the 97 yet.
No, we haven't. 97 is leading as we've got a bit of a battle going on down towards the first chicane. Not sure he'll be able to get it done unless it's into the braking area. However, saying that, you've got Alex Lynn, who's actually pulled out about 10 seconds on that new tyre from James Collado at the moment. So building a gap, and if they're going to do it, they still want to keep track position when they come back out again. So it'll be a good time to actually take that advantage if they need to do it. However, I'm sure they're trying to pace it as late as possible to do the brake change in the most optimum time possible.
And do we think that Collado has had a brake change in the air?
Yes, we know he's definitely had that. Yeah, we saw that.
So despite that, he's actually still right in there with the 97 car, and those two have been battling for probably 6 hours plus together.
It was effectively nose to tail when they came in, and you know, they've always been around about that 2-3 seconds, depending on the strategy as the 34s looked it around and into the gravel. Please, 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 no, keep going, Sebastian Loeb.
Go on,
yeah, that's it. Keep going.
Keep your foot
stuck.
Buried. No, he's slowed down too much. He comes in too hot, loops it around. All good so far. So where does it go so horribly wrong for him?
He turns right, not left.
I think he's just out the pits, isn't he? It's not very long into a stint on this. He's been in the pits for a long time.
not actually his outlap, but maybe relatively.
What was his number?
34. It's been a troubled night for the Inter-Europol team.
2 laps. Rennie Binder's just jumped out. He's jumped in 2 laps ago.
Okay, so again, this battle for 5th in LMP2, Vincent Capelier. We heard on the radio message that he was due to box in a couple of laps, so Capelier should be due in relatively soon. They go by the Algarve Pro car. And how far down the order is that? Why am I not seeing it? In fact, it's John Falp, and he's only a couple of spots behind them, but a lap behind them now. This is going to turn into a fairly long slow zone while they get the Manitou in. It's not that far away from Terra Firma, is he? He really almost made it. Know that feeling. So preparing for a slow zone at 9:09. Beatles fans, it's not the one after 9:09, it's the one at 9:09.
97 didn't take brakes on that last stop.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Just
1.
for information,
Slow
now
zone
Alex
1.
Lynn is on his outlap. James Collado back into the lead.
Hopefully you heard the race director. Sadly, it didn't make it through to us. Kamui Kobayashi has been through the pits in the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7 car. And that car still 6 laps off the lead, but 1 lap closer to the number 1 Rebellion. Okay, so what happened to the number 1 Rebellion? I left it safely in 2nd place when I went to bed for 3 hours, and it is now in 3rd place. Hands up.
The car had ill-fitting bodywork by the sound of things, reported by Bruno Senna, came in, not really clear. They changed the nose, but struggled to do that. So we're not sure yet whether or not it was the fixing on the bodywork or the fixing in the monocoque, but either way, that took some time. So there was some concern about that.
I think Bruno Senna would feel it by maybe the front of the car touching the ground and porpoising a little bit. And then one thing was then to change the nose clearly, but at the same time, getting it off proved a bigger problem than what they anticipated by the looks of things.
So that swapped the positions for those 2 cars.
Fragrant Fiona Miller pointing out that 3 of our 6 stewards won't be in the stewards room this weekend, at least not real life. They're working remotely from remote locations. I was going to say home, but that pre-assumes they're working from home. They may not be.
Yeah, but that's one of the things I think we're going to find out of 2021, shall we put it that way, that we will find that people are doing more remote because the technology is definitely allowing it.
Yeah.
And that it doesn't really affect too much, because if you don't have the visual, or if you do, I know that we did our last race and all stewards meetings were by Zoom conference.
Okay.
And so it worked perfectly well.
Yeah.
It's just
Except
a little...
the coffee wasn't as good.
Yeah, it's just a little less hard to be sort of as contrite or as winning. We talked about this a little bit earlier, didn't we? You know, with drivers coming through and learning how to deal.
We removed the slow zone 1 in less than 1 minute.
Okay.
912 will remove the slow zone 1.
That is our race director. So, Eduardo's not in the chair at the moment. It's race director B.
Yeah, it's not Rui Marquez, is it? It didn't look like Rui.
Yeah, but this is going to be interesting in the GTE Pro battle because the 51 is coming up to that slow zone now. But now after the 97 is pitted, I think he'll be clear. So I think the 51 will actually get caught by the end of the slow zone, whereas the 97 probably will be fine to go through. 20 seconds, and I think the 51's already in it. Settler into the pits.
Yep.
Rear tail change. Looks like it's a bit loose or not connected as well.
Unless that's a new one going on to replace the Modesty panels at the back there. Tell me what happened to United. 3 of the top 4 cars, United, Autosports, G-Drive and Panis, have all been into the pits. Jota hasn't yet. Again, when I went to bed at 5 o'clock, United were 1-2, 32 ahead of 22. 22 remains in the lead of the class. What happened to 32?
Well, Jan Vernutet was aboard the car and it was not able to put in full runs. Felipe Albuquerque complaining that in following the 32 in that phase of the race, absolutely plastered windscreen with oil coming from the 32 car. That process carried on with Vernutet following Phil Hansen and catching him remarkably to the point where there was a radio message from Phil, a little rattled by the pace of the young Dutchman, 329s at that point. But, Alan?
No, sorry, continue.
But the car then called in, the 32, and a fairly lengthy repair job for a fractured fixed oil line.
I said to you that I thought the 51 leading AF Corsa car was going to get caught up in the end of that slow zone at the first corner, and the 97 following Aston Martin of Alex Lynn would not. Well, actually, that was the case, and Lynn was 16 seconds faster through that first sector, just purely because of their positioning on the circuit. That you can't predict. That I wouldn't say is great strategy. That's just the good fortune. It's like a penalty kick. It kind of goes with you sometimes, goes against you in others.
It's like the bounce of the rugby ball. Sometimes it's with you, sometimes it's not. And you know, when it's your race and you're going to win it, and fate has decreed that, then more often than not it'll bounce your way. And when it's not, more often than not, it won't. Into the pits comes Cinetic Alpine. So maybe it was I misunderstood the misunderstand the Englishes when they're in the messages when they're in English. They're hard enough to hear. Misunderstood that in French. So he was due to come in 2 laps. So Pierre Rag is out.
Andre de Grau gets in.
Yeah. They have driven the wheels off this car. Early delay, and they're coming right back in it, and they have still not given up on the possibility of a podium.
Absolutely, and that was a fight to that pit stop with the So24 Graf car, 36 and 39. It's the rhythm of that kind of 3rd through 6th and 7th. That's going to be, I think, one of the battles we're going to see in the closing stages of this race, and in particular because we've had this quite astonishing lack of ultimate reliability in LMP2. It's not something I'm used to seeing at all in any of this competition with these 2017 and onwards cars.
Well, that and the carnage in the GT classes, in GT Pro and in GTM, it's been a really hard race. Yeah, it has really been hard. So many cars have just gone whoomph, you know, have found a trapdoor and just dropped down the order. Jan Magnussen continues to close on Comledega. Well, here's a classic example. That Lutzig Racing Ferrari, that was the fastest AM car of all in Hyperpole. That's our pole sitter, and he's creeping his way back up inside the top 10.
That's a moment for the number 60 car. That's one of the trio of, and also the number 88 car following through. What if that was just bailing out of the braking point for the 2 P2 cars coming through?
Now, there's no need to follow Claudio Schiavone in everything he does. that leads you in all sorts of wrong ways. Dominic Bastian, maybe not to know that, but the 74-year-old driver of the 88 car following the Italian down the escape road. A little replay there. Don't worry, he hasn't done it again, team. Cara de Flaming will be, like the rest of the team, I think, into Europole, quite happy when this one ends.
Yep, so that's who's in the 61 car at the moment. Is that Comledega? It is Comledega.
It is Comledega. So this is a good battle. Young Comledega recently a very experienced Porsche exponent. He also runs his own Porsche Super Cup team. They were racing here yesterday morning.
Race prototypes as well, raced for Spirit of Race in single season of Asian Le Mans with Alexander West, who was ridden one of the other AM cars 2 years ago, the older spec LMP2 cars. And following him, well, 2 Le Mans traditions, JMW Motorsport and Jan Magnussen.
Yes, Jan Magnussen in the yellow and black car, so contractually we think that's allowed.
And
I was going to say there was something stops at the side of the road, and it's this 72 Ferrari, and this is the Hub Auto Racing car of Maurice Chen.
It is, and he's got that marker board jammed.
That's not a marker board, that is genuinely
do not go backwards. And no,
don't do that.
No. Now it's going to dig its way in. 3, 2, gently. There we go. He was golden until he decided to turn around off the track.
Yeah, what's Chinese for damn?
That.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so another slow zone area.
Same area, rise at the Dunlop Bridge. More and more drivers fatigued, more and more tyres fatigued, more and more brakes fatigued, more and more looping round into the gravel trap, and more Le Mans winners in the booth as we are joined by Emanuele Pirro, who has jumped in with the camera crew to surprise Alan McNish. And it is a surprise because Pirro was supposed to come in last night, but decided that he'd sneak off to bed first. So Emanuele Pirro chatting the chat with Alan McNish. Emanuele, of course, is our Grand Marshal for the race. So heading towards 5 hours remaining, and just getting through the first chicane and over the hill is stretching some of our competitors. See the Manitou getting ready to go. They're waiting for the yellow zone to start.
Absolutely.
And that will happen in a couple of moments, which takes a little bit before they impose it. They don't impose that slow zone before they are ready to spring into action. I tell you what, the Marshals teams there at the Dunlop chicane, they've been doing a lot of springing, haven't they? I mean, right from lap 2, was it, when the 88 car was sent up the escape road there? It's been a long time. And actually, just to go back to the retirement or the disqualification of 37, the Jackie Chan DC racing car, it was Gabriel Aubry at the wheel who was fixing the car for a long while. He got on the phone to the team, and they were disqualified because a team member came out not to talk to him, well, not just to talk to him, but handed him an item to allow the car to be returned to the pits. And having done that, they knew they would be excluded. Slightly surprising to me then that they actually put the car back out on track to wait to be excluded. There we go. I mean,
it's the first time in, well, quarter of a century that's happened. 94.
Is that right? You've done some research.
That was Dr. Jalliston helped us, as he often does. Callaway Corvette.
Wow, in its one and only appearance at Le Mans.
Oh, no, I think they raced through to 96, the Callaways.
I don't remember that. I do remember...
they were here when I was here in 95.
I do remember a wretched device called the Eagle. Do you remember that?
That was a little before my time. That was the one with the boat engine.
It came with a choice of 2 engines of different capacities.
Yeah, one of which was something utterly ludicrous.
There was, I think one was a 10 litre, one was a 12 litre or something. I don't, you know, basically they sort of brought a 440 cubic inch Keith Black Hemi and something even bigger and less suitable than that, and it barely completed a lap. Ah, the good old days.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get romanticised about these things, but
those of us that were there, but actually particularly in the 80s, there was some viciously dangerous looking bolide trying desperately to scrape their sorry way into the race with with as little disrespect as possible to the people who had deluded themselves into thinking it was a good idea. Fortunately, the state of international sports car racing is in a very, very much healthier vein right now, because the cars nowadays, nothing gets on this grid that isn't absolutely spectacular in its performance, in its reliability normally, and its preparation. Away goes the 51 Ferrari of James Collado. Alex Lynn leading But of course, they're only a couple, or have been only a couple of laps out of sync.
Yep.
And for almost the entire nighttime session, that Ferrari-Aston Martin battle has changed backwards and forwards only with pit stop strategy, because they were a set of tyres out. So one would be in its first stint on tyres, the other would be on its second, and it seemed that this car, the 97 Aston, actually fared quite a lot better than the Ferrari did in that second stint. It seemed just to be less hard on its tyres early on. He's coming up behind Jan Magnussen now, Alex Lynn.
So 2 different shades of yellow, or is that green? The other storyline, of course, of the 97 is we are expecting that car may very well need a brake change. It hasn't had one. The 51 Ferrari has, the 95 Aston Martin has.
Simon Strang suggesting they're just going to get the drivers to wear slippers.
I think that's probably right.
And if they win, they'll get a matching pipe. I think he may not have had enough sleep.
I think he probably hasn't.
Aston Martin, Simon Strang.
Or too many of the M&Ms.
The blue ones. Oof.
Yes.
Oh dear, no. Jota have released Roberto Gonzalez into the wild. He's come back out of the pits in the number 38 car in second place. So this... Oh, there goes the Hub Auto car. Okay, so no, we saw it back on terra firma, but always when I'm looking at a timing screen, there's something going very slowly, flashes up on screen. That's a little bit of a worry, but...
what if he's got just stone in the... stone that's maybe giving him a bit of a problem, because it didn't spin. First and foremost, it had a spin. Hello, I'm Emily.
You don't recognise me because I'm not wearing the mask. I didn't recognise you looking so smart, Manueli. Let's hear from who we're going to hear from, the 91 Porsche team as he comes into the pit lane. Or maybe not. Fred Macco gets out. Jimmy Bruni hoiking his race suit up as he slips into the car. So full service for the 91 car. They fixed its earlier electrical issues. And after 92 had a long and repeated set of stops for power steering very early on. The pole-sitting car also had power steering issues, didn't it? So it came in at just before 6 a.m. to get those fixed. And came in again. Whoa!
Well, we don't often see
sparks from the gun, or was that bits of gravel flying out? Either way, something flying off there. Look at these guys.
It's been a miserable Le Mans for the Porsche factory team. I don't think I've said those words before.
I don't think
20 years of covering this race.
Ever seen Olaf Mantei's team so underwhelming. I mean, they've had nothing but misfortune in tyres. We talk about running over and cutting the tyres. We talk about running over and cutting the tyre on the inside of the curb. Look at that in hypermotion. Yves, my friend, you have excelled yourself with that shot.
5-second penalty added to the next pit stops of car 54. That is the AF car 54. And also to the 95 Aston Martin. We'll come to that in a moment. Let's go and hear what's going on with Ricardo Gonzalez at Skoda.
Great work, thank you. Great work. Okay, this will be a single shift. Then your drive time is complete. You need to look after these tyres. They're going to go to Antonio. You need to look after these tyres.
For a moment there, I thought he said they're going to go to the end, but they're going to go to Antonio. So single stint for Roberto Gonzalez. And we now start to think about that, Graham Goodwin, don't we? That the lesser rated drivers in the cars, your bronzes, your silvers, have a minimum drive time, and we now have to make sure that all our guys have got that done. So for instance, Racing Team Netherlands, Frits van Aert is in the car now because he didn't do any nighttime driving. Giorgio Giotto, who actually seems to have done most of the driving in Cettilar, is back in again. John Falp is in, Alex Coigny is in, so there are lots of drivers fulfilling that minimum drive time in LMP2 and in GTE AM as well.
That must have been a nice message for Roberto Gonzalez to hear.
Long as he doesn't lock up and go off into the gravel on these tyres that he's got to look after.
I was thinking that looks a bit squirrely, but 40 minutes before his time is done, And he just needs to keep it consistent, keep it quick. Second in LMP2 at the moment, 3-minute gap.
But yes and no, it's a beautiful day at Le Mans. This is what you come for. Yes, it's nice that you're in second place. Yes, it's lovely that your teammates might get a chance to battle for victory, because the 22 United car is only 90 seconds in front. But you come to Le Mans to drive. And Roberto Gonzalez here, whoa, the Hub Auto car doing 0 kph.
Did well there, actually, did very well indeed. Just to confirm, by the way, the Super Sub for Eduardo Freitas is indeed Rui Marques. Another Portuguese race director. Another excellent one at that. In safe hands, Le Mans 24 hours, whilst Eduardo gets a croissant and I'd hope a little bit of shut eye.
No, double espresso and a cigarillo. That's what he exists on. He did give up smoking once. Didn't give up smoking a second time, though.
You are faster, this is we know. No, mistake, take your margin. It's just one mistake, it's finished. Take your margin.
Safety margin, if you make one mistake, it's finished. Wow. So, what, the charge for the podium? I mean, and again, that is still a potential. You know, Jean-Eric Verne in third is 2 laps ahead of them. But if they don't make a mistake, and G-Drive do, and Panis do, and Graf do...
It's precisely that. What they're doing is they're looking for the next target. The next target is 74 seconds up the road, and that is Vincent Capillaire. That's what they're aiming for. Keep it consistent, keep that target in mind, just chip away at that and let the rest of the cars in front worry about their own problems.
Yeah. Well, these guys nearly had a podium finish in Spa. They were battling for victory with Racing Team Netherlands. Little contact between the two of them when Fritz van Aert was driving at Blanchimont, and a huge high-speed off for Thomas Laurent, and that destroyed the Cinetec chassis, so they needed one at high speed. And spoke to Philippe Signot in the aftermath of that, and he said it is not ideal for Le Mans. We have to find a new car and then rebuild it to go to Le Mans with a 3-week lead-in. Not ideal. Out of the pits comes Algarve Pro, into the pits comes Algarve Pro's John Falp. Out comes Will Owen at United Autosports. That car, long-time race leader, United for a while during the night, in fact for most of the night, on target for a 1-2. And it was just a drag-out fight between the two of them for supremacy. But as so often is the case, everybody's plans get ruined by Lady Luck. And that will have been the case also for these guys. Gustavo Menezes split the Toyotas on the grid. He is now behind the sister car of Nate Berton. Berton in the pits. The gap was 47 seconds. So it is definitely game on for best of the rest for second position. Driver change as Berton is out. And so too is Emanuele Pirot, heading off to do a little bit more of his Grand Marshal dutying. Never a bad thing when Emanuele Pirot comes in. Just as well his phone didn't go off there. I can remember standing in the paddock chatting to him several years ago, and suddenly you could hear a helicopter engine starting up with the turbine spooling and everything else. Oh, sorry, that's my phone. Always the joker. Always the joker. So out goes number 3 car. Who took over from Nate Berton? That was it didn't look like a Romain Dumas. I think that may be was a Romain Dumas. Okay, so there we go.
Okay,
he is now in the number 1 car. There is your leaderboard. 1, 2, 3. Toyota and the Rebellions, the number 7 car, now 1 lap behind Rebellion number 3. It could yet finish on the podium. United Autosports, Jota, and then an arm wrestle. Jota, G-Drive, Panis, Graf, and Cinetec battling for the podium in LMP2.
It's any one of those cars a minor problem away.
EDEC Sport from a lap behind the field now up to 8th and 12th with their cars. Boy, those Boys and girls in the team worked hard on Friday to get a car on track, and they have worked relentlessly ever since. GT Pro Class, Aston Martin 97, 51 Ferrari. One of those should win it. 95 and 71 waiting in the wings in case there is something to catch from the table. TF Sport, the remaining Aston at the top of AM, ahead of AF Corsa's 83 car and a 77 Dempsey Proton car, relentless in their pursuit. And further down the order, our retirements and exclusions start in 49th place with the Jackie Chan DC Racing car number 37. Dragon Speed 21 is out. WeatherTech crashed out of the race by the Racing Team Netherlands car. MR also retiring, so too G-Drive by Algarve. Duquesne by Colles crashed out. High Class, more mistakes and problems with that car than any team deserves. AF Corsa's 52 car, big crash. So for the 55 Spirited Race car, that was also hit by an LMP2 car, and Euro International, the first official retirement of the race, number 11 car, just ground to a halt and declined to proceed any further. Martin Haven and Alan McNish calling the action as we head into the final 5 hours of what is, was and will always be remembered as quite a crazy race. Not only because it's not June, despite looking like June, it is mid-September. There are no fans to be seen anywhere. This race being run behind closed doors, but Alan's still being run like every other Le Mans at a relentless machine-breaking pace.
Yeah, and there's been quite a few machines that have broke under this particular pace, quite a few drivers that have made mistakes under this particular pace, because it's still the Le Mans 24 hours, it's still that trophy, it's still that recognition that ends up on the winners. And right now the winners have still got quite a long way to go, even although this Toyota Gazoo Racing that we're riding on board with, Sebastian Buemi's got a good lead. They're in a comfortable position. They have been since their sister car, who's now currently in 4th place, had a turbo failure and had to go into the pits. However, we have seen that failures can happen. And from that perspective, I think there's still always that point in the back of your mind. You know, you've kind of just got to let it run through. However, let it run through is a lot harder than it sounds.
It's hanging over their head as well, isn't it, that turbo failure?
Yeah, well, by now they'll have had a bit of a look at it and understand if it is something that was a one-off. However, deep investigation into it will have to be done by the turbo supplier in that respect, and so it's not a 5-minute job. This is the number 1 car, which is in 2nd place in the pits, and that car has kept, I would say, kept it honest all the way through. And it's there to pick up the pieces. If there is an issue, then it's there to pick up the pieces if the 8 has any problems.
Gustavo Menezes at the wheel. He'll go back out again. This car was in 2nd, now down to 3rd place. It's the number 3 car, the not regular season entry, that is currently in 2nd. And 1 lap only ahead, the number 1 car of the number 7 Toyota. So relentless pursuit by GGR's number 7 car means that Toyota may yet get 2 cars on the podium. Look at the top speed in the classes, 3:05 for Risi Competizione. So Jules Gounod with the new high-speed mark. That may well have been set in a tow. 3:03.9 for the GTE AM cars. And Gustavo Menezes on the outlap, threading his way through, I beg your pardon, that's Romain Dumas threading his way through traffic.
Yeah, Gustavo Menezes is coming through Tetra Rouge, so he's 1 complete straight behind Romain Dumas for the 2nd position.
Yes, 29 seconds, so it is a battle for supremacy between the 2 Rebellion. Just 29 seconds in it. 31 in the pit lane. This car is in 4th place and came in less than a minute behind Jean-Eric Verne in the 3rd place G-Drive car. So this is where the knife fight really begins. There is a minute and 42 seconds between Paul Di Resta, who leads for United Autosports, and Roberto Gonzalez doing the final of his driving stints in the Jota Sport 38. Michelin lead Goodyear, Michelin 3rd with G-Drive, Goodyear 4th with Panis Racing. So who is going to have more representatives on the LMP2 podium? I mean, it's fair to say the way LMP2 has gone in the next 4 hours and 54 minutes, None of the top cars may finish on the podium. However, they do seem at least to be going in that direction. And now, inside the final quarter of the race, avoid problems. It's a little bit like the Daytona 500. It's the Daytona 450, and then the race breaks out. Here, if you can get into the final couple of hours, then you can see what position you're in and how much you can do about it. All the planning and back counting and head scratching and plan A, B, C, D, E, F and G-ing doesn't help when Lady Luck intervenes. You've just got to grind it out for 22 hours and get yourself into a position to be able to contest victory or a podium finish. Or in some cases, and factually every year for quite a number of teams, just to make the checkered flag. Brendan Hartley still with the All Blacks helmet on, the nighttime helmet. He takes over from Sebastian Buemi. So Buemi goes off for a wash and a brush up, and maybe a fry up, who knows. I'm sure they have a much more well thought out breakfast than I have had. However, 2 fried eggs and a couple of bits of bacon on some French bread, that's the breakfast of kings, mate, let me tell you. Whatever James Hunt may have said. Through goes Rebellion, past the Dragon Speed car. And that Dragon Speed car of Henrik Hedman in 13th position now. And again, 3 or 4 hours ago, that car was looking very strong for a top 6 position. So many cars. People often say, what on earth do you find to talk about for 24 hours? Well, you know, obviously people who don't know me, but we've got 59 cars here, each of which has a story that we barely even scrape the surface of.
Oh, good grief, yes.
Because I'm now going to say, that Dragon Speed car, it was a top 6 contender and it was charging up the order, and now it's back down in 13th. So what on earth happened there?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, Dragon Speed. Well, we'll wait for a moment because we're going to be going on board for in just a moment with the #1 Rebellion, 3rd place with Gustavo Meneses. Let's hear what's going on for Gus.
Yes, you're doing food on fuel and the brakes feel good, so just continue doing what you're doing.
This is a leader in GTE Pro, the second car there, the Aston Martin. Alex Lynn at the wheel, and they've got a minute and 2 seconds gap to the AF Corsa. However, slightly different pit stop strategies between the two of them, so it's not quite as much as that in reality. And also looking towards the end of the race, because now we can start to predict where it's going. The Ferrari has got a slightly shorter final fuel stop as well, and so we'll gain some time in the pits.
To complete the point I was going to make about Dragon Speed, we said it earlier in the race, I repeat it now, the only team to have won races in LMP2 in IMSA, in the ELMS and in the WEC, and did so in remarkably short order. 2 cars here again for Elton Julian's team, but neither of them had very much by way of mechanical luck, I'm afraid. The number 21 car out, the number 27 car delayed.
A little bit more information from Toyota about what happened with the number 7 car. Came in and they had to replace the turbo during the night time, and it turns out that that was a problem with the exhaust manifold, which had to be replaced. Of course, it's exhaust power that spins the turbo, and the other side of the turbine shaft is in the intake manifold, and that compresses the mixture and forces it into the cylinder at above atmospheric temperature. That's what a turbocharger does, driven by exhaust gas, forcing air into the cylinders to give you more power, more bang for your buck. And of course, that's a virtuous circle, because the more it's spun by the exhaust, the more power it forces in, the more the exhaust comes out quickly, the more power it can produce in, which is why you have blow-off valves and limiters on turbos. Otherwise, it would just endlessly keep producing more power until the engine grenaded itself. Here's our second car in GTE Pro. This is Alessandro Pierguidi now at the wheel of the 51AF Corsa car. This car's been in contention right from the beginning, and there was lots of flappy Italianate gesturing when they went from first to third in a pit stop early on. The sister car 71 rising to the top, and the Aston Martin at that stage sort of being leapfrogged and also leapfrogging one car itself. But these guys have fought their way back into contention, with Daniel Serra joining the world champions, the former world champions, Alessandro Pierguidi and James Calado at the wheel of the car.
Yeah, they've been very, very strong, this car. Kind of a little bit off in practice, kind of got there a little bit more in qualifying, and as soon as the race started, then they were full action stations.
Critical moment there. I think Brendan Hartley has just put another lap on Romain Dumas. He is now 4 laps behind in the number 3 Rebellion. That is the second placed car, and that was Hartley just in front of him. So that's 20 minutes of mechanical carnage that they have built up an advantage for the number 8 Toyota Gazoo racing car. And so seemingly the battle may be on for second place between the Rebellion team. Cars number 3 in second place and number 1 in third place. They are just 30 seconds apart. They are being caught slowly by the number 7 Toyota, but it is not yet in a position to take a podium spot.
Oddly, was about to make the reverse point there. We've talked a lot about the potential for positional gain, really significant positional gain in LMP2 and GTM. We haven't really done that about LMP1. We've had a significant problem for one of the Toyotas. They've got one bullet left in the gun, and if that bullet, I'm afraid, fails to fire, then it's a Rebellion 1-2.
Yes.
Unlikely, but it needs,
no.
It needs a 15-minute delay for Rebellion to win Le Mans.
But exactly right, and it was unlikely that a car as well rehearsed, as well detailed, as well practiced, as frequently used and abused by its drivers as the TS050 was going to have an exhaust manifold failure.
Indeed.
So it could have been, you know, the way it's being driven, it could just have been a component failure. But again, you know, I you refer back to Alan or to Peter Dumbrek. If you've got a sister car that is identical, that's had a problem, permanently nagging away in the back of at least your engineer's mind while you're busy lapping it in the door handles, is that it might come and find you, because it'll be the same component supplier on both cars.
Yeah, Magnussen looking for away by Comledegaard again, and finding it, I think. No, not quite there. Oh.
And the G-Drive car right behind going, come on boys, make your mind up, leave some room for me. They didn't really leave room, but he made it anyway.
Yeah, Magnussen didn't want that to happen there, did he? Needs the prototype to hold him up a little further down the road, which he does not do.
We see now, hopefully the JMW guys will be looking at their GPS map and saying, P2 car up behind you, let him go, let him go. And then he will try and fight Comledegaard, maybe as they get onto the Mulsanne, maybe a little before that. We'll have to wait and see how close he can get. But the run down to the first chicane would be possibly the next opportunity he'll get. I do like the livery on that 61 Lucic Ferrari, with a very Ferrari 250 LM look to it. Great livery. Let's hear from Jotas Roberto Gonzalez in his final stint in the car.
Roberto, we really need to do that fuel. When I say every chicane, Mulsanne and Indianapolis, I mean it. We're going to get the same problem as last time, if not worse. We are P2, looking to challenge for the win here.
Okay, so when he left the pits, it was look after the tyres, and now they're saying we really need to do that fuel. I'm not kidding you here, Roberto. This is about potentially winning the race. Save the fuel for me. And that means Alan rolling off the throttle a fraction early, getting on the brakes a fraction early, trying to keep the speed up, but without using the right hand pedal.
And that's a tough one for the gentleman driver, but clearly outside of his fuel numbers at the moment, by the tone from the engineer.
Yeah.
So It's not as it's very easy to see this, isn't it? Is gentleman driver, get in, drive as fast as you can. No, there's a lot more at stake here, and we've seen Roberto Gonzalez. In terms of the time, he's doing well to hold off Jean-Luc Verne. That was a 3-minute gap. It's down now to 2 minutes and 34 seconds in what is going to be Roberto's final stint of the race. Trouble for the 78 car.
Yeah,
that's gone around at Dunlop.
Horst Junior, Horst Felbermeyer.
But within that task, hold off the superstar international race driver that's chasing you. You've also got to make sure you're not using too much fuel or the tyres.
Yeah, don't use too much fuel, which means rolling into the corners without throttle and using the brakes. But that also necessarily means you're using the tyres more, but don't do that either. Yeah, it's not just lose as little time as you can to United and to G-Drive. It's also bring the tyres back alive and bring the fuel back within the window that we need. As you say, it's not just get out and rag it mercilessly because we're here at Le Mans. There is a lot of subtle subtext and context going on. Into the pits comes the number 7 Toyota.
So the point is here, in those moments you have, as we all do, thinking, I could do that, factor those things in as well.
I tell you what, I think all you need to do to dissuade you of that thought is to spend a lap in the passenger seat.
Oh, God.
And then when you are dragged out of the car, a gibbering wreck, and you in a P2 car,
put into a bucket.
I can't even begin to imagine. The closest I've got is a GT3 car, and it just blows your mind. As a road driver of anything, it is way beyond your ken. Now, that's the sort of thing that does a lot of damage to cars, to tyres, to suspension, to floors. Don't drop the wheels off the curbs. Those inside edges are very sharp, very rough concrete, and they rip tyre sidewalls to shreds. Paul di Resta out, Felipe Albuquerque in. Has Phil Hansen done his minimum stints?
Phil's definitely, he's been in just as much as everybody else.
Did a lot of legwork during the night, Phil Hansen.
Yeah, he did a lot. That was a 10-lap stint at the end from Paul di Resta, so Paul did a triple plus a tiny bit on that particular one, so it was a very strong stint for him. And I know he's got a bit of support at home from his 2 children who are up watching this one, Leo and Perla.
Excellent.
Yeah. And good to see that Leo was in a kart himself a couple of weeks ago, just to make sure that that family tradition goes on.
To make sure that Daddy's never got any money to spend.
Well, I raced against Paul's daddy himself.
Yeah.
And so there's definitely a little bit of lineage there.
And there's been, you know, with the di Restas, with the Franchitis, with the Leslies, there's been this sort of, and the McKaigs, there's been this sort of constant overlapping of generations supporting each other, because you supported my son, I'm now supporting your son, and so on and so on. And it's, we joke, don't we, about the Scottish motor racing mafia, but it is a really tight fraternity. Although I have to say, I'm not sure that I could survive a Scottish motor racing driver's dinner.
One bit of housekeeping, just from a visual clue we've just spotted, not shown on the screen, but the 75 car is out of the race. The garage door is down.
Oh. So confirmation that we don't get, well, in this day and age, naturally, we don't get the pieces of paper shoved through the back of the door by the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. Just to check that box every hour, so we don't get the official abandon, but the Iron Links garage door is down. That is the universally accepted signal of a car being out of the race. 63's door down there as well.
We knew that one. That was the Tony Verlander incident at Rouge.
He got clattered off by Nick de Vries, cost them both a lot of time, and in the end, it took half an hour or so for the WeatherTech car to get out of the gravel and back to the pits, or to be rescued from the gravel and sent back to the pits, and it never reappeared. 61 with a little bit of a refastening of that rear hatch. Yeah.
In normal times, we'd be waiting for, expectantly at this time, the next raised voice on the PA from Bruno van der Stick for another drama. It's got dramas left in this. Little doubt about that. It always does. We've got 4 hours and 40 minutes remaining. There are gaps that can be closed on pace, but there's going to be other dramas as well, I'm sure.
Well, we're an hour and 20 minutes into a standard World Endurance Championship race. We're 40 minutes longer than half the races we've had this season. So, yeah, there's, you know, it's a full race left to go and more. There's a lot that could yet happen. And chief among what might happen is what on earth is going to go on with our LMP1 podium. At the moment, the number 8 Toyota leads by 4 laps, so that's a 15-minute mechanical disaster window. Behind them, Rebellion number 3 and Rebellion number 1 now less than 30 seconds apart. And then behind them, a lap off a podium spot is the number 7 Toyota with Kamui Kobayashi fresh out of the pits. This is the GTE AM leader, Johnny Adam aboard the TF Sport Aston. A winner at Le Mans in GTE for Aston Martin 3 years ago in the pro class, and as a pro driver, he is the hot shoe in the 90 TF Sport Aston. He's been placed there by Aston Martin and doing a great job. In fact, all 3 drivers doing a great job. What about Sally Yollet? Because he didn't do many or any laps during the night time, and that means that although he did quite a lot on Saturday, how much does he still have to do on Sunday, do you think?
I think Sally's clear now, to be honest.
Right,
I think he's done his laps because Sally he's definitely done 6-7 stints through the course of this race.
Yep. Well, and because the weather was so good yesterday and it was expected to be thundery and miserable during the night, I think a lot of teams made sure that when it was warm and dry and sunny and clean, they got their bronze and silver graded drivers through as many laps as possible while the going was good. So 10 laps left in your Le Mans 24 hours, I think was the message. So, yeah, give it as much as you've got.
Yeah, he's also under pressure from Paul Lafargue behind. This is for position. About to say before we went to that, there are going to be a couple of stories, whoever finishes where, that need to be written about the recovery drives from both EDEX Sports cars and, for that matter, the Signatec Alpine cars, all of which had early problems, and they have been consistently quick and reliable.
Now, remind us what happened to Signatec Alpine, because that was very early in the race, and I can't for the life of me...
It was cooling.
Oh, yes, it was. It was water pressure, wasn't it?
Lap
and they had
one.
to come in.
It was lap 1. They came in back in the garage, engine running hot.
Defending double winners, remember, and they don't know they're going to win it again, but what a fight.
Oh, Toyota's about to unlap itself. Is it there from the Rebellion? Was that the number 1 Rebellion that went past us?
Number three.
Number 3, okay. So it's the number 7 car. It is about to unlap itself from both Rebellions, because the number 3 is the 2nd placed car. Now that won't make it a podium position yet, but he's got 4.5 hours to get that car on the podium. Goes by the Rebellion, and the number 3 car is fighting hard. Meanwhile, IDEX Sport move ahead, and Paul Lafargue up to 7th in class, starting from the pit lane a lap behind everybody else, those 2 EDEX Sport cars. Blimey, what a storied race they have got. EDEX race alone fills a book.
EDEX week.
Yeah.
We'll come to that. Ben Keating, by the way, black and white flag for track limits.
Oh! And squirrels across the curves. Battle there with the Iron Lynx car. This is the remaining Iron Lynx car.
The 60 car, Claudio Schiavone.
In fact, 75 still going, isn't it? With
no, 75 is out, 85 is still out there.
Okay.
So we've lost one of the 3, the 75 car, which was the 3rd car. And
a whole injector rail there being fitted onto the Gibson V8 in the Racing Team Netherlands car. It was a very good view of just what, in fact, it wasn't an injector rail, was it? That wouldn't have just plugged in. That was all the, what do you call them? Spark units. Yeah. There's a proper word for them that eludes me at the moment. Well, there goes our LMP2 leader past our GTE leader. Well, in fact, that's not the leader, is it? That's what the car that... Oh, it is the leader. So the one blue light doesn't appear to be shining very brightly through the grime on the side of the United Autosports car. I don't think it's mandatory for those position marker lights to work. It is mandatory for the illuminated door panels to work.
Yeah, we saw that, didn't we, in that epic chase in 2016, where there was a protest, as I recall, from Ford about the position lights on the Rizzi Ferrari.
Yeah, the Ford Ferrari and the Ford Porsche battles brought quite a lot of protests over the last couple of years, didn't they?
Out goes the Jumbo-sponsored 29 car.
A long way back from where they would like to be. They're 16th in the class.
Was that Jean-Eric? That can't be Jean-Eric Verne going. Oh, hang on a minute, we've seen a...
Well, it's Verne because there's only one G-Drive car left
right,
now.
That is Gonzalez coming in.
So Roberto Gonzalez coming in. Is this the end of his stint?
So Verne must have been
a little
Verne
early.
has been in and out.
Yes, because he's a lap behind, in fact. So that was Jean-Eric Verne going back onto the same lap as the 38 Jota car.
So this is the end of the lapper required for Roberto Gonzalez.
So how has he done with the tyres and how has he done with the fuel?
So Antonio Felix da Costa will be getting in the car.
Now there's a man who knows how to balance tyres, pace and well, not fuel, but charge. Antonio dropping into the car, the Formula E champion in this crazy season. He takes over from Roberto Gonzalez. And it's not about second place, it's about trying to win this race.
Well, came in from 43 seconds behind as we got another.
Yikes. Well, that's the 60 car again. Yeah, these are replays of drivers spinning, coming up the hill into bright sunshine. And maybe that's just enough for them to slightly lose their braking marker. 78 car will have time added to its pit stop for an infringement. That's the Proton car of Horst Felbermeyer Jr., Michele Beretta and Max van Splunteren. That was Horst spinning it, so a pit stop infringement. That'll be a visor not being down, too many men across the line, not having the earthing line clipped on, not having a fire extinguisher present.
Was it possible that because we've not been tracking the details with these, are these the fuel fill times? There is a sliding scale of penalty for...
Yes, could be.
Busting the minimum fuel fill times.
Could be, exactly so. Putting the fuel in too fast in the AM class. Well, let's hear from our race leaders. Brendan Hartley is aboard the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing TS050.
Very tight, just too much on the set. Copy.
Very tight, too much understeer. Other than that, didn't get much out of that.
Fastest lap of the race for the number 3 car, 3:22.185 from Romain Dumas, as that was that message was coming through. Not going to do it on pace. Keeping the pressure up.
Well, they're not going to do it by relenting the pressure either, are they? And actually, that time round, 3:22.1 for Romain Dumas, 3:23.1 for Brendan Hartley. Now, they have got a 4-lap lead in the number 8 Toyota. But as number 7 has proved, that might not be enough if something goes awry. So we still have a battle on our hands. Not just between the 3 and the 1 Rebellion cars. You can see they are a chicane apart on the Mulsanne. That's the battle for second now. Might become an awful lot more critical should something happen to the number 8 Toyota. There is the number 7 Toyota in 4th place. Getting a lap back from both of the Rebellions. And here is the number 8 car. And they're lapping at very similar speeds.
Lead gap in LMP2, by the way, 1 minute and 42 seconds is the gap for Antonio Felix da Costa to attack. Two Portuguese drivers, 1-2 at the moment. Jean-Eric Verne is a further 45 seconds back, with Nico Jaman 49 seconds back. These are not big gaps.
Do we know why Paul Di Resta had a 3-lap stint 2 stints ago? Did he have a problem?
Don't know.
I will see what I can do to assist.
What I do know is that Toyota's Alistair Moffat tells us that the number 7 car, the reason its pace isn't quite where it ought to be is it has floor damage after hitting some debris in the early morning hours, but it takes too long to replace it, and so they are just going to carry on. So the car that for 12 hours, give or take a few minutes, looked like winning the race, now is struggling and may not make the podium. Ugly Schoenack there in the Rebellion garage, and Bart Hayden alongside him. Let's see what these guys can do. They are 2nd and 3rd at the moment, and that would be a mighty effort for them to get both cars on the podium, which Toyota at the moment do not look like doing. But we are a long way from there. 4.5 hours to go in the 24 hours of Le Mans. And if history here teaches us anything, it isn't over until you have passed the checkered flag. Toyota, of all teams, can tell you that.
So on the side of the Rebellion, you saw the sticker 2008 to 2020. Who were they here with in 2008?
Who were they here with? It would have been with Seba. I mean, in terms of the drivers, this is a team that's raced obviously in LMP2 in both eras. We've seen them in GT under different names, under the Speedy Garage names, etc. With Spiker, was Rebellion efforts. Were you part of that effort?
I was, yeah.
So that was Rebellion. That was what you were digging for.
That's what I remember. I
apologise. I didn't realise it was an ironic point being made. But yeah, I mean, it's a storied history here, and it's sad to see the end of it, is the reality here. We've not spoken probably enough about that. A 3rd place overall here at Le Mans for that team. I think is it 2 or maybe even 3 4th places overall in LMP1 against proper factory opposition, multiple factory opposition.
Yeah.
And yeah, through the
I think 2012 was a good year for them,
yeah,
wasn't it? Did they make the podium overall?
No, they've made the overall
place,
podium just the once, and that's far more recently, and could have made the podium overall in LMP2, but had the major penalty for, if you remember, drilling the hole in the engine cover.
That's right, because the starter motor kept jamming and they had to keep taking the engine cover off, so they drilled a hole in it so they could whack it with a stick.
Yeah.
And of course that was a material change to homologated bodywork and therefore instant exclusion.
Speaking of jamming, Nico Jaman is on it.
See what you did there?
Yeah, absolutely. He sniffs a potential result here in a battle with Jean-Eric Verne. Under a minute is the gap between 4th and 3rd.
Yeah.
4th, the worst place in the world at Le Mans or any other international motor race. And Panis Racing are going for this.
Well, it's a kind of 3-way fight, really, isn't it? United Autosports at the moment half a lap ahead of the battle between Jota, G-Drive, Panis, Graf, and maybe Senior Tech as well. It doesn't take much imagination or much of a disappointment for any of those 5 cars for a couple of their rivals to end up ahead of them on the podium. And we've seen an awful lot of disappointment so far in this race. What about Aston Martin, the 97 car back in the pit lane?
No sign of brake change on that car yet, but they're looking.
They will hold off as long as they humanly can, won't they? Because they know it will give a big advantage to Ferrari, which has made a brake change, and they don't want to give the AF Corsa 51 car any glimmer of a clean run up to the flag.
Tyres ready for that car, though.
Yep. Was that still Alex Lynn's helmet in the car? I think they were just doing a drinks bottle.
I don't think it was a change.
Right, we'll have to eventually, because he'll just, like all the mechanics, drop dead from exhaustion. Okay, let's hear from Alex Legui down in the pit lane. Good morning, Al. It's nice and warm there, not scorchio like it's been for the last couple of days. You've got news from United.
Good morning. It is getting scorchio, though. I can feel it. Yes, it was just a short stint for the rest. They just took the opportunity to pit while there was the yellow on the straight.
Yeah, it makes sense. You lose less time doing a pit stop and a driver change when other cars are going through a slow zone. So it's the equivalent of pitting under a full course yellow, but of course it's not full course, but it does slow the other cars down. So if you can do it then it's a good opportunity. So that's why United swapped Paul Di Resta over to Felipe Albuquerque in the number 22 car. Will Owen in the pits in 32 rather, the car that was battling for the lead of the race before it struck problems. 71 was also battling for the lead in the GT Pro class before it struck problems. It's now battling for third place with the 95 Aston, but the gap between them is 2 whole laps. So the 71 car has been the lesser smiled upon of the 2 Ferraris. That had a right front damper failure in the middle of the night. It caused damage to the car in terms of a left rear puncture as well while Sam Bird was at the wheel, and that's what costed a couple of laps in the pit lane. Because time flies by when your car is stationary, as well as when you're the driver of a train riding on the footplate there and back again, and at the moment the car stops, suddenly everybody else just races away from you. And it becomes very, very hard indeed to make up that lost ground.
GT Pro, we're looking at one of the Porsches, just have not been there all day and yesterday for that matter as well. That battle though, ebbing and flowing, the 51 Ferrari in the lead at the moment, but that's all ebbing and flowing on pit stop strategy. The 97 car back out in the hands of Maxime Martin, but the underlying story there is that all the cars around it have had a brake change, the 97 has not.
Unusual for the Porsches, isn't it? Because normally they're pretty bulletproof.
Yeah, bulletproof and ready for this race in every way, political, technical, and strategic.
You know, they just haven't, apart from qualifying was half decent, but apart from that, the race, they just haven't looked like they're going to mount much of a challenge at all.
It's been a very tough race, and said a little bit earlier, can't remember the last time that Olaf Mantai's cars underperformed so disappointingly here. It's not that they've been short of pace, that they forgot to pack the luck. Maybe that only comes to them in June. Here's the 92 car, which has had a rotten race from start to finish. They are down in 41st place overall. It's still 7th in class though, so again you've got to slightly look at the brighter picture and say, well, it's good championship points. Not as good, I'm afraid, as the cars obviously that are first, second and third in class, but you've just got to do what you can do. And here at Le Mans, that means even if your setback is on lap 1, you still have to fight to the final lap of the race. Speaking of which, Graham Goodwin, 4 hours and 22 minutes left. We have got 316 laps completed. Are we still on target for a record distance?
Haven't been for a while. Those safety cars going into the night rather took that one away from us. We are about to, though, see something we haven't seen for quite a while, which is the 2 Toyotas on track together. The number 8 car catching the 7 at the moment.
And it looks as though the number 7 car has just hasn't quite unlapped itself yet from the number 3 Rebellion. Number 3 Rebellion leaving the pit lane has now. So the number 3 Rebellion on the same lap behind it is, or in front of it, is the number 7 Toyota. So in front of it on the road, behind it on the road as well, if you like. Don't do that. Now, is that a sign of brakes becoming increasingly hard to control in the 97 Aston?
That was the 98, wasn't it?
I'm not sure. Didn't see the number. They all look
probably
exactly
the Dalana car. It was his sponsor on the side, wasn't it?
Ah, right, okay.
But still, there's a sizable chunk of me to listen what's going on with first Antonio Felix da Costa chasing the lead. and the 38 Jota car.
I am the Liver Dragon Speed Show. I am no pace, no pace. Sorry. Copy, do what you can. Copy, do what you can. We're trying to find a solution for the next stop. Copy.
Did he say no brakes?
No pace.
No pace. Got the 7 Toyota behind him. It's an easy pass from Kamui Kobayashi. It's not a battle for position, just trying to get round. But worryingly, Antonio saying he had to let the Dragon Speed go. GT Pro Class, this is the Risi Competizione Ferrari.
He's not very deep into that stint either, Da Costa.
No, he's only been in a couple of laps, hasn't he? So the Dragon Speed car with Renger van der Zande, that's the 27 car you just saw in the front there, the white car, the remaining Dragon Speed car. That's in 13th place. It's several laps behind, but the worry there for Jota is that a car that is several laps behind is pulling away from them quite quickly. 92 had full service for Kevin Escher. Michael Christensen taking over. Team checking the rear lights, team checking the brakes on the 90 Aston Martin. This is our GTE AM leader. And they're, I guess, looking at the depth of those cooling vanes to see how much meat there is on the disc and how much meat there is on the pad. Royal Leamington Spa's Jonathan Adam at the wheel of the car.
Well, could this be the biggest results ever for Tom Farrier and TF Sports? It's not done yet.
Nope.
Edex Sport go blasting by. That's the 17 car. Patrick Pilet. What a week. What a story.
Yeah. Phone call at 1 a.m. on, what was it, Thursday, to say,
would you like to come and
can you get to Le Mans? Yeah.
And by the way, it's not a Porsche.
No, and by the way, it's not a GT car either. So first time he has ever raced a prototype.
And by the way, can you start from a lap down?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Good news is it's a prototype drive. You won't have to pay for anything. Bad news is you're starting from the pit lane a lap behind everybody else. Yeah, who would have thought?
And that car, by the way, running in 16th place overall, 12th in the class. That doesn't sound that impressive, does it? But that is huge progress for a team that, to be blunt, was thrown together in adversity. Hugh de Schonack.
Yep. And the sister car, the 28 car, the red Edex Sport car, is in 7th overall. Can you imagine a top 6 finish for that team? Mind you, actually, when we saw the two cars wrecked on Thursday, can you imagine them starting?
No.
Never mind, could you imagine them finishing?
I'll correct you slightly. It's 11th overall, 7th in class.
7th in class, yeah.
That doesn't take away from the achievements during the day. There's the other car passing the 17 that is worthy of comment in the same breath. The 36 car, 6th in class, into the top 10 overall, chasing down the So24 Hasbro Graf car, and will go by this time because that car has pitted. Thomas Laurent, quickest lap of the 36 cars race, 3:30.823. Clearly not lost any of his pace after the terrifying accident he suffered at Spa.
Well, Charles Milesi, the silver driver in the Graf racing car, along with Vincent Capillier, another silver driver. Their third man, James Allen, is gold rated. So Charles Milesi may be stepping out of the car in this pit stop. Just ahead of them, Nico Jamin has just left the pits for Panis, and Sinutek go by. Thomas Laurent up to 5th place in class, goes by the Graf car.
What dramas await here. The mirror bouncing along.
See, Patrick Pilet didn't even have time to take the windscreen strip off his visor.
That's a great shot.
Yeah. The hypermotion camera just shows you all sorts of detail that the human eye cannot possibly take in.
Twitter question that I don't know the answer to, and I strongly doubt any of us in the booth do, but it's a point worth making. When was the last time a privateer achieved the fastest lap overall against a manufacturer? Something that Rebellion hold at the moment.
You would have to look back to Ugo de Schomack run cars, I think.
I think maybe Henri Pescarolo.
Ooh, nice shout.
I think Henri Pescarolo maybe in 2005 with the, well, we call these cars hybrids, the Toyotas, but they were then called hybrids as a mixture between two rule sets. I suspect it might have been that car back then.
Right. Leader is in the pits, Brendan Hartley, Toyota number 8.
One of the drivers, good morning everyone, one of the drivers from that Pescarolo car is in this race, Manu Collard.
Indeed. Let's have a look back at that.
Fastest man around the Nordschleife in a Peugeot minibus also. Remember going on to the Nordschleife, my very first experience of it was in a V10 engined Audi RS6 estate. And in front was a Pescarolo Peugeot minibus full of crew, driven by Manu Collard. And he went on through the barrier before us on the Tourist Fahren. We never saw him again. Genuinely.
He features in one of my favourite 2 Nordschleife stories that don't involve racing cars. One of which was a Porsche 911 road car going out there with Manu, I think a Marino Franchitti in the back seat. I think it was Stefan Ortelli in the front seat, and I can't immediately recall who was in the passenger seat. That car came back with all 4 laughing like drains and smoke from literally every orifice that car had.
I can imagine Manu Collard probably going, "This is a left, correct?" as they go over a blind barrier into what he knows is a flat-out right-hander. That's often the way when a driver has fellow drivers on board. Yes, our Audi topped 175 on the pits down the Dottinger, on the pit straight down the Dottinger Her, and we still didn't catch the minibus. Terrifying. 850 horsepower or something ridiculous in the Audi. And
Gary Watkins, by the way, offers 1997 and TK in the US Porsche against factory opposition.
Okay, but it was a factory car, not a factory run car. Okay, yeah.
No, yeah, that was a privateer car, wasn't it? Yeah. They just cut the roof off, didn't they?
Hacksawed.
True.
What about...
I still say Orica run Peugeot.
CGR a year when he won it.
Fastest lap?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'll have a look. That might be one for me to investigate in more depth with a gallon of coffee on a Wednesday after Le Mans.
On a wet Wednesday, of which there will probably be quite a lot, given that it is mid-September. Let's hear from Gustavo Menezes in the 3rd place #1 Rebellion.
Yes, can you go real round on brake bias? Can you go real round on brake bias to save the front brakes? Yeah, is temperature okay? Temperature is okay? Yes, you can go real round. Temperature is okay. You just need to remove some energy from the front. Go real round, brake bias, please.
Yeah, they're concerned about front brakes.
And guys, Jamie, you know, he's asking him to back the balance a little bit more to the rear, which makes the car a little more prone to locking up. But he hasn't said, I need you to move it back 2 or 3 clicks or anything. He's leaving it to the driver to find a balance between preserving the brakes and survivability, because the last thing you want is to nurse the brakes by backing it off into a gravel trap.
Yeah, the rear brake wear is minimal in comparison with the front anyway. And, you know, coming into the last 4 hours of the race here, the front brakes will be reaching the limit, and they're not thinking about this lap or this stint. They're thinking about the last hour.
And a regular contributor to our podcast with questions, SRA Smoking Puppy 841, great name, on Twitter, says that Loic Duval set the fastest lap in 2010 for Orica in their Peugeot 908 with a 319.
Hey, thank you.
Yes.
Hey, thank you. It's always my suspicion, if there's somebody who does things that the factory can't, Ugo de Schomack is my go-to man. That wasn't any well-remembered fact. It was just that that car was so competitive. 91 is in the pits. Pit stop under investigation for
the second place MP2 car.
38 Jota car. Ooh. Oh dear. Last stop of car number 90, the TF Sport Aston that leads GTE-AM, also under investigation. Uh-oh.
2 key cars in the race right now.
No kidding. 4 hours and 10 minutes to go. Well, better than getting a penalty with only 10 minutes to go. At least you got 4 hours and 10 to recover from it if there is a penalty.
Well, TF have got an edge, but we've seen some hefty penalties dealt out. 30-second stop and holds.
Yep. TF 2 minutes and 30 ahead of the second place car, which unbelievably is the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari, has had no dramas that we're aware of, and is in second place, having been way down in the teens in the class, if actually maybe not even in the 20s early on in the race. And that car has just done what it does in every World Endurance race, carrying on. Well, there's a very non-midsummer view to the trees here, lots of autumnal colours.
4 fastest laps, sorry. Rizzi Competizione, Jules Gounon, René van der Zan, and I think it's Jean-Eric Verne with a 28.8 in LMP2, so got a few fastest laps happening.
Yeah, cool.
You know when it's a great morning of racing at Le Mans, when I suddenly looked to the chart on the wall and realised I should have left the mic half an hour ago. Absolutely blinding stuff this morning.
I think there's still time for breakfast, actually, Gigi, so go and see if there's some slightly dried up eggs and a little bit of fat-covered bacon left.
Thanks.
Yeah. Did I sell that well? Graham Goodwin departs stage left. Ben is busy catching up with all the news from Rally Turkey. And Peter Dumbreg, Jamie Campbell-Walter with me, Martin Haven in the booth, with just a little over 4 hours to go. Gentlemen, you've both been at this stage of the Le Mans race. Mechanics are exhausted, their eyes are full of sand and just absolutely cream cracker, dead on their feet. But still, every time you come into the pits, they're out there poised like tigers ready to spring into action. And that's so important, isn't it, Peter? Because one fumble in a pit stop at this stage could be really critical.
Absolutely. I think each mechanic, driver, everyone in the team has a responsibility, and they all know their roles, and they're all experienced. So yeah, they can wake up at a moment's notice and go to work, and they're so drilled in their work that they'll just almost do it on autopilot.
Well, a funny Le Mans in all sorts of years. Veteran journalist Andy Cotton will be 46 tomorrow. He's never had a birthday on the Monday after Le Mans, and probably in his lifetime never will again.
Who's that? Andrew Cotton. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Happy birthday for tomorrow, Andrew.
Yeah, his dad, a journalist before him, so like a number of the drivers in the race, following in his father's footsteps.
Another thing that happened yesterday, which you missed, was it was International Talk Like a Pirate Day. And you love that day. I know you love that day.
I do love that day. Aha, matey. What does a pirate say the birthday after he's been 79? Our matey! Hey, thank you. Here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
We shouldn't have told him that, Peter. We got rubbish jokes coming out of him now.
You should have told me yesterday. We could have worked them out of the system before I got overtired. What was the #1 car in the pits for 1.5 hours ago? Before you go, Graham, hands up. Bodywork. Oh, yes, bodywork that didn't seem to fit is the answer, Fiona Miller. So Fiona recovering returning to the shift from her breakfast. So here's the race leader, #8 Toyota, 4 laps clear of the battle for second place, which is now down to 16 seconds between Rebellion #3, which has the upper hand over Rebellion #1. Our LMP2 leader is in the pits, Felipe Albuquerque, in the #22 United Autosports car. Through the night, gentlemen, we watched it battle with the 32 sister car. The balance of power flip-flopped one way, then the other. There's the Michelin man in his blue and yellow suit, wandering around, checking on the tyres. Felipe having a quick catch-up on Twitter on the dash. The adjusters there on the side. There's the G-Drive car is in as well. This is Jean-Eric Verne from third. So first and third in sync on the pit stops.
A quick
A quick stint from John-Eric Verne, 3:30.5 average lap time.
That's good.
Which is a fair bit quicker than Da Costa in front.
Those are good numbers. Well, we heard Da Costa, didn't we, a few minutes ago, complaining about lack of pace, having to let a car go that was 3 or 4 laps behind him. And fresh boots for Jev. That means he's staying in for another double, you would think.
You saw that mechanic there. He went to go back on because he thought, did I do it up properly?
Yeah.
And, you know, that's something you think about now. They're tired and they've been awake all night, and they have to be 100% sure that that wheel is on tight, because 30 seconds after leaving this pit lane, that car is going to be doing close to 200 miles an hour.
Yeah. And it, literally your life in their hands for the mechanics every single time they do that. They're trying to save a 1/10 of a second in the pit lane, but the catastrophic loss of a wheel on the Mulsanne straight could cost an awful lot more than is possible to say. Felipe Albuquerque heads back out, Jean-Eric Verne heads back out. They are a lap apart. First to second was 40 seconds. 5 laps into his stint, Maxime Martin. Mediums on the rear axle, fronts on the soft. We saw this before. Clearly the Aston, with lots of torque, more capable of tearing up its rear tyres than its fronts. We've seen that split axle strategy quite a lot during the hotter parts of the day yesterday. So they're still able to get away with that soft, quote, nighttime compound on the front. And we talked about during the night how much more bite the Aston seemed to have, how much more front the cars seemed to have compared to the Ferrari. And it's possibly that ability to run the softer, grippier front tyre that maybe the Ferrari can't do when it needs the mediums on the rear. It also needs the mediums on the front. Well, the 51 AF Corsa car is the meat in an Aston Martin sandwich right now. The potential frailty for Aston is the brakes, and that remains the case for the 90 car for TF Sport as well.
I have a feeling 97, if I was them anyway, I'd be waiting for the next slow zone, safety car, whatever. That's when you try to do it as a team.
If you need to do it, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. They've got not a bad lead, is it? For some 40 seconds. These guys are pretty quick at changing the brakes. They've all got quick release systems now. But the other option, of course, is to get the brake balance wound backwards a little bit, because it will be the front brakes that are critical, and just lift and coast a bit and brake a little bit earlier, just to take that load of heat when you hit the brakes. Because in a race car versus a road car, we do hit the brake pedal, and yeah, be interesting to see. Here's a car, I think, is it having a brake change? No, it's having some repairs.
Yeah, it looks like it's having some debris dragged out to the back. This is the 88 car, the last running car, the one that was the first retirement. At least that's what we thought, that's what the team PR thought. Thomas Preining was heaved off the road. Lap 2, lap 3 was it, at the Dunlop chicane by somebody else's accident, and then sat at the side of the track unseen by us for well over an hour. And it seems that what had happened was the car had an alternator failure, or the battery for some reason wouldn't restart the car, and it seems that he had to sit and wait for the battery to regain enough charge, as they do, as you'll know from your own road car, particularly if you've got an older car or started off driving older cars, and eventually managed to get it fired back up and driven back to the pits. And it was then unofficially unretired, because it hadn't officially been retired, but the 88 car still last on the road. Thomas Preining's in the pit lane, and the car he's chasing, Rino Mastronardi in the Iron Lynx car, 75, that is in the pit lane as well.
Going back to the GT Pro battle, leading up to the race and qualifying and testing, Aston Martin seemed to not show their hand, whereas Porsche did. So Porsche did well in qualifying, Aston were thereabouts, and it seems to me that when they got hit with the BOP, when was that, 2 years ago? Last year. They learned their lesson.
Yep, last year they were there or thereabouts in qualifying, had a massive BOP hit before qualifying actually, and then were nowhere in qualifying. Then they had a bit of the BOP released for race day, but it was still last and not quite last in the field. So
it's been a measured approach to this race, and it looks like so far, knock on wood for them, that they've played the right kind of game, because it's all a game, isn't it? It's all, you know, as soon as BOP came in, you had to be careful what you did. You didn't want to show too much speed or else you were going to get hit. So it's all politicking and speed at the right time, but no one can hide now in the race. This is it. Full gas.
If you don't give it everything here at Le Mans, then you get nothing, do you? 38 car in the pit lane from second in LMP2. They were talking to Antonio Felix da Costa when he said, I've got a lack of pace, we'll try and see what we can do about it. I wonder what they can do about it. Now, he's had a tyre change. That's because he inherited a set of tyres when Roberto Gonzalez did his last stint to complete his driver time allowance, and so Antonio inherited that stint. Let's see what they've been able to do. Maybe they've gone with a different tyre pressure on the Goodyear to adjust to the fact that the tyre temperature, the track temperature is gradually starting to creep up. As you can see, it's a relatively sunny day here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. We're on board with a 95 Aston Martin, the Dane train, in third place. So Aston Martin Racing potentially on for a double podium here in GTE Pro. 4 hours to go, 20 hours gone at Le Mans. And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, and a 2. Doing a little bit of that, actually. So let's just recap. 4 hours remaining. In LMP1, Toyota Gazoo Racing number 8 leads from the Rebellion number 3 and number 1 cars. That is your 1, 2, 3. In 5th place overall, United Autosport leading in LMP2 from Jota Sport and G-Drive. And there is the 1, 2, 3 in LMP2. Panis, Graf, Signatech Alpine, they're not counting themselves out of a potential podium either. This could be a gangbusters finish in LMP2. Into the top 20 now is our leader in GTE Pro. And don't forget, we started 24 LMP2 cars plus 5 LMP1s. So the best a GTE Pro car should have been is 29th. Maxime Martin leads AF Corsa's Alessandro Pierguidi and Nicky Thiem. The AM class cars in the top 25. Johnny Adam for TF Sport ahead of Francois Perrodo and Ricardo Pera for AF Corsa and Dempsey Proton. And then further on down the order, the Halt and the Lame. Big delays for the factory Porsche 91 and 92. A horror story weekend for them. Into Europol a long way down. And then the last running car is the 88 Dempsey Proton car. Behind them, everybody else either retired or, in the case of the 37 Jackie Chan DC Racing car, excluded. There is the Goodyear Zeppelin overhead. Sure, the Americans will call it a blimp. It is, in fact, a dirigible airship. And it is built by Goodyear in association with Zeppelin, or Zeppelin in association with Goodyear. That's a fabulous addition to the skyline over Le Mans in the funniest year. Weird funny, bizarre funny, frailty funny. There's all sorts of different parts of this race that will mark it out in history, not just the fact that we're racing in September behind closed doors. Pit stops of cars number 1 and number 3, the Rebellions, under investigation. Takes a while for these investigations to be completed. Don't forget, not only are the 2nd and 3rd place cars overall under investigation, so too are the pit stops of the 2nd place car in LMP2 and the leader in GTE AM.
Fastest lap for Romain Dumas in the number 3 car, 21.8. Some way off the 319.2 of his teammate.
Yeah, 319.2 for Bruno Senna on lap 4. So fresh tyres, fresh driver, but laden with fuel in the opening stint of the race. And of course, that's when he was towing up behind the lead Toyota and trying to stay ahead of the sister car when he was in 2nd place early on. So potential pit stop penalties for the 2nd and 3rd place cars, and that would put the number 7 Toyota right back in contention were they to get something for a podium spot at least. Potential pit stop penalty for the 2nd place car in LMP2 and for the lead car in GTE AM. So there could be a lot of changes. Martin Haven, Jamie Campbell-Walter, Peter Dumbreck watching the action with you. Alex Le Gui down in the pit lane. Let's catch up with our race-leading Toyota Gazoo Racing TS050. Brendan Hartley still at the wheel.
13 kilonewton, not far from a joker. You shouldn't be doing that. And you know that when you follow GT, they go much wider than us. So please be careful. We just need to make sure that the car resists and the brake is correct at the end of the race. It's the main focus now.
Who's been busy with the Sharpie on the Hero card in the 83 AF Corsa garage. What was it that Brendan Hartley was doing that he shouldn't be doing? Again, you know, team engineers seem to speak into a goldfish bowl.
To me, it sounded like he was following the lines of GT cars. GT cars run very wide over curbs onto the rougher areas, and he's basically saying, just take care of the car. You've got a big lead here. Stay on the track. Don't run off the track. Don't hit any curbs hard.
Yeah.
Take care.
Problem with that. It's a double-edged sword. The engineer's absolutely right, because they've got a significant lead, 4-lap lead, and at this point their main focus is winning the race. Brendan, however, is thinking, from previous stints, he's maybe had a look at the averages, and at the end of the day, we're all racing drivers, we're all competitive, and you all want to be seen to be fast. And the team, in 3 weeks' time, or in a year's time, when they're choosing their driver lineup for next year or the year after, they look at the averages of the drivers, and they forget about that radio call, which was, take it easy, don't take any risk, da-da-da. And then 3 months' time, yeah, but your averages throughout Le Mans were not very good. And they forget that they told you to go slow. So a driver always wants to perform and look good on paper.
There's always a subplot, isn't there? No matter how straightforward it looks. It looks so straightforward for Toyota number 8. Brendan, stay between the white lines. Toyota don't care about anything other than not losing this win. But as you say, for him, and we've already talked about Toyota's young star, Kenta Yamashita, who is in the high-class car. He is going to be a Toyota factory driver in the hypercar LMDH era, and that will leave them with 3 Japanese drivers, potentially, unless they get rid of one, which seems highly unlikely, which means fewer seats for Gaijin. And you're right, you know, he's the last one in. Brendan Hartley might be worried that he'd be the first one out.
Wow.
Is that the improved GTE AM line there? Horst Felbermeyer going through, trying to stay out of everybody's way and sucking the AF Corsa 83 car along with him.
Maybe Brendan's been following them, you see, and that's what the engineer's seen it.
Yes, don't follow them off track and down through the escape road. That's the 77 car, isn't it? That is 77 ahead of 83. This is for position. So this is a change that's happened because the 83 car stopped recently. Ricardo Pera in the 77 Dempsey Proton car being chased by Francois Perrodo, and Perrodo having another starry performance. This crew of the 83 car came out of GT, raced in LMP2 last year, had a bit of a horrible time of it, went, do you know what? I really enjoyed the Ferrari. Can we just do that again? And suddenly they're producing the results again all year long. They really get on well with this car, with the AF Corsa team, and they found their happy place. And again, Perrodo all over the back of Ricardo Pera, really pushing the Mexican driver very hard indeed.
Well, it was Pera that just made the move. He made the pass on 2 cars and one.
Well, they both went off, didn't they?
Horst Jr. took a strange line, and the Ferrari followed him.
Yep. A very strange line indeed.
I think that's the thing for Francois Perrodo, who went to LMP2 last year and didn't get on that yet, had an unhappy year, didn't he? He's a race winner in this.
Yep.
He can win races, and of course any driver's going to prefer to be standing on a podium and taking a trophy home as opposed to being 12th in LMP2.
Sorry, Ricardo Pera, I'm not quite sure why I went Mexican. I'm thinking Ricardo Rodriguez, the Italian driver of the Dempsey Proton 77 car. And so that car second now in GTE AM. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, there's the side of the Red River Sport Ferrari with a very much not Red River Sport coloured door, because it had a massive impact with 2 tyre stacks at the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight in the depths of the night. Red River Sport car has been off more often than it's been on, I think. Charlie Hollings at the wheel now, as he was when it went off at that stage. Took the team a long while to actually get the battered door off the car as well. They were fighting for quite some while to get the door off so it could be replaced with a not broken one. And in addition, there was quite a lot of other collateral damage, so there's as much gaffer tape on the driver's side of that 62 Ferrari as there is original Ferrari componentry. Sweeping down into the S's, the #1 Rebellion in third place. Gustavo Menez is now just 12.4 seconds behind Romain Dumas, and he caught him by 0.058 of a second. 58 thousandths of a second quicker than his teammate on the last lap, so nothing in performance between the two Rebellions. And guys, that's because they are just battling relentlessly to try and keep Toyota under pressure, to try and somehow win this race.
Coming up to a yellow.
Yep. Yellow's at Marshall's post 10. That's where they are going into the chicane. It'll be green on the exit.
Couldn't see anything.
No.
There was nothing there, and there was a green light just before a yellow flag, so it all seemed
all removed.
Very strange.
May have been that somebody had shot through.
No news on those pit stop infringements for the Rebellion cars.
Again, it often comes through sort of half an hour after it's all happened. I shall go to, well, we should get it on screen actually before it comes up on the steward's notice board. That's normally the way. We certainly saw the black flag for 37 before the decision had been published.
Da Costa is looking a bit happier now in the second place Jota car in LMP2, a 3:31.2, some 2 seconds quicker than the United car in front of him.
And maybe as the temperature has come up, the tyre pressure had just gone out of the happy window.
Well, did I hear Peter say he got into the car on Gonzalez's tyres?
Correct.
I don't think that was a good idea. I think probably because of tyre quota.
Exactly.
But it's never a driver is never going to like getting into a car on a tyre that is a stint or 2 stints old.
And of course we're coming out of night time, and so the sun is starting to warm the track a little. The air temperature's going up, conditions are changing, and so you're always chasing the racetrack with tyre pressures. Alex Brundle gets on board the number 32 car, takes over from Will Owen at United Autosport, and that's a case of what might have been. They could have been leading this race into the final 4 hours, but they're not. Toyota number 7 could have been leading this race into the final 4 hours, but they're not.
10 seconds.
That's for the 88 car. That is the Dempsey Proton car. Adrian Delena now at the wheel of that car. 10 seconds added to their next pit stop for infringements in the slow zone. He didn't do it, but he earned it. Bruno Senna, fastest top speed, 3:47.8. Look at the GT cars, they're not far away either.
Amazing, isn't it, that the fastest lap of Bruno Senna on lap 4, I don't think there's normally a fastest lap on lap 4, is there? It's normally happy hour in the morning.
215 of your miles an hour, that's top speed for Rebellion at a rough rule of thumb. That's 62 kilometers an hour to a mile an hour, 215 and change. That's honking on a bit, isn't it? What were the Mercedes doing in terms of top speed?
I think it's pretty similar.
Yeah.
I think pretty similar.
I think because of the chicanes, I think the ability to run an awful lot quicker has been really restricted, hasn't it? You know, we can remember back to the pre-chicane Mulsanne, the last year of it, WR Racing clocking 400 kilometers an hour with a fully blanked off top speed special. That's all they came for. The Velta Racing boys, it's really all they came for, was to try and crack the 400 kilometer an hour mark. And when they went out of the pit lane with everything blanked off, all the cooling and everything blanked off, sacrificing their most powerful Peugeot V6. Everyone knew exactly why. There was one reason and one reason alone, and that was to crack the magic 400k barrier.
What year was that?
Late 80s. I'm gonna have to Google because I need to remember. But you know, and in those days, kind of a car was that. It was just a Bonneville special.
A slippery number.
So it couldn't go around the corners, but it was mega on the straights.
Yeah.
All it was going to do was do that at Le Mans.
Well, there was one monster straight, but the Merc, you were going back to the GT1 era, late 90s, 97, 98, 99 was the last year. Of course, those cars had a lot of horsepower and a similar weight. They were 900 kilos, I think. So, of course, the Toyota now has a lot more power on boost, but actually these cars probably have a bit more drag, and
yeah,
they only boost for the first few hundred meters, and then they tend to sort of just sit there at the top speed.
Well, that's what's really changed from, say, the Group C era, is the power figures have gone up a bit, but the drag and the grip and the downforce that these cars produce has just gone off the scale, and so that's that balance between, for every 10 miles an hour, you
well, the difference is as well, this car
or something. I mean,
yeah, this car gets to its top speed much quicker. It gets to 300k very quickly, and then it's sort of 301, 302, you know.
In a way that no XJR14 driver could ever remotely imagine. Okay, here's the details on the WR story. 1988. Gerard Velter and his wife, who ran the team, WR Racing, brought a car to Le Mans under the auspices of Project 400. Roger Dorchy, a man who had taken plenty of bravery pills because he drove WR cars, which were not necessarily the greatest cars for a number of years, achieved 407 kilometers an hour, 253 miles an hour on the Mulsanne Straight. But as ever, WR had reliability issues, and that car overheated its way into retirement after going through turbochargers, electrical systems and cooling systems. And Gerard Velter died at the age of 75 at the end of January in 2018. But it was a classic small French team that usually turned up at Le Mans year after year, and I think that is and remains the fastest ever speed recorded in terms of top speed at Le Mans, 407 kilometers an hour.
I think it's the fastest top speed at any racetrack anywhere in the world, isn't it?
You've got to think, haven't you? I can't
Indy?
imagine. I don't know, 253 at Indy? Maybe. In terms of top speed, maybe, because they're, you know, if you're averaging 230, what are you doing?
Yeah, maybe.
Down the stretch? Can't be far away, can it?
You could Google that.
I could, but that's an entirely different race weekend. Let's get back to the action as the number 8 Toyota, our race leader, sweeps through. It's put another lap on the number 1 Rebellion. We saw Gustavo Menezes flashing the headlights. Whoa, here we go. Yeah, see, the Toyota runs out of hybrid boost, and suddenly Rebellion's got more power and continues to accelerate into the braking area. And you see that, you know, particularly if the Toyota makes a pass coming out of Eau Rouge up the Kemmel Straight at Spa, once it's run out of hybrid boost, it's then suddenly only got 480 horsepower rather than 900, and the 650 horsepower or 750 horsepower, whatever it is, of the Rebellion continues to accelerate it past. So the Toyota now has to regenerate and then be able to release that energy, because it's got a maximum amount of hybrid energy it can release in a lap.
Here it comes.
The Rebellion has a maximum amount of energy it can release in a lap, but it can release it all the time. And the Toyota now runs out of boost, and the gap opens up again. It must be eminently frustrating. This is why Bruno Senna was desperate to get ahead of the Toyotas at the front in the number 1 car, because if you can get in front, it takes them a long time to work their way back. That braking episode allows the computer to release more energy for Brendan Hartley. He'll come back at him there. In the pits is the race third place car, not the race leader, third place car in GT Pro, Nicky Thiem in the Dane Train Aston Martin. Full service and a top up with oil. That's that red canister that goes in. It's pressurized to pump the system full. Fully sealed system the Toyota's got in front. So he's swept around the outside of the Rebellion, presumably down into Indianapolis, and now look at the way he goes. I mean, it makes the Rebellion look like a GT car, and the Rebellion is absolutely not slow off a corner. Frightening pace when they deploy the hybrid system, and of course it's got the front wheels pulling it out of the corner and the rear wheels pushing it out of the corner. It's an absolutely unmatched combination anywhere in this field at Le Mans.
Technology, of course, used in when everyone says what is a hybrid car? Well, that's the benefits of it. You can combine your engine with electrical power to gain performance and efficiency, of course.
Well, it's like turbocharging or supercharging, isn't it? You can produce more power or greater efficiency, or a combination of the two. Greater efficiency and more power. That's the holy grail here at Le Mans, and the hybrid cars, they use 40% less fuel energy than the normally aspirated cars or the non-hybrid cars. And everybody's saying, well, you know, these are just gas-guzzling dinosaurs. It's because of cars like this and the constant search for more laps from the same amount of energy that your road car is now doing not 30 miles per gallon, but 60 miles per gallon compared to what it was 20 years ago. It is this technology that is pushing all that along. So this is more than just going round in circles. And the list of safety features on your cars, from windscreen wipers to decent headlights to so many other things that have come from racing at races like this, endurance races. Disc brakes. There's not a car on the planet that's not fitted with disc brakes. They make driving safer. Things like ABS were designed by racing teams and developed by racing teams as well. So many safety features and so many economy features on your road car come exactly from test bed laboratories like this. Change your position. 3 goes back in front of 1. Gustavo Menezes was briefly ahead of the number 3 car. Romain Dumas now in front. Peter Wen is the number 3 car going to stop. Number 1 has just made it stop. They cannot be that far apart in sequence.
I think he stopped last lap.
Did he? Okay. So the Rebellions are very close together. This is a genuine battle for 2nd and 3rd overall. United Autosports number 22 still leading from Jota Sport 38 and G-Drive 26. Jean-Eric Verne now 2 minutes ahead of the 4th place car in LMP2, the Panis Racing number 31 car. Nico Jamin in that car, Senior Tech Alpine in 5th, and the Graf Racing entry in 6th position. The gap comes right down under braking, doesn't it? And then the car in front gets on the gas while you're still mid-corner, and that gap opens up again, tantalisingly. Wonder what's going through that man's mind. Hugues de Schonack very nearly won the race with Toyota 25 years after he'd won the race with Mazda. That was the first, and at that stage, only Japanese manufacturer to win Le Mans. But of course, that heartbreak came in the 2016 race when the car broke down with 1 lap to go. Now, can you imagine if somehow with Rebellion, Hugues de Schonack won Le Mans again, but against Toyota from a last hour or last lap heartbreak for the Toyotas?
The gap between Pro is pretty stable, isn't it, at 48 seconds. Of course, when I left the booth, these two were pretty close to each other, and I think the difference is just a brake change, isn't it, between the Ferrari and the Aston?
Yeah, it is pretty much. EDEC Sport goes around a 3-wide AM-class battle. And
takes to the verge.
Yeah, you try and stay off that because that's full of debris from 470 days since it was last a racetrack. There is the EDEC Sport car. This is the better placed of the two.
Richard Bradley at the wheel.
7th in LMP2. Leader is in the pit lane. 3.5 hours to go at Le Mans. That's still a long, long way. Brendan Hartley with the, quote, nighttime helmet on. I just think it's a bit of an All Blacks colour scheme, as befits his status as a top Kiwi sportsman.
A dirty, covered in brake dust Toyota.
Look inside the wheel arch cut out there. There's the rear view mirrors. They're hidden out of the airstream for reduced drag. The wheel arch comes over the top there to just create a laminar flow over the top of the door cutouts. And tucked in there are their rear view mirrors. You can see the Rebellion is just a little higher. That bodywork rolls back down, and so the mirrors are out there on stalks. So like everybody else is there, as aerodynamically shaped as possible. Romain Dumas ahead of Gustavo Menezes.
This is going to be a good battle, isn't it? It's fairly, well, Gustavo's actually done 31 laps on those tyres now, so...
So Romain most of a stint ahead, so they're kind of two laps out of sequence. He's got 28 to 31 on there.
You can see
23 to 31, so 8 laps.
Yeah, 7 hours and 20 minutes Gustavo has driven in this race, a little bit less for Romain. Tough period of the race now for drivers. We heard Antonio Felix da Costa saying, my pace is not good. He's just meaning he's not, you know, happy with the car. Okay, he had old tyres fitted, so that was the main reason. And important now, the drivers that have done a lot of driving, you know, coming up for 7.5 hours here for Gustavo. It's a time when, you know, that night starts to take its toll. There's a few drivers on track who are maybe making silly mistakes in front of you. You've got to be extra careful in the traffic, and it is very easy to make a mistake. Also offline, lots of marbles, lots of dirt, and a tiny, tiny little mistake, and you just go a little bit wide, and literally it's like driving on ice.
You tend to react to the drivers around you. At that time, Ranger van der Zender was going very quick, wasn't he, in the Dragon speed car? And I think that was what kind of made da Costa think, whoa, what am I doing? Why am I so slow when that other car's 3 seconds a lap faster than me? But he was really flying at that moment. But as you say, da Costa has settled into a nice rhythm again. Okay, he's not quite as quick as a United Autosport car ahead, but he's doing 3:32 last lap round, so he's still in the fight. I think for that car, the Jota car, to actually win this race, the United car is going to have a bit of an issue.
Well, we've seen an issue for one of their two cars, and again, like Toyota, you know, as soon as that happens to a sister car, never mind another Orica, because it's a different team, they're not as good as us, but when it happens in the next door garage, you always have that little slight worry. And actually, you used the word rhythm that I was going to talk about, because there is a flow, isn't there, to any racetrack, and you start to get into the feeling of it, and once you've got that, it becomes very second nature, bizarre as it seems to suggest, that the car almost feels, Jamie, a little bit like it's driving itself. You're not consciously thinking, here's my braking marker, here's my turning point, this is where I need to go. Much more of your mental acuity is working on strategy for the rest of the race, looking at where the traffic is in front, where you're going to catch it, and that actual physical driving of the car that would take all of the mental capacity of any normal person is taking up very little of yours. It's just flowing, and it's... John Watson used to say, let the car do the work, and that's what you're doing. That's what drivers talk about when they've got that rhythm going. The car's just driving itself, and you're just helping it along.
Yeah, your processing powers are the ability to focus on what's around you. Remember, they're going pretty fast, and having chats with the engineers, you know, a driver might jump in now and say, you know, the question I used to after I do 3 or 4 laps, and I say, how's my pace? You know, because you've got no idea, and it's not referring. I'm obviously in the car going as fast as possible, so it's not like, well, I'll go 2 seconds quicker then. But it's just because the competitive nature, and you know where the car was before you get in the car, but you want to know, how is my pace now against the guy that's in 2nd or 4th or 5th, and you want to make sure that you're going quicker, basically. Yeah. And it's risk versus reward. How much risk do you take in the traffic and stuff? It's a critical time, but the driving part is easy.
The subtext, of course, is not how is my pace, it's how is their pace compared to me.
Yes, our main target is to save the tire. The tires and brakes. Main target, save the brakes.
just as we cut away from that, was the second rebellion spearing off offline in the chicane.
Was just talking about that. A little bit wide, especially at that first chicane. And because no one goes round the outside there. Different at the Porsche curves where we go round the outside of the right-hander.
There was no one to go round the outside of.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So therefore it's very dirty. And if he's just 1 or 2 feet wide, well, the car doesn't turn.
Let's hope he avoided the barriers. Debris being cleared out of the cooling ducts of the Aston Martin. Mechanic there taking the temperature of the brakes, having a little look in, and they'll be taking pictures on the phone as well, so they can examine them in detail immediately and see quite how the brakes are being worn. Gustavo Menezes, was that, he lost a couple of seconds in sector 2, so he did have a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment in the first chicane. And again, that radio message that happened just as we were watching that would have been from at least half a lap earlier, probably more than that, just saying, OK, Gus, calm yourself down. We want to finish this race with 2 cars on the podium, not 1 in the gravel.
And of course, he wants to catch Romain.
Of course he does, yeah. They want to be second, not third, but the team are just saying, come on, we could get 2 cars on the podium here. 78 Felbermayr Proton Porsche is in the pit lane. Horst Felbermayr Jr. out of the car, and that is likely, I think, to be his final stint in this car. Wearing the traditional family livery. And he shares the car with Max van Splunteren and Michele Beretta, and I think it may be the rookie champion for the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup 2020, Max van Splunteren, who gets in because Ricardo Pera was in the car, Michele Beretta rather, was in the car before Horst Jr. I'm not sure whether Felbermayr needs to do any more time behind the wheel. Felipe Albuquerque, it's going to be a wrestling job to get any of the 3 drivers of this car out of the 22 Rebellion. They all respond so well to the car. Second of the Ferraris in the race, the 71 car is in 2nd place, is in 4th place now. Miguel Molina at the wheel. Out goes the 22 car.
TC gain change, so he's just changed his traction control setting because as the tyres get older, and you can hear it on the LMP2 cars, they've got traction control, and when they come out the Ford chicane in front of us here, you can hear that, and that's the traction control working as you run a slightly different setting as you go through your stint, and also if you have a heavier fuel load.
Yeah. And as the tyre gets older, it's got a little less grip, and it's easier to break that traction, and that's a vicious circle, isn't it? The more you spin it up, the hotter it gets, the more prone it is to being spun up.
Yeah, and we have 2 different to a road car. Road car is just all automatic. You've got your traction control. In a race car, you've got TC gain and you've got TC slip. So one is the amount of wheel spin that you allow the car to have, and then before it gets controlled, and the other one is the amount of oversteer, so it's a lateral slip, and the driver can change each one.
In my experience, the 2 don't necessarily work fantastically well.
That was a long time ago, Peter. Technology's moved on now.
I'm in the car that has it right now. Not right now, but this year. And yeah, I just tend to try and control it with my foot more than anything else.
And you know, that's what you've spent your entire life perfecting, isn't it? Is that sensitivity of feeling that you do it, you know, you corner the car on the absolute limit of grip, so you should be able to do it under braking without locking the wheels up, and under acceleration without spinning the wheels up. But just, you know, that and it's not that it stops any wheel spin. What you need is a safety net, so if you have got a little squirrely over the curbs, it doesn't get too excessive. So it's not an absolute, it's more like a soft limiter, if you like, on an engine.
Well, it gets to the point where it's actually slowing you down. If you've got it turned right up, it's slowing you down more than helping you. So you just turn it back down, you allow a bit of slip. At the end of the day, it's all down to your tyre. If your tyre's at high grip and you feel like you've got the car under you, you don't need very high. You know, I would normally run TC around about just 3. 3 out of 10 is a good number, just overall.
3's the magic number. Car number 7 in the pit lane. Kamui Kobayashi was at the wheel when the car came in deep in the night after 12 hours of racing nearly to have a right-hand bank of cylinders turbo change. It was the exhaust manifold that was at fault, so they had to take the red hot turbo off, change the exhaust manifold and rebuild the entire right-hand side plumbing of the engine, and that cost them half an hour and more and the lead of the race. They had led almost every lap up until that stage and looked very firmly in control. The sister car number 8 had a problem, had dropped off the lead lap. It was very much looking as though fate was smiling on the number 7 car. Fate, however, has 2 faces here at Le Mans, it turned its other to them.
I'm only just noticing that Brendan Hartley didn't just slot straight into Alonso's space then, did he?
Yes, he did.
Yes. He did?
Yeah. Alonso won the last 2 races in that car and then left, having become a double Le Mans winner and a world champion in 1 season, which nobody else had done before. And so Brendan Hartley has joined Sebastian Buemi and Kazuki Nakajima in the number 8 car, and they are double winners. He is also a winner, of course, but for Porsche. So if the number 8 car continues to the checkered flag leading this race, then Seb and Kazuki will become 3-time consecutive Le Mans winners. That is a very rare club indeed. And Brendan Hartley will become one of those drivers who has won Le Mans twice, but for different manufacturers. And that's a relatively rare club as well. Multiple winners tend to have won often with the same factory. Not often, not always, but in the modern era, it tends to be that you're with a dominant manufacturer, like Porsche, like Audi, like Toyota, like Aston Martin, for instance. But the GT categories, it's much more difficult to stay dominant for quite as long. Go back to the 50s and the 60s, drivers tend to end up getting hired for the fastest car around, and so they would race for those teams. Just after 11 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to go and have a quick break. Ben Constanduris sitting alongside me. Ben, morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you. I was wondering whether you were going to leave us.
Well, you got to tell me what the time is. I'm busy watching the race. I'm not watching the clock.
That big iPad in front of you has got the time.
The big iPad doesn't say your stint is over, and it's about 1/8 of the area of the TV screen that I'm watching intently, as is everyone else.
All the excuses. At least if Martin goes for a walk, his leg will stop shaking the whole commentary box for the last 4 hours.
It won't.
It's like being rocked to sleep in here, such as the movement from the comms box. Plenty of stories still to be answered at the 88th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Martin will be back to take us to the checkered flag with the usual WEC team of Alan McNish and Graham Goodwin. So just the last couple of hours from Team B, the guests, Peter Dunbreck, Jamie Campbell-Walter and myself, Ben Constanduris. Jamie's already had a successful morning. Fab's on the front row.
Yeah, I had a lovely breakfast.
Yeah, I had an English breakfast in France.
I had the same breakfast that I've had for the last few days.
Yeah, me too.
Identical.
Gap down to 18
Rhythm.
seconds in GT Pro. I'm sure that's because of a pit stop. Peter will be able to tell us. And then the leader in GT Am in the pit lane, Johnny Adam, I think, was getting out of the car. They've got a substantial lead. Well, a 1-lap lead over the Porsche Team Project 1 car. So could this be Johnny Adams' second class win at Le Mans?
Yeah, I think the gap's even larger than that. I think it's almost 2 laps now.
Oh, is it?
For TF Sport over Team Project 1 in the Porsche that have jumped up ahead of the other Porsche. When I last was here, it was the 77 Porsche that was there ahead of the 83, but the 56 has got itself right back up there thanks to Matteo Caroli. Presumably with the gent driver of that team having done its work, and actually is now in the pits as well. Larry Ten Voorde jumping aboard that car, also a fast peddler. So there's still some answers to be sorted out between the 2 Porsche teams there.
We saw in the night, didn't we, that Johnny Adam and Ross Gunn did literally all of the nighttime driving, and we see Jolik in the TF Sport car now getting in. I'm not quite sure how.
If he is getting in,
he's in. He's
all right, so this is he's definitely had enough driving time.
Oh, has he?
Yeah,
so they think we've got this in the bag. Let's give the boss man a few laps. Okay. Let's hope he doesn't make any mistakes. But he had a good night's sleep. Looking good for the young car.
If after this stint, he will definitely have enough driving time. I haven't calculated it totally, but this stint would definitely put him over.
The big question, of course, is in GT Pro is whether or not the 97 Aston Martin, which is on screen at the moment, is it? No, that's the 95.
Well,
has to change its brakes or not.
Yeah.
Oh, and a little
the
mistake.
51 is due in this lap, so automatically the 97 will take the lead again.
Yeah.
We've seen brake changes for the 95 Aston Martin and the 51 Ferrari, but I don't think we have seen the brake change for the 97. And you would expect at least once for the calipers and discs to be swapped over in a GT car. Rebellion threading its way through the traffic. Suddenly these guys are having to really step up their pace because Gustavo Menez is putting pressure on Romain Dumas for that battle for second position. So much at stake in both of those cars.